afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3:02 in the afternoon on Wednesday, October 22nd. I'd like to call this meeting of the Tallahassee City Commission to order. It is absolutely wonderful to see everybody here today. First and foremost, it is my honor and privilege to invite Dr. Kimbrell Thomas, who is the Director of Housing and Community Resilience for the City of Tallahassee, but is also a pastor, to provide the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will please stand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us silence our electronic devices, humble our hearts, and may we pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day that thou hast made. Father, we thank you for the blessings that all of us enjoy. We thank you, Father, for this commission. We pray, Father, that they will have the serenity to accept the things that cannot change, courage to change the things that they can, and wisdom to know the difference. We pray for this leadership. They will continue to guide staff, give us direction, continue to inspire us to serve this community as we do. Father, we pray for this city. May we be that city that is set on a hill and cannot be hid. Father, we pray that we are that city, that when people look around and say, who's that city, that continue to do the work and will work on providing affordable housing. Who's that city that do the work and will continue to do the work to enhance public safety? Who's that city that would do the work and continue to do the work and be the #1 public utility in the nation? Who's that city and will continue to be that city that has the #1 fleet in the nation? Where can we go? Who would be that city that we can find the peace that we need for our families? And in that day when they ask that question, who's that city? They would not say Boulder, Colorado. They would not say Nashville, Tennessee. They would not say Sacramento, California. They would not say Houston, Texas. When they say, who's that city? Where's that city? They would say Tallahassee is that city. May the word of our mouths and meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer. Now let the redeemed of the Lord say so. In Jesus' name I pray, and you said, Amen. Amen.
All right, Pastor.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me, Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, boy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Kimbrell.
Officers, ushers may come
There we
forward.
go. That's a great way to start the meeting off. Certainly do appreciate it. We have got a jam-packed agenda with a public hearing today. Let's walk through. Mr. Manager, are there any agenda modifications?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Item 8.07 has been pulled from your consent agenda at the request of Commissioner Porter. That item is seeking approval to market 4.54 acres on Capitol Circle Northwest.
Okay.
Item 8.11 has been deleted and will be rescheduled by the Inspector General. That is the 2026 audit work plan. And then finally, materials have been added to your agenda item 12.03 from, I believe it was the Woodland Drive Neighborhood Association. That's the extent of modifications, sir.
All right, excellent. Do we have any questions on the modifications, colleagues? No. Moving right along, we have several presentations. If you'd care to join me down at the podium. We have several presentations and proclamations this morning to start off our meeting. First and foremost, I'd like to invite Kelly O'Rourke and our friends at the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council to please come join us. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we stand with survivors always. And whereas domestic violence affects every person, either as a survivor of domestic violence, as a family member, significant other, friend, neighbor, or coworker, and domestic violence affects people of all genders, sexual orientations, ages, racial, ethnic, cultural, social, religious, and economic groups. And whereas domestic violence and intimate partner violence can have lifelong consequences emotionally, mentally, socially, spiritually, and physically. And whereas, although progress has been made toward preventing and ending domestic violence and providing support to survivors and their families, there is still a need to provide resources, education, and awareness and understanding of domestic violence and its causes, and important work remains to be done. And whereas policymakers and communities must work together to transform the conditions that cause domestic violence and support survivor-centered solutions, and whereas this year's National Domestic Violence Awareness Month's theme, Stand with Survivors Always, personifies our commitment to serving domestic violence survivors by acknowledging, invigorating, and rededicating ourselves to the goal of eliminating domestic violence for everyone. And whereas the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council, the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, the Oasis Center for Women and Girls, and many other community partners, programs, professionals, and advocates of nonviolence have joined together with Refuge House to support each other in our work and to provide Leon County and our citizens with a well-coordinated community response to domestic violence. And whereas during the month of October, the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council and its many partners will be intensifying efforts to promote public understanding of family violence and increase sensitivity to survivors of family violence, emphasizing the need for citizen involvement in efforts to reduce family violence through public education and changing public attitudes. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize October as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, read into the record in front of each and every one of you here today, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated October 22nd, 2025. Kelly, it's my honor and privilege to present this to you.
Hi, I'm Kelly O'Rourke, and I'm the director of the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council. And for anybody who doesn't know, we were pulled together by the city and county commissions together, and we are a coalition of all of the other agencies and advocates in town that work with domestic violence survivors or abusers. And working together is the best way to mitigate domestic violence, along with a lot of public awareness and education. So I want to thank you for your support. All of the commissioners have always supported us and always helped us whenever they can, and their wonderful aides have always been very helpful to us. So thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Emily Mitchum, who is the head of Refuge House.
Emily, please.
Thank you all so much for being here and to support survivors of domestic violence in recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month this October. Refuge House is the certified domestic violence service provider for Tallahassee and 7 surrounding counties here in the Big Bend. We have 2 emergency shelters, 5 transitional housing programs, counseling and therapy in each county, an injunction courthouse office. We also provide community education and primary prevention upon youth. Every year, we serve over 7,000 victims in our area. Our emergency shelter has become woefully too small to meet the needs of survivors in our community reaching out desperate for safe housing. For that reason, we're launching a campaign to raise money to expand and grow our residential programs. And I encourage you to check out our website and take a peek at the plans we have going forward to the future to better meet the needs of survivors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. May we get a picture? Thank you all for everything. At this time, I would like to invite our friends from the Paralegal Association of Florida to please come forward, and I want to provide a special invitation to Mike Hamrick, Shannon Lindsay, and Andrea Coward from the City Attorney's Office, who's here to please come join us as well. Big? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Tommy and Henry are both big, too. Our kids played soccer growing up, so. Thank you all for everything you do, in particular to the City Attorney's Office, to our family. Thank you all so much for everything that you do on behalf of the city as well. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the Tallahassee Association of Legal Assistants was established in 1985 and later became a chapter of the Paralegal Association of Florida, Incorporated. And whereas the practice of law is increasingly complex and demanding, and whereas attorneys rely on the support of knowledgeable and skilled professionals who are dedicated to the role of a paralegal, and whereas paralegals provide invaluable support and services to attorneys, government agencies, and private organizations throughout the state of Florida, and whereas paralegals uphold high standards of integrity and professionalism within the legal field and continually seek growth and advancement through education and training, and whereas paralegals possess strong educational backgrounds through understanding of legal principles and practical experience, making them essential to the effective and efficient operation of legal practices, and whereas it is important to recognize and honor the significant contributions of paralegals and the vital role that they play in serving the citizens of Florida, now therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize October 20th through 24th as Paralegal Week and October 23rd, 2025 as Paralegal Day. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated October 22nd, 2025. It is my honor to present you with this proclamation.
All right.
Thank you. I'm Carly Duquette, the president of the Big Bend chapter of the Paralegal Association of Florida. Good afternoon, Mayor Daley, council members, paralegal colleagues, and guests. On behalf of paralegals across our great city of Tallahassee, I'm honored and humbled to accept this proclamation. This recognition is not only meaningful, it's empowering. It shines a light on the vital but often behind-the-scenes work that paralegals do every day to support justice, uphold the rule of law, and ensure that legal services are delivered with integrity and efficiency. Paralegals are the backbone of the legal system. We are researchers, writers, organizers, communicators, and most importantly, dedicated professionals who care deeply about the clients and communities we serve. Today's proclamation reminds us that our work matters and that it's seen, it's valued, and appreciated. Thank you, Mayor Daley, for acknowledging the contribution of paralegals to the city's legal community. This honor is a testament to the teamwork, dedication, and passion that paralegals bring to their roles each and every day. We accept this recognition with gratitude and a renewed commitment to excellence, service, and justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we get a picture? Madam Attorney, come join us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask, we're going to do a group of three that was previously recognized, but we felt this was important enough to be able to recognize in chambers as well. First of all, if we can have, Daryl, will you please come join us on behalf of in your entire Office of Economic Vitality, come join us, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a very special week, Med Week, celebrating our minority enterprise businesses and individuals here in the Leon County, Big Bend area. During that week, we had 3 special awards that were presented, and it is my honor and privilege to invite them to come forward as well. At this time, I would like to first and foremost ask Mr. Vaughn Wilson and representatives of Mega Ace Media to please come forward. I'd like to ask Patricia Bates Trotta and Big Bend Rebar to please come forward. And a man who truly needs no introduction, Dr. Melvin T. Stiff, to please come forward. For these proclamations, for the formality, a lot of the language in the beginning is the same. I'm going to start off and then I'm going to highlight each one of you. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas since 1983, the first week of October has been recognized nationally as Minority Enterprise Development Med Week, honoring the contributions of minority and women-owned businesses. And whereas the Big Bend Med Week Committee continues this tradition by recognizing outstanding local businesses and leaders whose vision and perseverance advance inclusive growth. And whereas in 2025, the committee has selected Big Bend Rebar Incorporated and its president, Patricia Bates Trotta, as the Woman-Owned Business Enterprise of the Year. Whereas Ms. Trotta founded Big Bend Rebar in 2002, transforming a home-based startup into one of the region's few manufacturing plants, supplying domestic reinforcing steel to contractors across Florida, Georgia, and Alabama. And whereas Ms. Trotta redirected her professional career and interest in 2000, encouraged by her husband, Joe Trotta, who experienced as a commercial concrete superintendent, provided valuable perspective. Building on that insight, she conducted market research in the steel rebar industry, examining growth and development trends in North Florida, and determined there was a local market needed for fabricated reinforcing steel. And whereas through resilience, strong financial leadership, and an unwavering drive for excellence, Ms. Trotta has guided Big Bend Rebar to success, achieving recognition as both a state of Florida women-owned business and a certified disadvantaged business on enterprise, while also graduating from the Jim Moran Institute of Global Entrepreneurship at Florida State University. And whereas through her perseverance, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to expanding economic opportunity, Patricia Trotta exemplifies entrepreneurship and leadership, serving as a powerful inspiration for others to pursue their vision with courage, determination, and purpose. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Big Bend Rebar and Patricia Bates Trotta on her achievements and commitment to inclusive economic development and their selection as Women-Owned Business Enterprise of the Year. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, dated October 22nd, 2025. Please.
I have been privileged because of my position as owner of Big Bend Rebar to be associated with individuals in government, in education, and in the private sector who, because of their professional skills and passion, have dedicated their work to facilitate the growth of this dynamic city, deservedly the capital of our free state of Florida. In the 25 years at the helm of Big Bend Rebar, a team of employees have serviced the building needs of 2 universities, a community college, private and public schools, private entrepreneur projects such as the Amazon Distribution Center, and as well critical environmental improvement projects such as the wastewater treatment plant. I have witnessed more than structural growth and expansion. I have seen the influx of cultural diversity in our population and the ever-present commitment of our community leaders and volunteers to promote the hallmark of Tallahassee, that of family, faith, and respect for our population, a population of diverse beliefs and accomplishments. We are a city comprised of a family of sincerely friendly, polite, and welcoming people who contribute to the safety and sheer pleasure of our city. Big Ben Rebar is proud to be a part, I'm humbled as well, of the Tallahassee business community. Thank you very much.
Stay with us up here, that would be great. Sweet. Vaughn. Meg Ace, come on. You getting used to this? From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas since 1983, the first week of October has been nationally recognized as Minority Enterprise Development Week of the Big Bend, MedWeek Committee has faithfully upheld this observance by honoring individuals and organizations whose leadership strengthens entrepreneurship, expands opportunity, and advances inclusive economic growth, with this tradition being the presentation of the Minority Business Enterprise of the Year Award to a business and owner who exemplifies excellent service and advocacy in economic development. And whereas in 2025, the Big Bend MedWeek Committee has selected Mega Ace Media and its founder and CEO, Vaughn Wilson, as the Minority Business Enterprise of the Year in recognition of the company's enduring impact and Wilson's steadfast commitment to advancing both media excellence and community empowerment. And whereas Vaughn Wilson is a seasoned media executive, producer, and storyteller with more than 25 years of experience spanning journalism, multimedia production, live entertainment management, and collegiate athletics communications, who launched Mega Ace Media LLC in 2019 after distinguished service as Director of Communications for the Florida A&M University Athletics. And whereas under Wilson's leadership, Mega Ace Media has grown from resilience during the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic to a flourishing enterprise strengthened by early support from the Office of Economic Vitality and the Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce, and has since become a platform for uplifting other businesses. And whereas recognizing the transformative power of collaboration, Wilson founded the Black Business Expo Tallahassee in 2021 in partnership with OEV, launching a groundbreaking initiative that has awarded over $56,000 in grants, built strategic partnership between minority-owned enterprises and major corporations, and positioned Tallahassee as a center of innovation, opportunity, and economic empowerment for businesses across Florida and beyond. And whereas today, Vaughn Wilson is celebrated not only for his artistic and technical expertise in media production, but also for his unwavering mission to use mentorship, storytelling, and partnership as tools to expand opportunity, strengthening networks, and create lasting prosperity for businesses in our local economy. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Mega Ace and Vaughn Wilson for his remarkable achievements, his entrepreneurial spirit, and his profound contributions to inclusive economic growth. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated October 22nd, 2025. Now, Vaughn, you're not going anywhere, so keep your comments brief, and we're going to give you the mic again in just a second. Congratulations.
My comments are very brief, and I didn't write them down. But I want to say, Jack, when you were installed last time, I got a chance to meet your parents, and we had a great conversation about civility, and that was really great to do. Jeremy, a couple of weeks ago, I saw Jeremy, and I was standing back to back with him at an event and didn't know it was him because I wasn't used to his new look, but you look sharp, Jeremy. Curtis has spent many years down in my dad's office at the Capitol Outlook and going over issues. And Diane is our lightning rod right now. about any and everything. John is one of the few men that I've ever allowed to dance with my wife, so that tells you how close. And so in closing, I'd just like to say that everybody needs a Darryl Jones. When the pandemic came and our business was struggling, Darryl called and told me to come to OVE, and he called, and then he called and said, am I coming there or are you coming here? And the next thing you know, they help our business get back on its feet, and the first thing we did was do our best to help this community and other businesses in this community. So thank you for this award. And this is my daughter, Layla, a graduate, a spring 2025 graduate of Florida A&M University School of Journalism and Graphic Communication. And she was awarded the Young Entrepreneurs Award by OEV last year.
Yes. It is great to see y'all. And Layla, welcome back. We did have the opportunity to honor you last year as the Entrepreneur of the Year. And the things that you have done with your company, Mega Ace, is just absolutely fantastic. We appreciate it. Vaughn, it's great to see you as always. Ladies and gentlemen, the man, Dean Stith, come on down. Come on down. Curtis, why don't you go escort her up real quick? Escort her up real quick. Come on up. Ms. Stith, come join us, please. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas since 1983, the President of the United States has designated the first week of October as Minority Enterprise Development Week, a time to celebrate the vision, resilience, and achievements of minority enterprises across the nation. And whereas the Big Bend Minority Enterprise Development Week Committee has faithfully embraced this national observance, recognizing individuals and organizations that embody an enduring commitment to inclusive prosperity, economic growth, and entrepreneurial excellence in Tallahassee and beyond. And whereas at the heart of this celebration is the prestigious Reggie Roll Economic Development Champion of the Year Award, bestowed upon a trailblazer whose leadership and advocacy has advanced equitable economic opportunity and inspired transformational change. And whereas in 2025, this honor is proudly conferred upon Dr. Melvin T. Stith, whose extraordinary career as an academic leader, corporate director, and community champion reflects his unwavering dedication to lifting people, strengthening institutions, and expanding opportunity for all. And whereas Dr. Stith has served with distinction as interim president of Norfolk State University, Dean Emeritus of the Martin J. Whitman School of Management at Syracuse University, and Dean Emeritus of the Florida State University College of Business, where he also held the Jim Moran Professorship of Business Administration and chaired the Department of Marketing. And whereas his distinguished service further includes appointments as Associate Dean at the University of South Florida, visiting professor at Florida A&M University School of Business and Industry, and as a trusted leader on the board of some of the nation's most respected corporations, including Synovus Financial, Aflac, Rexall Sundown, Keebler Foods and Flowers Foods, as well as numerous nonprofits and higher education organizations. And whereas Dr. Stith's many honors, among them Florida State University's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Distinguished Service Award, induction into the FSU College of Business Hall of Fame, and the FSU Torch Award, stands as testaments to his profound influence and tireless service. And whereas, as a founding member of the PhD Project, Dr. Stith has expanded access to business education and championed diversity in academia, shaping future generations of scholars and leaders while advancing a more just and equitable society. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Dr. Melvin T. Stith as the 2025 Reggie Roll Economic Development Champion of the Year and honor his immeasurable contributions to higher education, corporate governance, community advancement, and to the City of Tallahassee. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you here today, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated October 22nd, 2025. Dean Stith, it is my honor and privilege to present you with this proclamation.
Well, good afternoon, Tallahassee. This is really a pleasure. I'm not an entrepreneur. I tried to be an entrepreneur one time and didn't go so well. So I thought I'd try to help entrepreneurs in a very different way, and that was through some academic preparation. But first, I'd like to introduce you to my wife, better half, for 56 years, Dr. Patricia Smith. You know, like entrepreneurs, when you see what you want, you know what you want. And I told her the first day I saw her in undergraduate school, I'm going to marry you one day. And she said, ask me again when I'm 22. And so we waited. But I was a little slow, so she asked me to marry her at 22. And that's a true story. And so, but here we are 56 years later, bound as one and always been blessed. But I want to take this to say thanks for this award. Whoever had anything to do with me getting this award, I appreciate it. And your mayor and my daughter were fifth grade classmates together. She made sure I said hello to you this afternoon.
That's right.
But so much of you heard about the Jim Moran Institute. And I was fortunate enough to be the one who started that institute with Mr. Moran. And our goal was very simple. We wanted to help entrepreneurs to grow and make more money. And that is now, some 25 years later, that institute is an integral part of, I think, of the whole state of Florida now. We have offices throughout the state of Florida. And we're just so happy that one little incident, when Ms. Moran told me, said, if you stay here and work one more day, I will send you home with $1 million to start this institute that you want. The next day was my 25th wedding anniversary. I told Pat Love got to wait because this was so important to the city of Tallahassee. So I just want to thank everyone and ask that you continue to work together. And like I said, it wasn't my role to be a day-to-day entrepreneur, but when I walked into any corporate boardroom that I was blessed to be a part of, Aflac, Dan Amos will tell you, the first thing I asked him was, tell me about your relationship with women and minority entrepreneurs. Keepler, same questions, because that's where the rubber meets the road. When you can become prime partners with large national and global corporations, you continue to grow and prosper. So that was my role in this, and I want to thank the city of Tallahassee. It's a city that we spend part of our life here now, but we love it, and we love coming home to Bethel and me with my fellow usher board member right here. We used to pass the plate, Reverend, and we were pretty good at it, and Daryl and everyone else. So may God continue to bless and keep you, and always remember us in your prayers, because we will certainly remember you in ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. That's right. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations to the award winners. Ms. Stith, I know that Lori's probably watching on TV, so go Raw Rams. Go Raw Rams, that's for sure. At this time, I would like to ask Mega Ace and the Wilsons to remain here, and I would like to invite Bura Demerol and his beautiful family to come join us as well. I know Gina and your daughter are here somewhere. Yeah. Daryl, come join us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true treat. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation, last two of the evening. Whereas the International Economic Development Council recognizes communities throughout the world for distinction in economic development through its prestigious Excellence Awards program. And whereas forged in resilience during the early days of the pandemic, when OEV and the Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce provided grants that enabled Mega Ace Media to pivot and thrive. Vaughn Wilson has since dedicated himself to empowering Black-owned businesses by championing access to funding, strengthening networks, and fostering meaningful partnerships. And whereas this vision gave rise to the Black Business Expo Tallahassee in 2021, launched in partnership with OEV, a groundbreaking platform that connects Black-owned businesses with agencies, financial institutions, and major corporations, and since its inception has awarded more than $56,000 in grants, forged strategic partnerships with major construction firms, and attracted participants from across Florida and beyond, underscoring its growing national appeal. And whereas since its launch in 2021, the Black Business Expo has continued to expand, and in 2025 achieved new milestones with a 22% increase in attendance, bringing together 279 participants of 72 businesses, 12 agencies, and 23 sponsors. And whereas the 2025 Expo also generated 88 new vendor registrations with the City of Tallahassee, Leon County Government, the Leon County School District, and the Leon County Sheriff's Office, awarded $16,000 in grants, and launched the inaugural Direct Connect Network Forum, designed to link minority-owned and women-owned businesses with larger construction firms in the local market. And whereas as it approaches its 5th anniversary, the Black Business Expo Tallahassee, developed in partnership with OEV and Mega Ace Media, continues to serve as a vital hub for collaboration and economic empowerment, expanding opportunities for minority and women-owned business enterprises in Tallahassee, Leon County, and beyond, and has been rightfully recognized by the International Economic Development Council as a premier international model for advancing equity and inclusion in economic development. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize the Office of Economic Vitality, Mega Ace Media, and the Black Business Expo Tallahassee for their visionary leadership, internationally recognized achievements, and steadfast commitment to fostering a stronger, more inclusive, and more resilient local economy. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated October 22nd, 2025. Vaughn Wilson, Mega Ace, congratulations once again. Layla, congratulations once again. Please. And of course.
Okay, I've spoken already, but thanks to Keith Bowers. We initially started with Christina Paredes, don't want to forget her. Darrell Jones was the glue for the whole Black Business Expo concept, and two people that actually work for Mega Ace as we're coming down the stretch to the Black Business Expo are Shanae Wilkes and LaTanya Raffington from OEV. They tell me what to do to make sure we don't forget anything and to make sure everything is done well. And as I go to my seat, I'm never good at talking about myself, but I want to commend Tallahassee Police Department and Tallahassee Fire Department for an amazing job during FAMU Homecoming. Thank you.
Bora, Gina, if you'll please come join us. Now, look, I know you're stressing out, but you got to realize all of us that have been here with kids, we think this is adorable. So just first child. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the Office of Economic Vitality serves as the economic development arm of the City of Tallahassee, Leon County, dedicated to building a resilient, inclusive, and innovative local economy. And whereas at the direction of the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency Board of Directors, OEV awarded $1.75 million in gap financing to Demerel International to complete the SOMO Walls project after Hurricane Michael and the COVID-19 pandemic created unforeseen cost escalations. And whereas the SOMO Walls development became a catalyst for the revitalization of the South Monroe Corridor, fueling small business growth, empowering local artists, creating new jobs, and strengthening neighborhood identity and pride. And whereas the project far exceeded anticipated economic outcomes, generating 47 permanent jobs, nearly $1.8 million in annual wages and income, and $6 million in ongoing economic output. And whereas Demerel International advanced diversity and inclusion by voluntarily adopting a 35% participation goal for minority women and small business enterprises and working with OEV's MWSBE division to identify certified firms, which ultimately earned $1.7 million through the project. And whereas the development integrated sustainability through innovative building practices, Florida-friendly landscaping, and in an addition of 1,200 linear feet of new sidewalks to improve walkability. And whereas community voices were centered in the planning process through public forums and workshops, ensuring the project addressed the needs and aspirations of local residents. And whereas Tallahassee's artistic identity was celebrated through the Walls Art Collection, which showcased local talent and infused the project with cultural expression. And whereas the International Economic Development Council, the world's largest organization serving economic developers, honors projects that exemplify excellence in strengthening communities and transforming economies. And whereas OEV, in partnership with Demerol International and its co-owner, Bura Demerol, has received the IEDC Gold Excellence in Economic Development Award for Real Estate Development and Reuse, recognizing Somo Walls as a transformative redevelopment that reimagined the underutilized property into a vibrant hub of business, art, and community life. And whereas this international recognition affirms the City of Tallahassee's commitment to bold redevelopment, economic vitality, and the creation of spaces that reflect the spirit, diversity, and resiliency of our community. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize the Office of Economic Vitality and Demerol International for their vision, leadership, and dedication in advancing the economic and cultural vibrancy of Tallahassee, and encourage all residents to join in celebrating the success and impact of this transformational project. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated October 22nd, 2025. Hold your applause for just a second. Bura, I'm going to ask you also to touch on your story, the other awards that you have won, the food award your chef has won, and ladies and gentlemen, while you are looking at the award-winning business side of Demerol International that has been recognized, you are looking at the architect who designed the entire city block for redevelopment, Ms. Gina Khan, as well. This truly is a family affair, ladies and gentlemen, Bura Demerol. Oh, hardware too.
Thank you. I typed something very brief. I just would like to thank Mayor Daly and the rest of the City Commission for this proclamation. And believing the long-term vision of our project, overall, the acknowledgement by the International Economic Development Council is the further recognition of our project and the fact that public investment was put in the right place. We are honored, my team, on behalf of my team, on behalf of Gina's team, we are honored and humbled to receive this award alongside with Office of Economic Vitality. I would like to thank Director Keith Bowers and Deputy Director Daryl Jones for all the things they have done for us, and they held our hand throughout the project and helped us with the paperwork and all the other applications. We appreciate everybody else that became part of our project and so this project through. Like Mayor Daly mentioned, our project's been getting awards previously. We received an award from Urban Land Institute for the projects of North Florida, under 20 million projects category. We received local recognitions from AIA local chapter, Florida.
The architects, right?
That's right. That's right. American Institute of Architects. We received recognition from the Caribbean magazine. Most recently, the restaurant that we have on property, the Monroe, received the Taste of the South Award, top 50 food locations in the South Award. So I'm very honored. I have a big team behind us. We have about 68 people working at the Monroe and another 7 working at the distillery that we have on site, and everybody's very excited about this. I just would like to thank again the City Commission for this great honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we are staging for a picture, Mr. Daryl Jones, our Director of the Office of Economic Vitality, MWBE Director. Please.
Thank you, Mayor Daly, Commissioners, City Manager Reese Gold, and to everyone in their respective positions. Most simply, the Office of Economic Vitality is grateful to have persons in our community like Bora and like Vaughn who make it easy for us to make these investments. I want to salute our City Commission as well as our Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency Board of Directors. If you want to know a person or a community's values, look at their checkbook. And if you look at our checkbook, our community has been intentional about making investments in small businesses like these because we realize that they are the engine that creates jobs in our local community. Vaughn Wilson, through his Black Business Expo, making the connections for our firms create jobs. And Bora and his project created jobs, both temporary jobs in construction, where he set the goal himself at 35% MWSBE utilization. You may applaud. Jobs, but then using that same space to serve as an incubator for other businesses to now be on the south side of Tallahassee, again, creating jobs. It is that intentional investment by the City Commission, by OEV, and by the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency that creates jobs for our local community. And this award, on behalf of our director, Keith Bowers, who is present, is at the IEDC meeting. From all of us in OEV, we thank you for enabling and empowering us where we can help our businesses and our community to create more jobs. Thank you.
Seems to be a little bit of applesauce left if anybody's interested. Just come see me later. Okay, that was a great way to start the meeting. Let's jump right in. Do we have any announcements to come before us, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Do we have any appearances by other governmental agencies to come before us today?
No, sir.
We are on the consent agenda. 8.07 has been pulled. Have any other items been pulled?
8.11, I believe, sir, has been deleted.
Deleted, correct. So we have one pulled, one deleted. Jim, do we have any public comment on any other item?
No comment on consent.
Okay, sounds good.
Move consent agenda.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem has properly moved the consent agenda, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 9.01, previously 8.07. Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks approval to market 4.54 acres on Capitol Circle Northwest for sale through an open market solicitation. This property was acquired originally by our electric and gas department for its use. The remainder of the property, the city departments have been asked if there's any use, city use for that. We have not determined any use, and we have received numerous inquiries as to whether or not the city would like to sell it. We're seeking the city commission's approval to market it.
Okay, Commissioner Porter, before we come to Commissioner Porter, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir, we do
Okay,
not.
Commissioner Porter, you pulled the item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if the city manager could speak to who has shown interest in this property.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask our real estate director, Robert Culverhouse, he would have been the one to field those inquiries.
Mr. Culverhouse?
As far as the development type, we don't have any specifics on that, but we've had a number of local real estate brokers on behalf of their clients show some interest in purchasing the property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I understand that there may have not been a need identified by departments, and I pulled this from consent because although no one would put this in the category of public land like our parks or other assets, I just think it's a best practice that this come to the commission for discussion. Commissioners might have ideas, taxpayers and residents might have ideas about use for public property or this property. That's all for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you speak, Mr. Manager, to the zoning of that parcel, or what will be allowed to be built there?
Sure. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, again, if Mr. Culverhouse, are you aware of the zoning of this particular parcel?
Current zoning on the property is commercial parkway. CP district allows for a wide range of intensities and densities of properties ranging from commercial to, I believe, light industrial.
Okay. So a gas station could be permitted there?
That would be a better question for our growth management department or our planning department, but I'm not sure off the top of my head.
We have Mr. Reddick here to help answer the question. Thank you, Mr. Culverhouse.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. To answer the question, yes, a gas station will be allowed in that zoning district. To equate it to other areas of town, that's generally what you see, for example, on Capitol Circle, that zoning district. So think of general commercial intensities and uses allowed in those corridors.
Okay. And do you, off the top of your head, do you know the buffer between the houses behind it, if it was a gas station?
It would generally, for intensive commercial uses like that, and then lower residential uses, lower density residential uses, unless there's something unique to the property, which I don't believe there is, it'd be about a 30-foot buffer at least. That'd be our minimum, but it varies depending on some nuances, depending on how you landscape it and things like that, but at a minimum width, it'd be 30 feet.
Okay. Thank you. I'll support the item today to put it out to see what interest there is, but reserve my right to object to this sale if it doesn't seem like it's compatible with the neighborhood next to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that a motion for approval?
Move option number 1 is recommended by staff.
It's been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Any other items to come before us under consent?
No, sir.
All right, we're on City Commission 10.01 Code Magistrate Ratification. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. The city's Municipal Code Enforcement Board has 7 members appointed by the City Commission, as well as 7 magistrates appointed by the city manager. This item recommends ratification of the city manager's appointment of Andrea Jones to seat 10, Richard DeRabi to seat 14, and Frank Powell to seat 15 as code magistrates. Each of those would serve out the unexpired portion of a current term. If appointed, Ms. Jones's term will expire in May of 28. Mr. DeRabi's will expire in May of 27. And Mr. Powell's will expire in May of 26, at which time he would continue for a full term through May 31st of 2029. The item's here for your ratification.
Great. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. Colleagues,
Move acceptance.
Second.
it's been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 10.02. Mr. Cook.
Item 10.02 recommends reappointment of Travis Diggs to seat 6 on the city's Environmental Board. His current term expires October 31st of this year. He's obviously eligible and interested in being reappointed to a term which will commence November 1st and then expire October 31st of 2028.
Great. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues,
Move acceptance.
Second.
been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Item 10.03, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.03 concerns the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Renee Williams has a term which has expired and is not interested in reappointment, so staff recommends the appointment of Audrey Kidwell to a term that would commence on October 22nd, today, and expire on September 30th of 2027. at which time she would be eligible to serve one additional term.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Commissioner Porter, are you still our representative on the commission?
No, Mr. Mayor, I've never been. It's always
Who's
been.
our representative? Commissioner Richardson, you're our representative. Would you like to make the motion?
I would, I'm sorry. I would like to move that we accept the staff recommendation on option number 1.
All right, staff recommendation for option number 1 has been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson.
Second.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Cook, do we have any more appointments to come before the board at this time?
No, sir.
We're on the introduction of ordinance 11.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 25-Z-22, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as General Commercial District C2 on the official zoning map from official residential to zoning district OR2 on 2.05 acres located at 1709 Mahan Drive, providing for conflicts and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1 to introduce ordinance number 25Z-22 and set the first and only public hearing for November 19, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
Excellent. Mr. Cook, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
No action is needed except for to simply ratify the introduction. Is there a motion for ratification?
So move.
Second.
Moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 11.02, Madam Attorney.
Item number 11.02 is the introduction of ordinance number 25-0-24, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 10 of the Land Development Code, revising permitted principal uses for the C1, C2, and CP zoning districts, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 25-0-24, and set the first public hearing for November 19, 2025 at 6 p.m., and the second and final public hearing for December 10, 2025 at 6 p.m., both in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Mayor, as an introduction of ordinance, we'll take the speakers of the public hearing, which will be held as announced by the attorney.
Still just figuring we have a full house. I didn't know if somebody showed up.
Understood.
Okay, there's no formal action to be taken except for to ratify the introduction. Is there a motion to that effect?
So move.
Second.
It has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 11.03, Mr. Clerk.
Item-
Excuse me,
That's
Madam
right.
Attorney.
Item number 11.03 is the introduction of ordinance number 25-0-25, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 5 of the Land Development Code concerning underground stormwater management facilities, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 25-0-25, and set the first and only public hearing for November 19, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. And no speakers from the public?
No, sir.
Wonderful. No action to be taken except for to ratify the introduction. Is there a proper motion?
So move.
Second.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. See no further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 11.04, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.04 is the introduction of ordinance number 25-0-26, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapters 1 and 10 of the Land Development Code concerning housing options within the multimodal transportation district, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 25-0-26, and set the first and only public hearing for November 19, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. There is no public comment on this item, and there is no formal action to be taken, but is there a motion to ratify the introduction of the ordinance?
So move.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any more introductions of ordinances to come before the commission today?
No, sir.
Great. point of personal privilege before we get into policy formation and direction. I meant to do this earlier. I want to give a big warm welcome. We have a few scouts that are here. If you'll please stand to be recognized, working on a merit badge in government and civics. I am a big scout dad with 2 scouts myself, one working on his Eagle project. It is great to have you here. Thanks for all that you're doing. I also want to introduce Commissioner Curtis Richardson, who serves on the board of directors for the Swanee River Annual Area Council. He's one of the big bosses in Scouts, and last year was awarded the highest award given to a Scout leader in our community. But we're real proud of you. Congratulations, and thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry I forgot. And if you're around, in another couple hours when we break, or if you have any questions and you want to follow up with us, we'll be more than happy to spend time with you too, okay? We're under policy formation and direction, 12.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me invite Director Ashley Edwards and Dr. Erin Myers forward. They're going to share some really good information with you, but let me first tease this. We're really pleased to share that the John G. Riley House and Museum, which has been part of our Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Affairs Department for now several years, has been selected as a featured destination on the Florida Department of Transportation's Great Florida Road Trip, which highlights more than 100 historic landmarks and heritage sites that showcase Florida's rich history, culture, and unique stories. Ashley and Edwards and Dr. Erin Myers are here to share more information about this designation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Commissioners, we are so excited today to have received this honor. It is truly a testament to the work that our staff is doing at this facility, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention, of course, the legacy that was established by our Executive Director Emerita, Althemise Pemberton Barnes. But Aaron Myers and his staff are doing a tremendous job living up to that legacy and upholding those standards, and receiving a recognition like this is just, it's exciting for us, and it's a great acknowledgement of their work. With that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Myers and ask him to tell you a little bit more about the recognition.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, excited to see you all again. We're excited about the Florida Road Trip Project and our grant, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But allow me to kind of backtrack a little bit and show how we got here. And I'm using this clicker for the first time, so we'll see how this works. The National Initiative America 250 was established to oversee the official year-long commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. The 2025 Florida legislature allocated $1 million for grants supporting America 250 projects and programs, which brings us to the Florida Department of Transportation, who just launched their Florida Road Trip, highlighting over 100 historic landmarks and heritage sites across the state. I'm holding the handbook in my hand here. There are 103 locations highlighted, at least one in every county. There are 4 here locally: the historic Capitol, FSU, Mission San Luis, and of course, we are delighted that the John G. Riley House was selected as one of the 4 sites. I alerted Ms. Barnes. I talked to her a couple of hours ago. She rode right over to pose next to the sign. She rides by once a week just to say hello, and she's right, and she sends me a text. Sometimes she comes in. But anyway, she's there for the sign. All right. The road trip guidebooks will be available in all welcome centers, service plazas, and rest areas in the state by the end of October. The road trip, along with an interactive map, will also be featured on the website america250florida.com. We are already reaching record visitation numbers, and so we're very excited about the visitors that's going to bring to the museum. I mentioned our grant. We also submitted an America 250 Florida grant through our foundation and have received funds to include interpretive panels on African-American soldiers who fought during the American Revolutionary War and our upcoming exhibit. Those panels are currently being developed. We worked on them today, and we look forward to seeing you all on January 29th next year when this exhibit opens to the public. So let me know if you have any questions.
Exciting. Y'all are doing amazing work. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you all so very much.
I have a question. Question, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I know the answer to this, Dr. Myers, but I'm sure that Visit Tallahassee is going to help us to promote this as well.
Absolutely. They're great partners, community partners, and they have been fantastic.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Dr. Myers, seriously, y'all are doing amazing work, and we really do appreciate it. Altamise has done a tremendous job with the foundation of the Riley House and the museum in getting to where it is, and then you have just taken the baton to the next level, and we cannot tell you how much we appreciate it.
Thank you, and what a foundation, right, to build on. So we appreciate it. Thank you all for the support as well. Couldn't do it without you.
Yep. And Ashley Edwards, once again, you are the preeminent director of Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Affairs in the United States. You do an absolutely amazing job, and this is just yes. And thank you. Any questions, comments? We just simply need a motion to accept the report as presented.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 12.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks the Commission's approval to award a construction contract for the construction of the rental car quick turnaround service facility at the Tallahassee International Airport. The existing facilities are outdated, undersized, and need to be replaced. This project, if authorized, will be awarded to Rycon Construction Incorporated as the recommended provider. David Pollard, our airport director, is here to answer any questions you might have on this item.
Excellent. David, any additional comments on the item?
I can, Mayor, if you'd like, I can run you through a very quick presentation just that shows the elements of the project. But basically, it's all in the agenda item with respect to the award of the construction bid, the bid alternates that's included. That adds EV chargers to the project, as well as the contingency amount. I'm oftentimes talking to the commissioners and mayor and leadership about aging infrastructure and site readiness. So certainly, as we pull this together, working in partnership with our rental car agencies, this project sets the stage for the future. We've worked with them to design the project, and certainly we will be setting the stage for the next round of rental car agencies that will come into the airport as a part of this project. This project also includes the demolition of the existing facilities. Once we get them transitioned over, it will include the demolition and environmental remediation of the existing site if there's anything identified environmentally. So, but with that, it'll be funded and paid for by the CFC, the customer facility charge that's assessed to each rental car agency out there in transaction. We will be working with Treasurer Clerk's office to assemble the necessary loan to complete the remainder of the project. But it's on this site. You know that we've been working on the site development right there at the Lake Bradford neighborhood. We now have the traffic signal working with the road project there. And so everything's coming together very nicely. Our strategic priorities that set the stage for future cargo apron expansion and things of that nature. So we've effectively built the roadway network to the facility. We've developed the site. We've got conduits in the ground prepped and ready for EV chargers and things of that nature. So we're ready to go, and the rental car agencies are ready to go. We've worked with them. They helped identify this site originally, so that's how we got to this site. So with that, I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues, let's open it up for discussion. Motions.
Move for staff recommendation.
Second.
Been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
We're on item number 12.03. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. Let me invite Assistant City Manager Christian Doolin and Director Robert Culverhouse forward for this item. Assistant City Manager Doolin has a presentation. This item seeks approval from the City Commission for the sale of the Capital City Golf Course parcel at 833 Santa Rosa Drive in the amount of $1.255 million to the Capital City Country Club. Also seeking authorization for myself or a designee to execute the documents to complete the transaction. At this time, let me ask Assistant City Manager Doolin to walk through the presentation.
Thank you.
Doolin.
Mayor and Commissioners, and before beginning, I'd also like to acknowledge that Fred Baggett, the president of the Capital City Country Club, is here to represent the organization on their behalf. This item recommends for your consideration the sale of the Capital City Golf Course for $1.2 million, including the purchase and sale package we've attached that has layers of restrictions, easements, and agreements to do what the commission directed and what we've been hearing from the neighborhoods over the past few weeks, which would include, in perpetuity, preserving the historic cemetery and commemorative site, and restricting the property to golf course use in perpetuity, all as discussed at the September Commission meeting. The item also includes details on the installation of the memorial project, the commemorative site that will honor the lives of those buried at the Plantation Cemetery on the property. That would include materials and completed purchases that have been done, including historic markers, fences, and interpretive panels. That also includes in the item details on the project schedules and tasks that would be completed with a plan to complete that memorial by March. Since the last meeting and at your direction, staff have obtained an appraisal report of the 178-acre parcel in the amount of $1.2 million. That represents the market value of the property as a golf course only. That assumes the restrictions and covenants that have been attached with the item that was discussed at the last meeting, and that would limit the future use of this property to only use as a golf course, as discussed. That's also consistent with a majority of the neighborhood feedback that we've received over the last few weeks and the terms of the lease that are in place today. At the same time, staff has run through the traditional steps of the real estate policy. That would include notices to over 600 residents, 1,000 feet from the golf course. It would include signs posted around the property. It would include posting on our website, as well as in local media outlets. And today, roughly 20 responses have been received that have either been, they've been in favor of retaining city ownership or in favor of a sale with the restrictions that we will talk about today. It also includes emphasis on preventing future development and also unanimous recommendation to properly honor the lives of those that are buried on site at the cemetery area. I've been in ongoing communication also with the neighborhood associations of Myers Park and Woodland Drive. They are here today, and I'd like to thank Mr. Rawling, the president, as well as Mr. Blair, for their continued open lines of communication over the past few weeks. They provided great feedback, which I'm going to detail before getting to the recommendations in the item. And they've also provided position statements, which are attached in the item there. I will give a summary, but those are there in their full detail. Those statements are that share the same roughly 2 to 3 goals, which are perpetual use of the property as a golf course, preserving the property's natural features in the scenic open space, as well as honoring those that are buried and the lives of those from the plantation that are on the property in the cemetery area. The position statements include several recommendations, which I'm going to run through now. That would include a preference for city ownership or provisional support for a sale with a number of restrictions. Those would include strong support, again, for the implementation of the commemorative site and the management by the city of that site in perpetuity, a change in zoning. Today, the zoning is residential preservation 2. This would, the recommendation is to change that zoning to open space. The inclusion of the course and commemoration site on the Myers Park Historic District list, a conservation easement over the property that would be subject to judicial review for extinguishment, covenants for the perpetual operation of this property as an 18-hole golf course, partnerships with FAMU's varsity golf team for use on the golf course, access for non-members to play, as well as a right to repurchase or a reversion clause in the instance that Capital City was under foreclosure. Taking all of that feedback, as well as the feedback and the direction that the commission gave at the last meeting, staff, including real estate department, the attorney's office under their review, have put together strong structure and layers of guarantees for your consideration that would be associated with, Dante, could you advance it? Thank you. that would be associated with this for your consideration. Again, all with those same goals that the Neighborhood Association brought forward, that you brought forward, of preserving the perpetual use as a golf course, commemorating the lives of those buried on the property, and preserving the natural and scenic open space. We've included multiple deed restrictions and easements in the package, and these would include a deed restriction requiring that this property would be permanently operated as an 18-hole golf course, a deed reservation that would reserve city commission authorization of any future transfer of this land that's attached to the item, a permanent utility easement over the property, another easement that would in the form of an agreement that would complete a zoning change from RP2 to open space. Yet another one for the perpetual use as a golf course. It would require an 18-hole golf course in perpetuity. That would further undergird the deed restriction, and the way that would happen is an easement would usually be subject to statutory review, whereby this is an agreement between both parties that this would be the case in perpetuity. That would run with the land. And finally, an easement for the cemetery and the memorial site for the permanent protection of that area and the city's ability to install, maintain, repair, and replace all of the infrastructure as part of the design that you've all been briefed on, and providing public access to that area, just like our parks, in perpetuity. Now, Dante, if that doesn't work, there we go. Whoop, there we go. Can you advance it once? There you go. When you compare this portfolio, all of these layers of protections that are associated with the sale versus what the protections exist to affect the use of this golf course and the protection of the cemetery today, what we've been able to put together at the neighborhood's urging, the feedback of the public, and your direction is significantly stronger in terms of affecting protection of the land, protection of the scenic open space, and preserving that area. This item also includes an agreement that was signed since the last meeting between Capital City and FAMU. That's an MOU that would do several things. The MOU for hosting collegiate golf tournaments once the investments made to restore the land to a championship course condition, making the course available for the FAMU golf team for practice, in addition to hosting events and fundraisers that would benefit the FAMU student body, and for both organizations to collaborate on programs that would benefit the community as well as the City of Tallahassee. And finally, as I mentioned before, the item has details regarding the implementation of the commemoration site. That would include the ongoing coordination that staff has been having with the club. It would anticipate the implementation in March. It also includes some of the budget, an estimated cost of a little over $100,000. Some of which has already been used acquiring and purchasing the historic marker, the interpretive panels, and the fencing that would mark off the cemetery area. A staff recommendation is for the sale of the property for $1.255 million. That would include also all of the restrictions and easements associated with the purchase and sale agreement. We are here for any questions that you might have.
All right, do we have any questions, clarification? Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Christian, we talked yesterday about the, let me just make sure I'm not a golfer, the tee box, and removing that or guarding the cemetery site from intrusion by golfers who are using that tee box. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, sir. We've looked at the survey where the dogs were, the dog spots were done, as well as the ground penetrating radar hits, and the committee that had been considering that information in the survey and the design of the land, the design that they put together. That wall would mark off the cemetery area.
Okay.
As well. We've had discussions with Mr. Baggett, who is also is open and flexible for how that would need to be moved. The easement for the cemetery and the commemorative site would allow us the ability to install and maintain that as we need.
And the fence or wall would prohibit any intrusion by golf carts or golfers walking across?
That's right. The area, if you would look at the area and the design as was presented, I want to say here, there's a fence that that would mark off that gravesite. That was presented back in several years ago to the commission.
Okay.
It was put together by the preservationists, archaeologists, historians, and city staff that were all a part of that committee.
That's all I had, Mr.
Excellent. Any other questions before we get into public comment? All right, Mr. Clerk, first of all, how many public speakers do we have? And then I think it'd be appropriate to start off with the two presidents of the neighborhood associations and Mr. Baggett, and then let it represent in the country club, and then let it flow from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 16 speakers, and I'm not sure if I have a form from each of the neighborhood presidents. I know I have Mr. Blair's. And so why don't we start with him, and then we'll move on. And so if Mr. Blair,
Mr. President. Okay. All right. Sounds great. Mr. Blair, you going to speak on behalf of the neighborhood association? Okay.
and Mr. Blair is well familiar, but for all of the others who are here, each speaker will have 3 minutes for remarks. You'll, at 2.5 minutes, have the light in front of the mayor turn from green to yellow. I'll also give you a heads up that you have 30 seconds remaining, and your time will expire at 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I want to thank commissioners and thank the city staff for, working on this with us. First, I would like to make a few points still. Obviously, I'm not going to go into all the reasons why we think the city should retain the property. I think I've probably sent 10 or 12 different versions over a period of time. There are a few remaining questions. I think first is selling public property should always be done after a thorough vetting with the community. I think that was clearly lacking here. There should have been forums and opportunities to discuss the community's perspectives, and that should have been taken into consideration before any final decision. That did not happen here, and I'm sorry that didn't. I think we're lacking for that. I don't think there was as much transparency as there could have been in the process. It happened very quickly. We found out about it days before the September 17th meeting and had a scramble, and then it's only a month later and it's being sold. So that's it's up for sale. It's a very quick process for the community to deal with. The other thing that kind of confuses me is that section 136.06(6) of the city's adopted real estate policy says, it is the policy of the city to maintain ownership of public land which is used for passive or active recreation. So I'm a little confused about why that doesn't apply here. But I'm not going to go into a lot of stuff, but I do want to make a few important points. Obviously, we would prefer the property remain in the public hands. We think this is an important, beautiful piece of property that the South Side should have as part of their portfolio as a connection between Cascades Park, Jack McLean Park, Myers Park, FAMU Way, the blueprint corridor that goes all the way down essentially to St. Mark's if you take the St. Mark's Trail, as well as the Smoky Hollow Franklin Street corridor, which connects to Park Avenue. So that would be a beautiful corridor that we would really like to see. We're satisfied with it remaining as a golf course as long as it does. This is the biggest point. I appreciate Mr. Doolin's response. I still don't see, I do believe that the golf course provisions are there. I do believe that the protection of the memorial is there, but I do not believe that even vaguely is the prevention of development there. I have analyzed the language in great detail, every single provision from both the purchase and sale agreement as well as the perpetual use agreement, and there's really nothing that prevents development. The only action that's going to be done in that regard is to change the zoning from RP2 to open space, which is consistent with what's in the future land use of the plan. What's to prevent somebody from changing it back? Any savvy developer could do that. If Capital City Country Club were to use the property as collateral and then go bankrupt at some point and it was foreclosed on, whoever the lender was would then realize they have a very valuable piece of property, and that could potentially be sold to a developer, and the zoning changed or the comp plan changed and it developed. We really would like to see much stronger provisions that clarify that as every commissioner here has said, they did not want to see this property developed. If that was true, I would sleep a little easier. I do not feel that's covered. There should be a There's no word such as irrevocable or binding in perpetuity in that agreement, and that is lacking. I would ask the commission respectfully to postpone action on this until the next meeting and direct staff to revise the language to make it clear.
Sorry, you're at 3 minutes.
All right, make
Sorry
it
if I didn't
clear
give you
that
the
there
heads
should
up
be no
earlier, but-
development. Sorry?
I apologize, I didn't give you the heads up. I was trying to manage all the speakers coming up. Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. I put, unfortunately, medicine in my eyes, and I can't see
That's
the
okay.
light, so.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Jennifer Meyer. Is that the correct name for the Woodland Drive president? Oh, okay. No, I had a wrong name. That's part of what I was trying to solve, Mayor. I don't have that name, so I don't know if we have that speaker. We'll go ahead then and take Charlie Benz.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, my name is Charlie Benz. I've been living in the city for, next week it'll be 20 years exactly. When I moved here, I knew two people, neither of them were golfers. I've been playing since I've been 11, 66 years I've been playing. So the first thing I did is I found out what courses are available to me. Public courses, Hylaman 18 holes, Jake Gaither 9, FSU Seminole Golf Course, the Don Beller. Those three courses. There was also the little par 3, Cross Creek. There were semi-privates at Southwood. Capital City was private. At that time, there were 160,000 people living in Tallahassee. PGA says 11% of Americans play golf. So we had like 17,000 golfers at that time 20 years ago. Today, we're 205,000 in our population, over 20,000 golfers. Yet we don't have the same amount of golf. Seminole course has been taken away from us. Cross Creek closed. We have Hylaman, and we have Jake Gaither. We have Southwood, but it's semi-private, and membership has exploded when Killarn went to their exorbitant prices. Capital City, they've gone private, semi-private, private, semi-private. It's tough to get a tee time. Members have priority to play golf. Bottom line is, Tallahassee is a golf desert. We need another municipal golf course. We have one. This is going to get worse every year because we keep growing. Eventually, the commission's going to have to say, we have to get another course. We have to build another course. To build another course would be $10 million. You own one, and you're thinking of selling it for $1.2 million? How foolish. The urgency of this. The urgency of this is what really irks me. I think it was September 11th, it was announced that they offered to buy. And 42 days later, we're considering selling this? It's a gem. What's the downside? You keep it, you get $1. It doesn't cost you anything.
You're at 30
to
seconds.
take care of their course. They're taking care of it. If they can't do it for $1 a year rent, then something's wrong. Keep the course. Keep it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Greg Uchuk, who is the Woodland Drive representative that I was trying to identify.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have to.
Yes, Gregory Uchuk, 1121 Sarasota Drive. This is my personal statement, not a statement on behalf of the neighborhood. The people of Tallahassee have been very generous to the Capital City Country Club, leasing 178 acres of prime downtown real estate to them for $1 per year for the last 69 years. If Capital City's business model cannot sustain itself under those financial conditions, then they should consider ceasing operations. Businesses fail each day for various reasons. Capital City should be treated no differently. As one who has played golf many times at Capital City over the years, I can personally attest to its natural beauty. It has rolling hills, elevation changes, beautiful trees, and wildlife habitat. It is a special piece of in-town nature that every Tallahassee citizen should be able to enjoy. If and when Capital City should cease operations, this land should revert back to the city and could easily be converted into a magnificent central park for all citizens to enjoy, especially those who reside on the south side. Tallahassee has an award-winning park system. Imagine how they could transform this property into an urban park and also preserve the enslaved people's cemetery. Can you envision a park where families, students, children, and visitors can congregate to enjoy the great outdoors? A park containing picnic tables, pavilions, biking trails, hiking trails, pickleball courts, disc golf, and the like. It would also have a natural connectivity to the South Side, FAMU, FSU, Cascades Park, and downtown. I strongly urge you to keep public land public by voting no on the sale of this property to Capital City and consider other options that would give all Tallahasseans the opportunity to enjoy this distinctive property. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, you had asked me to give the opportunity to Mr. Baggett to speak. I don't know if he wishes to speak or just is available to answer questions.
Mr. Baggett? Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Fred Baggett. I live at 1867 Miller Landing Road, and I serve as the president and chairman of the board of Capital City. I have heard a lot of talk about how beautiful Capital City is and the fact that the neighbors get such a benefit from being able to drive by and seeing the beautiful views at Capital City. And those beautiful views are because of the work that Capital City has done to make it a beautiful place. Now, the 99-year lease for $1, and I'm not here to argue. I'm really here to answer questions, but with the issues that I've heard raised, the way the city got title to the property is in 1935, Capital City Country Club gave it to them, deeded the land to the City of Tallahassee for $10 and other valuable considerations. And the city operated it until 1956. And at that time, there's a lot of talk about, oh my goodness, it was integration. I'm not here to talk about that. I will tell you that the city was losing money, hemorrhaging money on the operation of Capital City at that time, including a clubhouse that was falling down. And the country club bought it back for $1, didn't buy it back, leased it for that 99 years for the purpose of building a new clubhouse and a swimming pool and all the things that have been there since. The question was, well, let them run it into the ground and quit playing golf out there and turn it back to the city. Well, the city could make a park out of it. The city could also make it the one undeniable need of the South Side, affordable housing. There's nothing to restrict that, because if we default on the lease and it goes to the city, it goes without any restrictions. And we would all hate to see that. So the goal here is for Capital City to continue operating the golf course in perpetuity. And the documents that you've seen, 4 of them, call for the use of the property to be a golf course in perpetuity, and we are totally fine with that without development.
You have about 20 seconds.
So I will sit down and answer any questions you have either now or when you're finished.
Sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Baggett.
Pardon me?
I think we're good. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Matt Kopka, and then Cheryl Collier-Brown. Matt Kopka. Then Cheryl Collier-Brown. She'll be followed by Deborah Lawson.
Good afternoon. Cheryl Collier Brown, 217 West Brevard Street, 32301. I'm sitting here listening. I guess I'll be all night. But anyway, with the sale of Capital City Country Club, I've heard different things, but my main concern is how we're going to maintain the cemetery first and foremost. My next concern is why hasn't that started already, whether it's sold or not? Because it could have been done after they located and found that the graves were there. So what's been the hold up with that? I know it's been different things, but I'm not still clear on why. So that's one thing. Even if it's not sold or sold, you should start honoring the enslaved people that are buried there. Now, whatever, because it's there and it needs to be. We don't want to hear about golf carts driving over this, that, and the third. And I've had my newspaper here because I've been reading while you've been talking. So the next thing is, I agree with some of the things. $1, that's all they've had. And then now, what's the problem? We would like to know why you can't maintain it without you all purchasing it. What's the financial part of this? And I very seldom come up here and be adversarial, and I'm not trying to be, but I'm trying to get some clarification here. Not only for me, but for citizens who are not privy to everything that's going on. And you know I'm a very, very strong advocate of community conversation. And I don't think it's been done clear enough for some of the people in the community, especially on the south side. So that's what my main concern is. If you're gonna do it, okay, but open it up so people can get a better understanding of what's going on here. You have your meetings at 9 o'clock. Luckily, I'm able to come because I'm retired if I'm not subbing, but we still need some open conversation so people can understand better and maybe accept it better of what you all are trying to do with this property and the other issue that we would discuss at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Deborah Lawson, followed by Kevin McGordy. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll remind folks who are here, if someone is speaking and says what you like and you applaud, you're cutting into their time of saying exactly what you want to hear.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Nobody's going to applaud for me, I'm sure of it. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for hearing me today. For purposes of what I'm going to say, I want to assume that people like Mr. Baggett and the other members of the country club really do have a love for the club, just like a lot of us do, and that their goal is to improve and make a success of the golf course. But nobody has answered a question that just keeps eating at me, which is if it's been a struggle for those, all of these years when they've got the property for basically free, to make a success of the club and to be able to make improvements that need to be made. Everybody knows golf courses are high maintenance. Then how, by borrowing all the money that they're going to need, A, to buy it, and then to make the improvements, and then how are they going to afford it then? I mean, is it going to cost $500 to play golf? I mean, I don't know. It sounds upside down to me. It doesn't make, the dollars don't make sense. And what scares me about that is that the result will be exactly what all of us don't want, that the property's going to be leveraged, there's going to be a mortgage, somebody's going to foreclose, and that person could be a D.R. Horton or some big developer who has all the money in the world to go through the courts and change whatever they want to change and build a big development on that golf course. So, nobody has really answered the question, how does this financially make sense? As you know, Woodland Drive is where I live. We really are not excited about it being sold. And I really appreciate Mr. Doolin for working with us, trying to address our issues. But as Mr. Blair said, I think that if there is a perpetual agreement, it has to be irrevocable. And if it's not irrevocable, it can be changed. And I don't think perpetuity means the same thing as irrevocable. We'd like the commission to postpone their action to
You have
give
about 30 seconds.
people more time to develop documents, if you insist on going forward with this, that will ensure that all of those bad scenarios can't happen when you guys are no longer sitting in those chairs, and whoever else is. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kevin McGordy, and then Delatry Hollinger.
Kevin McGordy, 411 Oakland Avenue, Myers Park Historic District. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's nice to be back in this chamber after a long hiatus. I want to thank the city manager, his staff, and the real estate division. They have really rolled up their sleeves to try to get to the concept of perpetuity. And I'm sorry to say it's not there yet. There's one final step missing. The neighborhood associations are on record of not wanting to see this land sold, and that's fair and reasonable. But if this community and this board is going to sell the land, it should only do so with a reverter clause, and that's what's missing in these documents. Right now, the only thing that's ironclad is that the city commission would have the ability to approve the sale and redevelopment of the property. I can tell you, we're not always going to have a city commission like this where all of you have gone on record to say you don't want to see it develop. I think the Capital City Country Club has done a great job in maintaining the property, but that doesn't ensure the continued use of it. This is 180 acres of prime green space in our downtown area. Where the hell are we going to get this again? With the growth that this community is going to experience over the next 20 and 30 years, to sell it for a little bit more than $1 million without these insurances, I think is foolhardy. I have an experience of saving 160,000 acres of land in 100 transactions with tall timbers. I can tell you it's a serious negotiation, but more importantly, it's a serious responsibility to make sure that there's public accountability and confidence in the sale of this. And thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Delatry Hollinger. He'll be followed by Kathleen Powers-Conti.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Delatry Hollinger, 750 Wells Street, Tallahassee. I serve as president of the National Association for the Preservation of African American History and Culture. 200 slaves, 69 years, $69. Commissioners, I implore you today not to sell 178 acres of taxpayer-owned prime real estate in downtown Tallahassee to the Capital City Country Club, a nonprofit organization, for a mere $1.2 million. Such an act would be an even more egregious undertaking than the racist $1-a-year, 99-year leasing agreement enacted in February 1956, following a November 1955 U.S. Supreme Court ruling outlawing segregation on municipally owned golf courses. Under no circumstances should the 200 slaves whose blood, sweat, tears, and toil built this city be included in such a sale. We have been lauded thrice by being designated as an All-America city by the National Civic League, and yet We are willing participants in the continued posthumous degradation of human lives, not afforded dignity nor respect while they were alive. They were sold on the auction blocks of Leon County, and now we were willing to sell them again. While there is a perpetual use agreement attached to the agenda item restricting the property's use to that of a golf course, no such restriction exists for the cemetery. What is included is a document prepared by the city's real estate management division entitled Cemetery Commemoration and Maintenance Agreement. If you read this agreement, Section 7 says, and I quote, "In the event the commemoration site and all of its ancillary infrastructure is removed, the city will restore the affected areas to their original condition, at which point this agreement will automatically terminate." End quote. This clause alone essentially gives the country club carte blanche to say at any time, we no longer wish to have this memorial here, so let's just remove it. And the city would be liable for all costs associated with restoring the grounds to their original condition, and the agreement at that time would be null and void. It is an inherently worthless document. Furthermore, I'd be interested in knowing why Florida A&M University's golf team hasn't been allowed to use the country club greens for the last 69 years. Why is it all of a sudden important in 2025 to afford FAMU this opportunity? How many African Americans currently serve on the country club's board of directors? How many of their representatives are here today? Commissioners, opt to be on the right side of history today and oppose this sale. If you cannot oppose the sale, please subdivide the property and remove the cemetery from this sale so that it remains in public hands.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Kathleen Powers Conti, followed by Alda Balthrop Lewis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dr. Kathleen Powers Conti, and I live at 329 Remington Run Loop. I'm an internationally recognized historian that frequently works with cities around the world to deal with the problems that you guys are dealing with today. I thought it was very interesting at the start of today that we talked about all of the cities that we wish we were recognized as. You know what all of them have in common? They have actually functioning historic preservation divisions within their planning department. They get tons of money from the city. They get actual employees that are full-time employees. They get budgets. They get all of these things. And that's why people like those cities. That's why people travel to those cities. That's why people want to live in those cities. I'm continually shocked that Tallahassee repeatedly insists on not doing what we know works in other cities. That is at the heart of this issue with the golf course, right? And the fact that we have the graves of the enslaved people. And I don't need to stand here and tell you the absolute horrors that these men, women, and children endured at the hands of others in Tallahassee that enslaved them. But I am frankly shocked that in all of these conversations, no one at the country club, no one in the city commission is actually looking to find the descendants of those people buried there. And I ask you, Mayor Daley, where are your ancestors buried? How do you want your ancestors' graves treated? And I think the fact that we are not involving the people whose voice should be number one in this sale, right, which it shouldn't happen, but number one, the people whose voices matter is only the descendants of the enslaved people who are buried there. And if you do not forefront them, you will go down in history as the people that are continuing to enact the violence against these humans who deserve the utmost respect in their final resting place, that you are choosing today to deny them. If you were operating above board, if you were doing the right thing, this would be done with full transparency. You are not. You are rushing it through. You are not doing full historic report. You are not doing all of the things that any city that wanted to do the right thing would do. And again, this is my home. I love Tallahassee. I have a child. I want to raise it here. I don't want to live in a city that the city commissioners and the country club think that this is okay. And the fact that we are even having this conversation today shows a complete lack of understanding of whose voice should be primary, and the fact that the city has not taken any effort to locate the descendant community speaks volumes to the priorities of this city. You want to be a city that tourists go to, like Memphis, right? Houston, all the other cities that you mentioned, you have a choice and a chance to do the right thing, and I hope that you actually make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Alda Balthrop Lewis, followed by Coral Sheave.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please.
Alda Balthrop Lewis, North Calhoun Street. I'm here to say the same thing I would say to anyone considering selling this land in this location at this time at this price. That seems like a very strange financial decision. All the more so since the land that you're selling doesn't belong to you. These 178 acres have always belonged to the people of the city of Tallahassee, and we have been making it known that this is so for decades. I told you in September that my grandmother was Clifton Lewis, a civic-minded woman born in this town. She died in 2013, and I've been reading about her in the Tallahassee Democrat archives in preparation for this meeting. She opposed the country club's lease of the land from the 1950s, and she spoke out against it again and again and again. She rejected the social segregation the lease represented in our city. In the 1970s, she threatened to sue to void the lease. In 1978, she said, "We are paying for a private, basically segregated situation. I don't care if people want to mess around in clubs and do their stupid little things with their own money, but when it comes to hard-earned tax money supporting them, I think that is just a disgrace." That's what she said. In 1993, she asked candidates for city commission, among them my father, Van Lewis, whether, if elected, they would seek to break the lease. Van Lewis said, "I don't see how a lease drawn up for illegal purposes can be legal." Now, the sale you are considering today would end the lease. And I have to think cutting ties with our segregationist history is part of the appeal. I can very much understand the appeal of that. I'm happy to hear that Capital City Country Club is collaborating with FAMU to do more to involve the community, and I am so eager to see the people who were enslaved in Tallahassee and buried in this place properly remembered, and their descendants tried to be found. Their work for our community was stolen, and the least we can do is appropriately honor their memory. I can also recognize the significant commitment to land care that the club has maintained over the century it has served as custodian of this beautiful parcel. And like many residents here, I want this land preserved for wildlife and recreation. A growing city needs urban green space that is open to the public to make density livable.
You're at 30 seconds.
But it does the public no favors to sell the land. It seems the rationale for the sale is the financial needs of the club. I do not see how supporting the financial needs of the club is a public duty for us as citizens of Tallahassee. And I request that more information about the financial circumstances that support this sale be made public before any movement on the issue. I honestly can't understand what the benefit of the sale is to the public, and I'm asking you to retain ownership of the property in trust for us. Nothing human is
You're at 3
eternal,
minutes.
including golf.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Coral Sheave is next, followed by Deborah Desilets.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Coral Sheavy. I live in Woodland Drives. I'm also a neighborhood association member of Providence neighborhood, also on the south side. I just think that that's important to mention because the ratio of green space on the south side to population is very low compared to other cities. I noticed that we're calling this land surplus, and that was the reason that it got onto the agenda to discuss selling surplus land, but we don't have surplus land on the south side. I think that's disingenuous. The Capital City Golf Course board members have been advocating to the neighbors, trying to tell us we're good stewards of the land. However, whenever there are code enforcement issues and I put in a digitally ticket, the city tells me that's the golf course responsibility. Then the golf course says that's the city's responsibility. Something doesn't make sense. The math isn't mathing? Is that what they say? If your tenant came to you and said, I can't afford to pay my rent anymore, but I think you should sell me your property for 10% of the value, are you going to entertain that? Really? You're going to have another meeting? You think it deserves more discussion? You need to talk about that. No, you're going to find a better tenant, or maybe you'll just do it yourself. So I don't think that we should be selling city-owned land. It's our land. I don't think that we should be selling our land. And I think I'm astonished that it's even being considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Deborah Desilets, followed by Marlon Williams-Clark.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Deborah Desilets at 1233 Letterlow Road, Tallahassee, Florida. Although I raised my children in the Myers Park District on Hart Street, on Meridian, and on Broome Street with my sister. I have in my heart an urgent call to stop the sale of public land to Capital City Country Club. It's not a foregone conclusion that the land is sold. I do hope that the descendants' voices will be heard first if we can locate them. And so I hope my voice just palely touches on some of the issues that I think are really paramount. I have a vehement opposition to the sale of the city-owned land to the Capital City Country Club because I reject the creation of a private kingdom in our city's core. This is not merely a land transaction. It's the betrayal of the public trust. And it's a dangerous precedent that threatens the very fabric of our community. We still have wounds that need to be healed that we have not healed with segregation. And this would be a good step forward. For decades, this land has been held in trust for the citizens of Tallahassee. To sell it now to a private, exclusive club who only in 2015 opened the doors, effectively dealing the heart of our city to a single select group, is an abdication of our responsibility to the public good. Please reject the Reedy Creek mentality happening inside of Tallahassee. We don't need our own Disney World. Your role is to govern a free and open city, not to facilitate the creation of an exclusive corporate-style kingdom in our center. The proposed sale echoes the worst historical abuses of corporate power, the consolidation of vast tracts of land, of public wealth for private, self-serving interests. Please vehemently reject the idea of a private plantation or a Disney-style corporate fiefdom standing as an inaccessible barrier at the center of our town. This land is our collective heritage, and the only king and queen who should reign over it are the people of Tallahassee. Don't make us pawns in your game for money. Furthermore, this land is not just a golf course. It never has been just a golf course.
You're at 30 seconds.
It's a site of profound historical significance, and the protection and proper memorialization of this historic cemetery demands that the land remain firmly in public ownership and control. Please, the demand is clear. Vote no on the sale. Let's not confuse the financial struggles of a private club with a mandate to forfeit public assets. Please, we demand that the City Commission immediately and unequivocally reject the sale of this irreplaceable public land.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Marlon Williams-Clark is next, followed by Tiffany Hill.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Marlon Williams-Clark, 1474 Auburn Court. Good afternoon. There are at least 80 enslaved and formerly enslaved people buried on that property near Hole 7 but yet the proposed sale includes Section 7, which states, in the event the commemoration site and all of its ancillary infrastructure is removed, the city will restore the affected areas to their original condition, at which point this agreement will automatically terminate. In plain language, this just means that the graves and the memorial could legally be removed or erased in the future with no long-term protection, and that's just unacceptable. The course has a troubling history, as we all know, as we have all been talking about since 1956. Capital City has leased the public land for $1 per year, paying a total of $69. Among their past members is Judge G. Harold Carswell, a known segregationist who was rejected for the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, for his dealings in helping to convert a public golf course into a whites-only private club and delaying school desegregation, for which this club did not have a black member until 1985. So additionally, there's also never been until now, all of a sudden, they wanted to buy, of a conversation about FAMU's golf team using the course. They also claim that they can't secure loans to make improvements, but they've provided no proof that we know of applying for one or asking the city for help. And now they're offering $1.225 million for the land worth far more, a massive underpricing of public property. I appreciate Mr. Baggett being here today because there was no one here on September 17th, so thank you for showing up today to answer questions. But it does make me wonder why no one showed up then. What was the mindset that it was already in the bag? We must ask, is the city working for its citizens or for a private country club with history of exclusion? And furthermore, when we have a deal that's working this closely, this fast, who is benefiting from this deal going through so quickly?
You're at 2.5 minutes.
Without the public having an opinion of whether this should be sold or not. This land should remain public, open to all, managed by Parks and Recreation, and preserved with the dignity for those people who were sold in this city, and now you're getting ready to sell them again. The people of Tallahassee deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Tiffany Hill. Tiffany Hill, followed by Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tiffany Hill, 1401 Lola Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm standing here before you today, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm here standing before you today because I personally have an experience with cemeteries. My family actually owns a cemetery on Monday Road, the Soto Field Cemetery. It was passed down to my father, and he saved it by turning it into a nonprofit. So to know that there is a cemetery, to know that there's a cemetery that's within miles, not even a mile away from my home, I think that that is something that needs to be protected. It's our history. It could be my ancestor that's in there. And so I think that we need to take methods in finding out who they are. I know that there have been studies done where they have went in and were able to get samples and put it into Ancestry, and they were able to find family members. Myself, my father, and my mother's DNA is in Ancestry. I would like to see if any of our ancestors are in that cemetery. And I would like for that cemetery to be well protected because our history here in Tallahassee seems to be coming erased, and we need to stop it. And I also believe that the golf course, I played golf in high school, so I played on that golf course. And when I played for Rickers, I was like the Tiger Woods back in those days. So I just think that it should stay a golf course. It should belong to the city. You can create new jobs. You can turn it into a community center. That would be great because, for one, they took away a community center on the other side of the street in Orange Avenue Apartments that had my father's name on it. My father represented this city, the people, low-income people, minority people in the city for a very long time. I am 54 years old, and he's been going at it since then. And I think that it would be more than appropriate to place my dad's name on that new community center.
You're at 2.5 minutes.
So I'm telling you to take into consideration of, the African-American people who didn't have a chance to really be a part of that golf course back in those days. And let's do something different. Let's step outside the box. Too many people have promised you all what they're gonna do. Prime example, Orange Avenue Apartments on 29 acres that is still sitting half empty.
You're at 3 minutes.
So please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims. Mayor, we've got about 4 or 5 more following Mr. Sims.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. Mr. Baggett, it should not take 1.225 for Capital City Golf to get a color section. I want that to resonate. We should not have to pay 1.225 in order to get a colored section. You already got a colored section, and look how you treat it. You walk all over those people. Here's another question. I would love to see a black African-American walking around the country club in a tie instead of in the kitchen scrubbing a pot. These are kind of things that are not in the contract, but it's in the culture of that lane. See, everything is not black and white. It's experiences that we have. I remember as a little boy, we could go to Myers Park, but my mama would tell me, don't you go no further down there, because I haven't been gonna say what my mama said, but don't go down there. I'm not saying you are a racist, but I'm saying that needs to be dealt with, and you're not dealing with it. I'm not a racist. My best friend white, isn't that right, Christian dude? And they don't want to hurt your feelings unless you're trying to buy this land. But we want you to know we're not racist. We don't hate you. But the culture of that land for years, and it's offensive to me to say, oh, if you sell it to us, we'll let y'all play on it. That's offensive. That's not an olive branch. That's offensive. And I'm tired of people stepping on my black toes, and I'm not saying ouch. So we don't hate you. But it's not dealing with the culture issue of the country club. And I don't want to ride by there and see FAMU playing and say, oh, isn't that nice? We paid 1.225 so some black kids can play here.
Next speaker, please.
I'll call the name Matt Kopka, who had signed up but was not here earlier. If Matt Kopka, nope. Then Howard Kessler. Howard Kessler, followed by Cedra Butler.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Howard Kessler, 32303. I'm not a golfer. As a matter of fact, I'm banned from most national and international courses. But I'm here to speak again on this issue of sale. The main thing for me is that nothing is forever. And when we talk about perpetuity and we put it in the writing, we have seen what words like that mean as we go forward We've had wetlands that have been set aside in perpetuity, never to be disturbed, and they were disturbed. So I don't have much faith in that kind of verbiage. I'm especially upset with the lack of respect, unfortunately, on both sides of this fence by the City of Tallahassee and by the Country Club, by allowing the disturbance and desecration of those graves. And when they saw that golf carts were coming across them, and they saw that they were being disrespected, if it was a gravesite on most people's homes, and they saw something like that happening, they would go out and spend a few bucks and put a little fence around it, and if it got knocked down, they'd go and put it again. But to just let it happen and wait for someone else to fix it, that's not good protection, that's not a good neighbor, that's not a good steward of the land. And two other points. I don't think there's any compelling reason to sell. I think the speed, again, is a problem. I don't understand the speed that's involved here, and I would strongly urge you to at least postpone, if not vote down this proposition. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Cedra Butler, and then Anastasia Prokos.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I am Cedra Butler, 2147 Bannerman Road. First, I implore you not to do this. Do not sell this land. I think that this is a sweetheart deal somehow, some way, for this small amount of money, for all this property. This is Tallahassee's land, and we should keep it. And I think there could be a possibility that even though we suggest, or it's written down to do one thing, several years from now, something else could happen, and we could lose it, and it could turn into housing or something that we don't want. Secondly, I want to address the cemetery. So in 2003, Florida passed CSCS HB 49, a law that creates a historic cemetery program within the Division of Historic Resource to protect and preserve historic and abandoned cemeteries, particularly those of African Americans. The law provides grants for research, repair, and maintenance, expands the definition of legally authorized person to include community organizations and include a $1 million appropriation for grants and operation costs. So therefore, members of the families of these people, they don't have to be. We can do this as an organization, as a municipality, we can do this, and there's money available. There was $1 million set aside to this on this HB 49 in 2023. So why haven't you done anything? Why are those graves still out there? And why are we asking about a fence or wall to stop these people from destroying them? What is wrong with you? You should have taken care of this. This is an offense to me. I am an African American. I cannot tell you where my family came from. But some of you white people, you can go back however long to say who your parents were, grandparents, great-great-great-grandparents. I can't do that. And when I go to the doctor and they ask me, okay, well, do you have somebody, what's going on in your family? I have to say to them, I'm an African American, I can answer that question for you. I don't know who had this, that, and the other, because I don't know who my people are. So please, don't do this. And do something with this HB 49. Take care of these graves. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Anastasia Prokos, and then Thomas Spears.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Anastasia Prokos, 1303 Mountbatten Road. I am not directly adjoining the golf course, But I think this issue is much bigger than the neighborhoods that are directly touching that golf course. I'm here to oppose the city's sale of that land, or at the very least, implore you to think deeply about the true and deep value of that land. According to the estimates in this packet, that's about $7,000 per acre for this beautiful green space with a golf course and old oaks and intense historical meaning, obviously. So that's apparently worth less per acre than some scrubland in Sopchoppy. And I mean no offense to Sopchoppy, y'all. It's beautiful, but it's not the middle of the county seat with a two-university town that's growing and vibrant. This is very important land. I know I'm comparing apples and oranges, but that's part of the point. Valuing land that is invaluable is a terrible challenge. I understand that. But that decision, and let's be clear that this was a decision to value that land based on its current use, seems like without regard to its precise location or its potential future value, that's a decision that seems to edge out the community and is short-sighted about the future value of that land. So I would hope that you would have the greater good and the community at the forefront and the longer term. I understand that the decision right now is not explicitly about that future use or future value, but it should be. That's your job. We have entrusted you as representatives in the management of our city and our city assets, and you should be thinking very long-term about what this means about the vitality of our city as a whole, not a short-term trade-off. I have some final thoughts. One, the city should not need to sell this land to the country club in order for them to grant FAMU more access. That can happen regardless, and should, I might add. Maybe that's what they owe in exchange for that sweet $1 per year lease. All right, the club has also had years, and I know people who belong. I know they're good, like there's nice people, all that. But they've had years to do something to acknowledge those unmarked graves, and they haven't even put a little note on their website. That is cheap and easy.
You have 30 seconds.
That takes almost no resources to do. And I know they update the prices regularly, so I know they're updating the website. So as a business decision, this is not shrewd, at least not on behalf of the City of Tallahassee. As a decision about the public good, this prioritizes the good of a select few rather than a community as a whole. As a decision about leaving a legacy for future generations, this basically says, too bad, you missed your chance.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Spears will be followed by Bruce Struble.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Thomas Spears, I live in 32303. I'm really here to just restate what everyone else has already said. It's hard not to be suspicious. It's hard not to look at the facts of this. How can it be 9 million square feet, this close to downtown? Like, there's the thing on the map that shows the direction you can look to see the Capitol. And it's $1.2 million? Like, something is really, something is off about that. And the idea, like, it's someone, this is not against anybody, everyone has spoken very well. This is a black thing. These are black people that were enslaved and killed probably for no good reason, almost certainly for no good reason, definitely for no good reason, by whoever was enslaving them, whoever white person enslaved them, and buried them in unmarked graves to make them forget. And it's the idea that whenever the information came out about this years ago, about this graveyard existing, the idea that immediately there wasn't something taken to honor them right then and there is suspicious. It's all suspicious. It's making me think of Scott Maddox. It's making me think that there's something under the hood going on. It's hard not to think those things. And let's think about legacy. Mayor Daley, you're not running for mayor again. This is like your last year or less. What is your legacy going to be? You want to tout economic improvements? Well, we can talk about where they went to and who they went to. They want to say they're there? Sure. What about the legacy of selling the graveyard of enslaved black people? How is that going to reflect on your legacy? That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
And Mr. Mayor, this is the last speaker I have at present.
Great. If there's anybody else here that would like to speak on this issue that has not had the opportunity to speak, please fill out a speaker card. We want to make sure we hear from everybody. Go ahead, Dr. Struble. Your name and address for the record, please.
Bruce Struble, 1935 Sabre Drive, Tallahassee. Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Dr. Bruce Struble. I know most of you. Interestingly, I came here in opposition of the sale of 170 acres of city-owned land that is a golf course. Interestingly, on my way here, as I was talking, people told me the decision had already been made and that this was a attempt and futile. I didn't want to believe that because I know the people up here. Our children play together at school. We've known each other before you were on the dais. So I want to give all the benefit of the doubt that you are going to make the decision that is in the best interest of the city of Tallahassee. And I've heard you all tout how this is an all-American city, and I ask you all-American for who, right? Is it all-American for all the residents? Because that's important to us. We have elections coming up, and I think this will reflect very well on those of you who make the decision that is in the best interest of the city. I say that to say that I don't think that this golf course, the country club, that they didn't admit black people until 1985. Is that true? That's what, 20-something odd years after the civil rights movement, after the civil rights era, and it feels almost as if they'll be rewarded in this transaction for those transgressions of the past. When we think about what's going to be lost here, these unmarked graves of about 80-something souls, and how that's going to erase history, as a history professor, as a historian who focuses on African-American history, that's egregious. It's not something that we should support as a city. And I want to compel you all to make the decision that's in the interest of the entire community of Tallahassee, not just people trying to line their pockets with a sweet deal from the city. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Delilah Pierre.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Delilah Pierre. My address is exempt. I'm the president of the Tallahassee Community Action Committee. A lot of people have said a lot of things about this. I also want to point out that literally no one supports this happening. Not a single person here supports this happening. I don't think I could. I think a lot of people know more of the details than me, but my father died recently. He's Haitian American. One of the last things I asked him before he died was, could you tell me more about my family history? Because I don't know even who my great-grandmother is. You know what I mean? Like, I know nothing about my family history as a Haitian American. And he wasn't able to tell me anything. He said, you should go to the library and find out information about it there. And I think about how I was robbed. Basically, I've been robbed of my past. I've been robbed of my history. I've been robbed of the right to know my ancestry. I have no idea what my ancestors did. I don't know anything about them. And that upsets me. And I think the people who have been enslaved, who died there, would be upset to know that their future, that the generations after them know nothing about them. Why do we prioritize this white country club over black people in the city? Why do we prioritize the interests of rich white people in the city over black people every time? Every damn time. It is not acceptable that this is something that is even being considered by our city, so a few people can profit off the suffering of slavery, not to include the fact that we are in the era of the Trump administration, where the rule of law, the rule of order is gone, where racist intimidation, harassment is rising, and by allowing this to happen, in a way, you're affirming that kind of action. You're affirming that people can break rules. They can not let people on their golf course until 1985. They can be racist in public. They can say slurs to people. They can attack black and brown people. They can be in support of policies that ruin other people's lives. And you're also supporting the fact that, as was said before, this country club is not just, not facing any consequences for what happened in the past. They're being supported for it. And I do wonder, as Stanley Sim said, if there is a single black person even involved in that club, because 1985 might be where they were allowed to be in it, but is there a single black person in that Capital Country Club? More than one or two, even? On the board that have any leadership, that have any say?
You're at 30 seconds.
There isn't. We need justice. We need this property to not be sold. We need to respect the Black community here and give them what they deserve.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, I have no additional speakers.
Anybody else here that would like to speak on this issue that has not had the opportunity to speak? All right, Mr. Doolin, if you would like to come up again. There's a lot of concerns that have been aired. Would you like to address, first of all, talk to us about the cemetery and the plans moving forward?
Yes, sir. So the plans moving forward that are included in this item, they include purchase. So first, there's been an agreement made that is the basis of the easement suggested that would be recorded and be preserved in perpetuity with the land. It's been referenced earlier. That agreement allows access to the site. It was signed within the last year or so. In addition to that, there's been purchase of historic marker for over $2,000, interpretive panels over 3, fencing about $10,000. There's still over $100,000 worth of implementation that would occur. We're ready to do that. We have a plan. It's detailed here. It would take roughly 8 weeks as long as weather, et cetera, is pending, but we have access to do it, and the plan is to have that completed by March.
Okay. Okay. Stay available for any questions. Let's open it up for discussion. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Doolin, before you get too far, I'll just start with my questions. Well, first off, and I brought this up at the last meeting, and I still don't think I have a clear answer. The City Commission voted almost 4 years ago to commemorate these grave sites. Why have they not been done yet?
Yes, there's, and the answer, we were talking about that a year ago. So there was time needed to create the agreement, which exists today, and the commemoration will happen. Time needed to get that together. After that, there were tornadoes that impacted the area. There was trees and debris that needed to be moved and cleared out at the side of the road. And in addition, there was committee consideration in the design to make sure there was agreement there before moving forward.
So the timeline to do the entire commemoration is 8 weeks.
From today.
From today. Even.
No, from, into March.
From when it starts.
Yes.
Great. And, the tornadoes were quite a while ago. We've had this conversation for 4 weeks. It feels to me like the commemoration is being held up in advance of the sale. Why couldn't this start right now? Why are we waiting till March?
Like I said, we have the plan here. It will begin at the beginning of the year, and it will be completed in March. And there's been a number of factors that have been in place ongoing over the years. But this will happen and occur regardless of the transaction before you today.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. But I must express my frustration as an elected official to see this move so slowly from the City of Tallahassee side. I don't understand why we haven't been able to commemorate this more quickly after we, I believe, unanimously voted to move this forward, and it only seems to be moving now that there's a potential sale. So one other question while I have you on. I saw notices of disposition go up. Can you speak to our real estate policy and the process that this land is going through and how it's different than other parcels?
Yes, I'm going to ask Robert to come give an overview of that and how this applies in this case versus all of the scenarios in the real estate policy.
Commissioner, the property has not been declared surplus. Many times our vacant properties or our city-owned properties throughout town, they're not under lease, they're sitting vacant, sitting unused, and for those we go through a surplus property process, which we contact internal departments to determine if there's a city use. If there's not a city use, then we begin a public notification process, which would, depending on the price of the property, would include notification to the commission or to the city manager, and then with your approval or the manager's approval, if it's less than $100,000, we would offer that property through either a competitive bid process or we'll offer it for sale through one of our vendor contracts. In this case, we have a piece of property that is encumbered by a lease, so we really could not declare it surplus. The lessee provided a letter of interest in purchasing the property, and based on that letter, the agenda item was brought to you in September.
Okay. In your professional opinion, would a competitive process on a property like this be worthwhile or consistent with our current real estate policy?
It would be difficult considering that there's still years left on the lease. We would have to consider the lease as part of the sale to an owner other than the tenant. As far as offering it competitively in the open market, we would have to either have a buyer who would consider keeping the ongoing lease, or we'd have to have another user of a golf course.
Okay, and I believe in the lease that they actually have the right to get 3 appraisals and have first right of refusal. Is that correct?
That is correct. The terms of those lease are the terms that dictate that within the lease are slightly outdated. They don't take into consideration current licensure law for appraisers. I believe it references membership from the Board of Realtors, which they would no longer be allowed to do appraisals through the Board of Realtors.
Okay, and how many appraisals has the city got on the property?
We have according to our current policy, we have 2 appraisals. We have the appraisal that was provided by the country club, and we have the appraisal that we engaged ourselves.
And according to the lease, if the country club were to purchase it, they would bring 3 appraisals?
That is correct.
So for us to sell this property, not going through the competitive bid process, which I think we all probably agree is best government practice to make sure that there's a level playing field for anybody who wants to purchase it, we're actually using the real estate policy's ability for the city commission to declare that a sale is in the best interest of the city of Tallahassee?
We are seeking the city commission's direction on this sale.
Okay, and thank you. That's all the questions I have for you. I think what we're being asked to do as an elected body is declare this sale is in the best interest of the city. And at the valuation and everything we've heard today, it's very hard to get there. I haven't heard really a pitch for how this is in the best interest of the city from anybody. I think looking at the value, it's much higher than $1 million. It may be valued at $1 million compared to other golf courses, but the value to the people of Tallahassee is 170 acres in the urban core of our city. And so I would ask if we could put $1 million in our budget today into a savings account and gift our children or grandchildren 30 years from now with 178-acre Greenway Park open space for the next generation, would we do it? Of course we would. If we could spend $1 million right now and guarantee that this property would never be developed and it would always be open to the public domain, will we do that? I think we would. And I think, really the only way to protect public land is through public ownership. And so there were questions asked, if this does go through, Madam Attorney, about a reverter clause being included. Is that something your office would be able to draft and include?
Yes, I believe a reverter clause could be included. Again, to the point made during the presentation, there's different ways to do this kind of transaction. But yes, the short answer is yes, there could be reverter clause could be included.
Okay. I'd have to be convinced to sell this property, but I think if it does get sold, it would have to have a reverter clause. Even in the lease, it spoke directly to that issue. If there was ever a potential sale, would certain restrictions, together with a reverter clause in the event the purchaser violates said restrictions or such sale, to make sure that all these restrictions that Mr. Doolan has laid out, if there's any violation, it would revert to City of Tallahassee ownership. I have two questions. Mr. Baggett, do you mind answering two questions?
Right.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us.
Yes, sir.
Can you help us understand, we're 60 years into this lease at $1. What's materially changed now that you desire the property to be transferred? What's the business scenario that has led to the need for the request?
It's very simple. We have major course improvement, capital improvement needs that are approaching. Our greens, which are admittedly very good by golfers' standards right now, the agronomists tell us we have a limited period of time before we will lose them, because won't get into the technical part because I don't understand it, what they call thatch growth. And every so often you have to remove the old greens and replace them with new dirt and new filler, and it's about $2 million, $2 to $2.5 million. And our agronomist tells us we've got a couple of years left before that really starts happening, and we have to prepare for that. Means we have to develop the financing. The only way we can develop the financing is if we own the property. We cannot finance leased property, the property that we have 29 years on. We've looked, particularly when it's a golf course property. So we've had the hard discussions with our membership that there is going to be a significant increase in what this club is going to cost you in order to amortize that increased debt. But it can only be done if we have title to the property. Our total cost of capital improvements that we see a need for is somewhere in the $3.5 to $4 million range. That includes new cart paths. Anyone who has played at Capital City, the first thing they say is, my goodness, my body is falling apart from those holes in the cart path. So we have cart paths, cart barn, our maintenance area. All these are deferred capital improvements because over the years, admittedly, Capital City has undercharged its members to reserve for those capital needs. And we are committed to keeping this golf course open. Right now, we've got 29 years on the lease. If we don't have the ability to make the improvements, those future years, it's going to be it's not going to be the pretty course you see now. It's going to be a lot of other courses who didn't find the way to keep their capital improvements.
Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and just so I understand you correctly, with $3.5 to $4 million in investment into the golf course, you wouldn't need to take ownership if there was a line of credit or another way to finance that?
There are a number of ways for us to finance it. Through assessments on members, which our members know will be coming at some point. This creation of capital improvement funds, which most golf courses have and we don't. And there is commercial lending, which can only be available, again, if we've got title to the property. We know we're not going to be able to do that $4 million all at once. That's in a 5 to 10 year plan.
Mm-hmm.
The greens are our most critical need coming up in the next 5 years.
And what's the cost of that? That's the
Greens we have estimates right now that average out about $2.2 million.
Okay, and my final question, and just for clarity, because I've asked the city this as well, has there been any delay on the country club side about us installing this commemoration?
On the graves?
Yes.
From the very first finding of the graves, the discovery, the club has worked with the city. We participated in the public committee that the city commission formed. Our president participated in that, in developing the optics of what would be built. We have given the city an easement now, and in the past, I don't know, a couple of years ago, so we have given an easement to do the commemorative garden that was proposed. We have now, if you go out there, there's what in golf language you call a rope line, which is basically a rope that's on a stake that's about this high up off the ground to keep carts from going over it, which outlines the whole area. We've worked with the city 2 or 3 times in marking it out, and we've done everything we could to protect that land. We haven't done anything on it. We have not disturbed it in any way.
Okay. So whenever the city moved forward with a commemoration, y'all are ready to have that go in?
Pardon me, sir?
Whenever the city was ready to move forward with a commemoration, the country
Yes, sir.
club stood ready for it to go in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That was my last question. And then I just, a couple comments. You can sit down unless there's more
Thanks,
questions.
Mr. Baggett.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I'll just close my comments. I don't think we should sell this property. I think it's much too valuable. I think the future use is much too valuable to the people. I think making sure we have ownership of the grave sites to make sure we can commemorate them in perpetuity is much too serious. But what I did hear Mr. Baggett say was they want to buy this because they need $2 to $4 million in investment that they would be paying back to a lender anyway if they purchase it. It's property owned by the City of Tallahassee. So I'm interested to see if we could look to the city to help them reach the investments that they need in a loan capacity or a bond capacity with city funds to bring it up to speed with a payback agreement to make sure we would recoup those funds. So we don't have to question whether they'll get financing. We don't have to question whether it would be foreclosed. We don't have to question whether it would revert. But I think we would put the money in. We would have a guarantee that golf is the future, which I think most people are okay with as long as we're commemorating the site. We can preserve that long-term future. We can help make sure the golf course doesn't go under, doesn't start to deteriorate. As it was mentioned earlier, we can make sure FAMU has a place to pay. And I think we can do all of these things without actually selling the property. So I want to hear from my colleagues on this, but I mean, if that's something that we can consider, I would be supportive of bringing that back.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great comments, Commissioner Matlow. I guess the only question that I have at this point is, Mr. City Manager, what happens to that property if it's not purchased or if we aren't able to do the $2 million from the city that is being said they need in order to bring it up to par?
Mr.
No
Mayor.
joke intended.
Sure, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think it was stated earlier by maybe it was Assistant City Manager Doolin. This property is encumbered by a lease. The course, there's about 30 years remaining on the lease to operate as they see fit. And so it would remain in that state. It is currently zoned for RP2, which I think would accommodate about 1,000 dwellings. Under the lease, that would not happen, but that property is developable under current conditions in the future. And so right now you have a lease. The country club can continue to operate under that lease for $1 a year. Separately, I do want to underscore, because Mr. Doolin indicated that, The commemoration of the graves, there has been effort. It has been stalled, but it is poised to go. Materials have been acquired, plans have been drafted, so that would not be part of any potential sale. That will move forward. We have that to move forward. So under the current, if nothing happens, the lease remains intact for about 30 years at $1 a year. And at the conclusion of that lease period, it would be undetermined whether that property is developed or not. It could be under the current conditions. But sir, I hope that answers your questions.
Commissioner Richardson.
Would we, based on what Commissioner Matlow has said in terms of the city funding what Capital City needs in order to make the improvements, are we in a position to do that, or does that set a dangerous precedent in any way? Explain that.
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, I think at first blush, I would tell you, you may not be able to do that as it relates to the business enterprise. The city, of course, cannot fund businesses. And so we would have to inspect it from that point of view. It would be no different than any other business asking you to fund their business. So you would have to craft it very carefully so as to not be picking winners and losers in the business enterprise. So that's you would need to inspect that closely.
Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, I have one more, a question for the attorney, if he.
Attorney?
Mr. Baggett?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Baggett,
I'm
would you
sorry,
mind
I
answering
should
the
have said
question?
Baggett
Commissioner
instead of
Richardson, I'm sorry.
the attorney. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Fred. I'm just curious to know what happens if you all don't acquire ownership of the property, or as the city manager has said, we're not able as a city to front you $2 million to make the improvements that need to be made.
In our current financial condition, we would continue to operate. Our operating budget is just about revenue neutral. We have no ability to create the kind of revenue we need for our capital improvements so that the quality of the golf course would start to deteriorate, and we would have no way to stop that. So we would either be running an inferior golf course or quit. And if we did, the lease would terminate, and so it wouldn't be a decision 29 and a half years from now for the city to determine what to do with the property. But given its current zoning, it would be the decision of the city at that point. You develop it, you make it a park. Of course, that's a decision y'all would make, but there are no protections that would go beyond the termination of the lease.
Thank you.
Colleagues, it is 5:50. Remember, we have a stated public hearing at 6 o'clock this evening. One way or the other, we will move off this item. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to first of all thank all of my neighbors who came out, and for those who I met with and those who I've heard from via email as well. This is, as you must know, this is not an easy decision to make. However, there are some things that we must consider, and Commissioner Matlow, thank you for your list of questions, and I'm glad the city manager was able to address, because the city of Tallahassee money are the taxpayers' money, and it would, in essence, be the taxpayers would be extending a loan to the country club to fix it. So if the citizens, taxpayers do not want the country club, don't want the city to sell the country club, surely they don't want to fund the improvements. And that's what it would be if the city would be the one providing those dollars to make that happen. So I'm glad the city manager clarified that.
We're gonna maintain order, please. We need to maintain order, please. It's time for commission discussion.
Thank you for clarifying that we typically don't do that for businesses. The other thing to consider is that we're only talking about the land. There's There's the building, there's the tennis courts, there's a swimming pool, and there's some other things that are there that don't belong to the city. So we're only talking about the dirt. And separating the dirt from those other infrastructures on there would also be very, very difficult. And in reference, I'm glad that there's a great concern for the slaves who were buried there on that site. And that was brought to our attention, and work did begin and has continued, maybe not at the speed that we all would have liked to have seen it happen. But I'm looking at emails from back in 2022 where there was intensive work being done to do what needed to be done to commemorate those graves. And someone mentioned about who their ancestors are in the history. There are historians, and Delatria, you're one of them. You know the history of the folks who are there. You know the plantation name and some of those folks. Mrs. Barnes and other historians know that information. It's not like they're not known. The individuals may not be known, but the circumstance, there is information and education around that. I'm just trying to just check off some things. It matters not to me about whether we sell this or not. I just want to make sure we're working from the same set of facts. Now, to mention a Florida A&M, I don't know about you, but I called Florida A&M and asked some questions about their relationship with the Capital City Country Club. And what I learned, I talked to the golf coach. And what I learned from the golf coach is that they have a good working relationship with the Capital City Country Club, and with other golf court clubs in the area. And I also did further research to find that FAMU had offered the opportunity to purchase the country club themselves, but that did not happen. And as a result of that, Florida A&M has signed a letter of support, as well as provided MOU, and has provided some additional things after the MOU from the Board of Trustees at Florida A&M, and with the blessing of the golf coach, and the blessing of the Board of Directors at the country club, that things that they would do. All I'm saying is that there is a lot of information, but every time with these types of issues, when we come together to talk about them, we always have some additional folks who didn't get the information from the previous time. And so perhaps what we have here is an opportunity to learn and to learn more. The $1 a year lease has done nothing to enrich our city other than the use of the land in the neighborhood. If it was agreed upon with all of the conditions that have been stated and agreed upon to sell, those are dollars that could then be used in the city, in our community, to enrich the community and the taxpayers with additional services.
Ladies and gentlemen, please work with us. Please work with us.
With additional services and things that all of the city, all taxpayers could enjoy. To say that the word perpetuity doesn't mean anything, well, it did in the dictionary when it was put there, but the issue right now that we have is no one trusts anyone anymore, because we trusted the Constitution and we're watching it just be dissolved. We trusted a lot of things that we thought were settled are being dissolved. What we have here is we have a commission here who is willing to listen. We have a commission here who is really willing to work with our neighbors. We don't know what will happen 30 years from now when there's another commission at the end of this lease. And anything could happen. So all I'm saying at this point is I am listening, and I am trying to rationalize what is going to be the best thing for our community, for all members of our community, not just those who were able to make it to Chambers, but for all members of our community. So it's a hard decision. And I've said this many times from here. I've said, I'm sorry, I was very quiet when you were speaking.
Please work with us.
I was very quiet. I listened intently to what you had to say. I may not say what you like to hear, but I too have a right to say what I'm thinking.
Go ahead.
And that's what I'm going to do.
Go ahead.
I've said this many times, where we sit, there's a Solomon principle. It's always we're having to try to split the baby, and split the baby is not the thing that we want to do. I don't want to do that. I don't want to destroy a neighborhood, but I'm hearing that if the country club, if the grounds are not improved, we're going to have some eyesores in our community. What does that do to property value? What does that do to the beautiful park that we're saying we're going to have? If the city doesn't intervene and the country club board of directors folks are not able to do what they need to do, we're going to have an eyesore. We're going to have a problem. We're going to have something that we're going to have to fix with taxpayer dollars. All I'm saying is all of these are things to consider when we're thinking about what it is that we need to do to move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had comments and questions, but I think at this point, I would like to make the motion that we postpone any decision on the sale and have an item come back to us at our next meeting exploring what financing options might be available from the city to the club.
There is a motion on the table made by Commissioner Porter to postpone action until the next meeting to explore financial options. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
A second for discussion by the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Porter, you back with the floor.
That's my motion.
Commissioner Matlow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if the motion is open to this, I understand we're not in the lending business to private businesses. What I was proposing was more, we improve the land we own, and then we renegotiate with the country club of what that looks like to lease it. So if we need to make $2 million in improvements, let's look at reopening the lease negotiation, have a monthly payment to make sure we're going to recoup our payment. But I wasn't implying we should give the country club $2 million directly.
Other comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Porter, the part of your motion you mentioned about exploring other financing options with the city. Can you explain that more, what you meant by that?
Well, so to be clear, I mean, I'm not talking about giving that away. The city, in whatever form, if there is an option, it would be recouping the costs. Mr. Treasurer Clerk, could you speak, because we spoke briefly about this at our last meeting where conduit bond financing, I thought you said is not something we typically do for something like this, but might be an option. And I might be remembering incorrectly. Could you speak to that?
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. There would be several things we would need to consider. One, on a practical basis, sometimes when issuing debt as a municipal government, the nature of the borrowing depends somewhat on the size and structure. There also are always tax implications. We would want to have an opinion of bond counsel. A couple of things that I think of in this case. One is we do own the property, so it's municipal property. On the other hand, the activity that's occurring there is what would be termed a private activity, which does have limitations. So I think it's something we could explore, but I would not be in a position right now to give an answer of what we specifically could do.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson.
One more question of the city manager. If in the instance the city had to take over this property, if the Capital City Country Club defaulted on the loan or for some reason couldn't go forward, if they aren't able to make the improvements that need to be made, in your estimation, what would be the expense to the taxpayers of the city of Tallahassee?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, I'd love to give you a more precise answer than I probably can today. I think there are a few possibilities for the future of that land if that happened, hypothetically. One would be to continue to operate it as a golf course as part of our golf course operation.
Okay.
In all likelihood, it would operate at a deficit. That's based on our experience with our golf courses.
Right.
I would venture to guess very strongly that would be the case. The scale of loss, I don't have that at the moment. But I think that would be probably the case. So that would be a consideration. Do you operate it as a recreational facility at a loss that would be carried by the general fund. That is not unusual for public golf courses. But you wouldn't have to operate it as a golf course, so you may not wish to do that because the finances may not be desirable. You could turn it over to development. That would be possible, given the zoning. I think that would inure to the financial benefit of the city, but may not be what the city would wish to do.
Right.
Or you could keep it as open space, and there would be a net cost of just maintenance, even if it was passive maintenance. And I don't have that number. But so I think in those scenarios, in two of them, there would be a net cost, I would estimate, to the city in the general fund. The development option would clearly be, what you would expect it to be.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bring this in for Landon real quick. Commissioner Porter's got a motion on the table to postpone action. It is 6 o'clock. I'm seeing more discussion, and I'm seeing more questions being asked. Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of the motion?
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Porter, you have
Thank
the floor.
you. Commissioner Richardson, if you'd like, I could add that request to the motion that it be included in the item, what you just asked, maybe with more detail.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to amend the motion to include also what it would look like if the city were to operate it under different scenarios. Is the direction clear, Mr. City Manager?
No, ma'am. What is,
The question that Commissioner Richardson just asked, if it were unable to be maintained by the club and the city were to assume ownership, or, assume management, what our options would be, whether it's open space, operating as a golf course, or whatever else. What he just shared with Commissioner Richardson, if that could be fleshed out a little bit more and included in that item.
And Commissioner
Sure.
Porter, and also to give us an idea of what that would cost the taxpayers of this community. Because we've got to consider the 2,000 citizens that we have in this community, regardless of where they live, and what it's going to cost all of us to maintain that property. And so I think that would be important information for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Porter's motion as amended with the Mayor Pro Tem seconding it. And I'm going to support the motion on the table. Let me weigh in. I can tell you right now, you do not have the land use protections of a golf course right now. You're asking about the question of what would happen if the club was not financially stable. It came back to the city. A future commission could, under the current terms, if the lease went away, they could develop the property, they could sell the property, or they could maintain it as open space or whatnot. So that could be all flushed out in the agenda item, but I think the options are endless, basically, without the protections in place. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a public hearing that was supposed to start 4 minutes ago. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in at 6:15 for the state of public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call this public hearing to order. You can grab your seats. We have a quorum. We have a full public hearing agenda, and we will go back to general business at the end of the public hearing. With that said, we're on item number 16.01. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second public hearing on the discussion of a proposed agreement between TMH and Florida State University for an academic health center model involving TMH in an expanded region area. In this case, what we're asking the City Commission to do is to conduct a public hearing, which obviously involves the public comments, feedback from the Commission, as it relates to the agreement between those two parties. There was extensive discussion at your last meeting. This is a follow-on of that meeting. President McCullough from Florida State University is here tonight. Understand that CEO Mark O'Brien's under the weather, or he would be here. And so we're ready. We're ready to answer any questions that you might have and walk through the public hearing process.
Mr. President, thank you for joining us.
FAMU.
You want to join us at the podium? That would be fantastic.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask if there could be an update, if appropriate. I know there was a press conference today with updates about the governance structure and seats, and that's new to what was in the item and what people might be speaking about. So I was wondering if someone could give that update. And I think comment might have been pending from TMH as well. So if anyone from TMH could speak to that as well. Thank you.
I think, Commissioner Porter, we're about to get that update right now.
And Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I also received a letter from Reverend Holmes, who called the press conference with a statement he asked me to read into the record, and I've shared it with the clerk. And he's also sent a representative from the Bethel Baptist Church, and Reverend Fagan is here to represent him.
All right, Reverend, I know you're here. How many of your colleagues are here with you? Sounds good. We're going to let the president walk us through. And then, Reverend, I know you got Wednesday night activities, so I'm going to get you up and out of here early too, okay? All right. Mr. President, thank you so much for taking time out. I know you've got your senior leadership team been working really hard on this issue, and it's great to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I think we've been making a lot of progress over the last several weeks as we've been trying to pull this together. We listened, and we tried to do what we could to respect the desires of people at the table, and so I can tell you a little bit about that. Florida State University is here, and we are interested in doing this for one reason. We are part of this community. We want to make healthcare better for this community, and we have the resources to help make that happen. It's a very, very simple proposition, and we are stepping up in an altruistic way, except for one part of that altruism is that I want better healthcare for my family. Good, but it could be better. And I want better health care for my employees and everybody I'm trying to recruit to Florida State University. And I want better health care for everybody in this community. Not only the wealthy people and the people that can afford it. I want better health care for every single person, whether they can afford it or not. I grew up, I did not have access to health care, okay? If I had a toothache, I had to wait till I was dying in pain, and then my parents reluctantly would take me to get my tooth pulled. I'm not going to show you my teeth today. This is personal to me. And we, at Florida State, want to bring our resources, we want to bring our talent, we want to bring our time to do something for this community and try to make good health care that we have even better. And that's the reason that we're at the table today. I've been having meetings all week long, all last week, been trying to bring this thing to the best possible place that we can get to. And I'm happy to say that I met with FAMU President Marva Johnson and her leadership team. Our board chair was at the meeting, met with him. My board chair has spoken with their board chair. We've met with the vice chair over there. I've met with Murdaugh, Jim Murdaugh, President Murdaugh, multiple times, and we all share the same overall vision and goals. We are happy to say that over the last few weeks, we have developed a memorandum of understanding. It's different than the one we have with TMH. Sure. It's between FSU, TMH, and FAMU. We have another one between FSU, TMH, and Tallahassee State College. And all of those MOUs are about continuing and enhancing the academic programs that we have with them to elevate research, to form centers of excellence, and to look for opportunities to expand those partnerships. This is not a game. We're not making this stuff up, okay? This is stuff we really are going to do. And whatever you read or whatever somebody's saying, they're just wrong. They're just wrong. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to do something and be a good partner to the city, to TMH, to FAMU, and TSC. I want to thank Reverend Holmes, because he called me last week and he said, I want to try to help you. I want to try to help you. Can I bring everybody together and get them in the room and try to figure out all this governance structure stuff and all this academic stuff and get everybody on the same page? So we had a very long meeting with Reverend Holmes and Mark O'Brien and Jim Murdaugh. Kyle Clark was there, I was there, and we hammered it out. And at this point, we will be having FAMU have a board seat on the board. They will have a board seat day one. And in the third year, we will ask them to provide a list of people that they would like to see on the board, and we will work with them to pick somebody to be on that board. Same thing was agreed upon at that meeting, that the same thing would happen on the TMA side for Tallahassee State College. We don't have that. We don't have those MOUs signed, so it's not completely nailed down, but I'm telling you that we have something that looks like is going to work. We've gotten tremendous support from the faith community here. We've had good conversations with every single person that we need to at FAMU and at TSC. And we stand before this commission today to say, we're looking for your support to get this done. All we need to do now, we got to figure out what the price is, and we got to agree to that, and we had to get all of you to agree or not, and that's where we are. And right now, we are united on our side, and that's where we stand before you. And we urge the commission to continue to work with us. We're hats off to the city commission, mayor, city manager. All the hard work has gone into this. We've been working on this for a long time. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is not a small deal. This is about transforming healthcare in this region. It is not about any procedural issues or anything that you might be thinking about. That's not what this is about. Whatever your feelings are about that, I get it. I get it. But I'm telling you, if this doesn't get done, then the healthcare will not probably improve. And you will have others come into the city to try to get that hospital and turn it in for a for-profit hospital and not a community hospital. That's not a threat. That's just the reality as I see it, okay? So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And that's, I'm just, again, really, really proud of this community that has come together. When I look around at the people sitting in this audience, many of us have been having these conversations, and we've been working on this. I spend every day working on this, and we're trying to get it done. So I'm very proud. I can't do it alone. I got to do it with everybody else. And I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to the great partnership that we'll have together. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Mr. President. Thank you. Before we get into all of the public speakers, how many public speakers do we have on this item?
Mayor, I've got 20, maybe a little over that.
Okay, sounds great. I see Vice President Robinson, Vice President Lawson from FAMU has joined us as well. It's great to see y'all. Would love to hear in just a second comments formally on FAMU. We hear that there's been meetings that have been going on as well. Mr. Lawson, if you want to come join us. Reverend Fagan, if you want to come up real quick and join us, tell us about the press conference that took place today. We were unavailable and don't know what happened.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As we mentioned, there was a press conference earlier today at 11 a.m. where we discussed the importance of this merger. So I would just like to share my comments on behalf of Pastor Holmes and the faith community. I would like to just share comments as to why we believe this is a good idea and it should be supported. As you all know, my name is Michael Fagans. I am the executive pastor at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church under the tutelage of Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes, Jr. I want to take just a moment to express my strong support for this merger between Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare and my alma mater, Florida State University. This partnership represents a transformative step forward, not only for healthcare in our region, but also for medical education, and innovation. By combining the clinical excellence of TMH with the academic strength and research capabilities of FSU, we are creating a true teaching hospital that will elevate patient care, expand access, and train the next generation of medical professionals right here in our community. This is an investment not only in our future, but in healthier families, a stronger medical workforce, as well as a more resilient and resourceful healthcare system. So therefore, I fully support this merger. We fully support this merger, and we look forward to the progress that will be made as we move together.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Lawson, thanks for joining us. I know that the universities have been in discussion. I'm assuming you're here on behalf of the president?
I am. Thank you. Mayor, City Commissioners, staff, on behalf of President Johnson, I'd like to address you all regarding this issue. We at Florida A&M are very excited to be a part of this, and you've heard the word transformative twice. This is an opportunity for our region to transform the way we deliver health care. We are supportive for some very specific reasons. One, we have access today. We will have access tomorrow based on the MOU for our students to continue their clinical education. We have an opportunity to expand that moving forward into the future. We have an opportunity to expand our research footprint in this space in the future. And we also have an opportunity to create additional programs into the future. So with our partnership with Florida State, that we're also very appreciative of, we are in full support of this initiative moving forward.
Thank you. I did not see Dr. Murdaugh or any other formal representative from TSC here.
Dr. Stringer.
Dr. Stringer, thank you. Come join us, please. I apologize. Provost.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you. We stand along with Florida State University, Florida A&M University, as well as Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, and partnering together with this exciting opportunity to move forward. We have been a staple in this community. We are a community college. We are here in the community to serve, and we already have partnerships with all these great institutions and organizations. So we're excited to see this merger, to see this happen, and we stand together with them united in moving this forward.
So we have the full academic support of all the institutions here. Yeah, I know that Mark O'Brien is under the weather and not here. Do we have, who is here on behalf of TMH? Proctor, good to see you.
Evening. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Mayor and Commissioners, I am speaking on behalf of the Chairman of the Board and the officers of the Board, and at this time I'd like to read a statement. Let me start by saying we are very excited about the Academic Medical Center and very excited about the progress that has been made by TMH, FAMU, TSC, and the City of Tallahassee. So let me read the statement for you all. We value the engagement of both FAMU and TSC in the Academic Medical Center and look forward to continued collaboration. At this time, our board of directors had not made any commitment regarding adding academic seats within the community designated positions on the TMH board. We recognize TSC that is a vital part of healthcare delivery in our region and are in active discussions to ensure their perspective and voice are represented on matters specific to their institution. Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare has a long history of collaboration with our higher education partners, and we remain committed to a governance structure that keeps the majority of the seats under local community leadership. We look forward to continuing our strong partnership with TSC to advance education, workforce development, and delivery of exceptional care in our community. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, we've gotten the formal statements on behalf of the institutions out of the way. We're going into the public hearing. Let me remind everybody, I failed at the last public hearing, and I apologize. We're on that last issue. I'd like to remind everybody to please keep your comments directed to me as the chair of this meeting and to the commission, and all comments should be directed towards us, and keep it in a professional manner in that way. So all comments that are being provided should be provided to the chair and to the commission as we move forward. With that said, let's begin the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Delatry Hollinger. Delatry Hollinger, don't see him at the moment. Then Tiwa Aiken. Tiwa Aiken will be followed by Stanley Sims.
Each speaker has 3 minutes. The clerk will let you know when we have 30 seconds left. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tiwa Aiken. Address is 1945 Durham Avenue. I come today to say that while I like the idea of an academic health center and research purposes, I actually strongly demand on pushing this further down the line in the ideas of getting more clarity on the Panama City type hospital, the site that is going on there. We need more research on what is going on in our community, the ills that are happening here. This is a hospital that we have for the moment. I say we have it for the moment because we've had it for a very long time, and I've been able to get care. I was able to suffer a toothache, and they actually gave me clindamycin and helped me. There's still a bill that I have to pay at some point. I'm gonna have to pay that bill, but I was able to get the care. The issue that I'm finding is that as we go through in this new agreement, we haven't heard a solid way on which we are protecting indigent care. We haven't heard a solid way on which we are protecting the members of our community that are really vulnerable. And we have heard about the Panama City Hospital, and we haven't heard about how that construction has been fully met through and done in best earnest, right? My thought with this is most saying, we were present at the special hearing for this issue, I think earlier at the beginning of this month, and we were able to talk and see that the suggestion for board members from both of the schools was made and it was applied. And I'm thankful for that. And I thank you, Diane Williams, for even pushing that, because I remember you making a very much sound voice for FAMU's support and like actual presence on the board. I'm asking to further push these comments that are going to be here today because our community still doesn't really know enough about this hospital. We have gone through what I'm going to say has been the last 21 days, and there's still more.
You have about 30 seconds.
And there's still more information that needs to actually be disseminated and given a full, clear view on what this is, because I know FSU is able to give this idea of this hospital, and it sounds grand. It also sounds like it's going to take 10 years, and in that time, we don't know what it's actually going to look like, especially with this type of administration. So.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Delatry Hollinger, and then Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Delatry Hollinger, 750 Wales Street. I think that my comments will be brief. I'd like to say that as a person whose family dates back to the 1840s here in this community, my grandmother graduated from the licensed practical nursing program at original Lincoln High School, because that's the only program that existed at that time, led by Millicent Hollyfield, that black nurses could go to be trained. And she started in 1953 at FAMU Hospital, and then became one of the first black nurses to integrate Tallahassee Memorial Hospital in the early 70s. And saying that the African-American community lost not only the FAMU College of Law, the African-American community, the FAMU community lost the FAMU Hospital. They lost the Division of Consumer Sciences at FAMU. And I think that there's a lot of trepidation on the part of many longtime citizens that we could lose our College of Pharmacy, that we could lose our Institute of Public Health, that we could lose our School of Allied Health. And what I'd like to see is the firming up of an agreement between FSU and FAMU that states emphatically, we have no intention to consume your programs or your departments or your schools and institutes. I'd like to see that in writing between the two institutions, because I think that's a major point of contention. Also, it is the position of the NAACP that there should be 3 board seats for Florida A&M University on this board. It's my understanding that even with the one representative seat that they have, the person that Florida A&M appoints has to be approved by the president of Florida State. And so to me, that is not being done in the true spirit of shared governance. And so I think there are a lot of things that we still need to work on with this to where the entire community can feel comfortable. I think that we have an opportunity to transform healthcare in our region. But there's still a lot of things that we need to work on before we transfer this property, especially also as it relates to, and I understand the healthcare aspect of the value, but this is taxpayer-owned property that was leased
30 seconds remaining.
that was leased to TMH in 1976, which was the year after the consent decree that mandated that the city of Tallahassee desegregate 23.7%, hire blacks in all positions because they had been discriminating against nurses at TMH. So the $1 leasing agreement, this one is also steeped in racism, and we still need to heal those wounds in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Stanley Sims, and then Howard Kessler.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. I'm also the second vice president of the NAACP, but my comments tonight represent me as a private citizen. Commissioner Matlow, about 3 years ago, I had 5 strokes in 6 months. If I go back about 3 years, I had a heart attack. If I go back a little further than that, I had a heart attack and I didn't even know I had a heart attack. What am I saying? I need to live by a doggone hospital, don't you think? But I need one that take care of people just like me. Y'all know me. I'm extra. I think I'm very important. I drop names. I've talked to these officials. My major problem is not with you all, it's with our government. 3 letters, Mr. President, that you can't do nothing about.
Mr. Sims, if you'll direct your comments to the chair and to the dais, that'd be great.
DEI. I like you. I voted for you. But I'm so afraid an executive order is going to come from the Capitol. So it ain't about you. And that's something you can't even fix. This community loves us. We love our poor folk. Y'all got to give it back when I get through. We get along. Our indigent. We want to make sure that they are taken care of. This is Tallahassee, an all-American city that owns a hospital. And Mr. President, that's hard for me to give away. Yeah, that's like asking to go out with my wife.
You're at 2.5 minutes.
So don't take this personal.
Mr. Sims, please direct your comments to the chair and to the board.
Don't take this personal. Our lives are on the line. Thank you.
I'd like to remind the audience to please direct your comments to the chair and to the board. This is how we maintain civility in the chambers. Thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. Kessler. Your name and address for the record, please.
Howard Kessler, 32303. 3 of you commissioners appear to be hell-bent on selling our community hospital to FSU by ramming through a quick vote, a change that has the disturbing and potential of hurting the people of Tallahassee. You have operated in secrecy and speed, pushing your plan through with little public awareness. People spend more time vetting the purchase of their next car than you have spent on vetting this issue. In your sneaky backroom haste, it appears that at least one or more of you have spent $20,000 taxpayer dollars without public approval. I have made a public record request. Who approved it? I would suggest you refer this matter to the state attorney for his opinion regarding legality. Was it the city manager who gave you permission to spend the money? How many more expenditures have you done without proper approval? Is someone getting something good out of this? It certainly isn't the people of Tallahassee. Florida State University is a state university under the power of Governor DeSantis. DeSantis has already harmed Florida colleges and universities with his political appointments and advocacy against inclusion and rewriting and restricting the teaching of African American history and slavery. If owned by the state and controlled by DeSantis, will the state-owned hospital limit health care to women, have minorities take the back seat to whites, not treat trans and gay human beings, not provide vaccines and other medications and surgeries? The list goes on. We have a doctor shortage here in Florida, which is expected to get much worse quickly. Doctors and researchers are leaving Florida because of the cruel and racist policies of our state government. There are critical questions and concerns, such as a change in the hospital that the City Commission, you should be examining for the sake of the people of Tallahassee. You owe it to the constituents, to your constituents, to do a sincere and in-depth study. Selling to the state is a bad idea, but if you do, don't sell your taxpayers short. Get a price that is commensurate with giving up all the leverage over the direction of your community hospital, of our community hospital. Do you respect the people you represent? If you do, you would provide a process that allows for you to properly research the proposal,
You have about
identify
25 seconds.
the impacts it will potentially have on your community, and share your findings with the people. Then allow time for the people to have a robust discussion and provide their input. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bruce Strobel. Bruce Strobel is our next speaker, followed by Lamonte Horn.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Bruce Strobel, 1935 Sabre Drive, Tallahassee. All right, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about this situation. I'm very excited for the opportunity to expand and advance healthcare in our community. But I do have some questions in hearing what Dr. Kessler said. It does raise some issues, particularly that Florida State does not have a specialization in this area. And I'm worried about if, as mentioned before, if there's some kind of policy change from the state, where does that leave the care for our indigent communities here in Tallahassee, people who need healthcare? How do we protect them? How do we make sure that they are not subject to increasing debts and medical fees and things and different expenses? This is something I think we need to consider as we make this decision. I'm also interested in knowing who stands to gain from this being made. Is there anyone there on the commission who might possibly benefit from this decision being made, as there's things kind of going around the community about that? Lastly, I want to ask, how do we, sorry, I lost my notes here. I wrote a lot of questions for y'all. Yes. Let's see. What protections are in place to prevent future political interference in the hospital's policy, especially from the governor's office or the Surgeon General? Who will have the power to hire or fire TMH leadership under this new arrangement? What guarantees do we have? What are the clawback provisions if FSU doesn't meet its commitments to service, charity care, or expansion? If the city's giving up ownership, what is the public getting in return? What is the real financial value of the assets and the land, and is that being accounted for in this transaction? And again, the most important question: who will protect patients from increased medical debt collections or cost hikes? I think these are questions that need to be answered before we can move forward on any such transaction in order to do it with due diligence and make sure it's in the interest of all the citizens of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lamonte Horn. Lamonte Horn, followed by Ladarius Gamage.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lamonte Horn. I reside at 4434 Gilhart Road. I rise not just as a civic advocate, but as a resident who believes our community deserves a voice and a vote on its future. We're here to discuss the proposed transfer of Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare assets to Florida State University. The goal of creating a top-tier academic health center is a shared vision that promises world-class care for our region, but a great vision requires a great foundation of trust, and trust begins with transparency, inclusion, and accountability. Tallahassee Memorial Hospital is more than brick and mortar. It's a cornerstone of our public health infrastructure, the place where we are born and where we say goodbye to loved ones. It is quite literally the heart of this community. And that heart now faces surgery without the patient's consent. Its assets, municipal property, have an appraisal range of $26 million to $584 million, excluding debt. We must learn from history. The transfer of the Civic Center in 2012 for $6.8 million, despite a $97 million appraisal amidst financial distress, was a process completed without a public vote. It was legal, but legal doesn't mean it was just, fair, or right. The hospital deal, which many have reportedly called coerced, cannot follow that same model of closed-door negotiations. We are being asked to trust without being asked to vote. We must demand a clear line-by-line financial reconciliation that justifies the proposed transfer of value. We don't have to choose between medical excellence and public accountability. We can look to successful presidents like the Tampa General USF Partnership. They built a model of affiliation, not acquisition. They achieved academic integration without an asset sale, showing that collaboration, like their $162 million annual investment, can secure top-tier care while protecting the public trust. Collaboration doesn't require control. Democratic processes are not speed bumps, they're guardrails. I'm not asking for a veto, I'm simply asking for a voice. Our community can have both progress and participation. Therefore, I urge the Commission to put the brakes on this transfer and mandate at least 3 additional public town halls, genuine community forums, designed for dialogue, not notification. Most importantly, I'm advocating for a 2026 ballot initiative to require a definitive community vote on the sale or transfer of any major public asset. Think of democracy like a bridge. It only holds if every beam is anchored. Public input is that anchor. Let us be the city that doesn't just grow, but grows with purpose. Let's demonstrate that in Tallahassee, public accountability is not a footnote, but the heart of governance. Let us be the generation that built a world-class health system and a world-class democracy. Let us vote for our future. I thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Ladarius Gamage, and then Ann Bidling-Meyer will follow.
Evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Ladarius Gamage. I'm a proud citizen, proud minister, and advocate in this community, and I just came here to talk about a few things. You know, a lot of people hear the word merger and they instantly feel distrust, suspicion, and access to affordable health care being affected. But here's the thing, what's being considered between FSU and TMH is much bigger than that. I want to talk to you about possibilities and hope today. I got all my degrees here from FAMU. I'm a proud citizen of FAMU. I went to high school at FAMU High, got all my degrees at FAMU, and now I'm in my community doing the best that I can. When I first got my bachelor's, I couldn't find a job. The healthcare field is too fast. But now we have the opportunity to help young people get in that first degree, come out of school, get that education and experience so that they can launch off into the world and do better things. Another thing that I want to talk to you about is the possibility of the trauma center becoming better. Through this merger, Tallahassee will probably be able to recruit top-tier medical talent, experts, research, technology that could advance us, and we won't have to, our family members won't have to worry about transporting us to Gainesville or Jacksonville through helicopter rides and incurring all those different costs, because we have the care right here that we need in order to save lives and make this community better. There's trust out here in this community about are we capable of healing people at our hospitals. And now with this merger, I feel like there's going to be more confidence in the community, and there's going to be better things to be said about Tallahassee and the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Ken Bidlingmeyer, followed by Shamario Roberson.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi. Ann Bidlingmeyer, 1920 Harriet Drive in Tallahassee. I'm an old environmental activist, and I never wanted to slow environmental reform when I was involved. However, this is an entirely different process. At first, I looked at the merger proposal and I thought, well, this could be a real possibility. However, the more I sat back and watched and read, the more I think we are moving way too fast. And I have to ask myself, who is driving this bus? I had to respond when I read in the paper that someone on the commission said that the state political interference into the hospital restructuring could be avoided because the proposed governance structure has a safeguard for that. And I thought, that doesn't make any sense, and it's not true. This is either naivete, denial, wishful thinking, or maybe just complacence. Or maybe it only exists in the cloud. First, we should see the connection between our two institutions of education and healthcare. A black cloud of political pressure is driving teachers out of education. Book banning, censorship, hiring and curriculum suppression, even threatening 39 schools with loss of funds if they don't rename 39 roads after Charlie Kirk. Dare we risk more shortages of healthcare workers and risk more voodoo science, as quoted by a local pastor? Are we going to have to change the name of Surgeons Drive if the state takes over? Dare we risk any more than we already are? Everyone in this room and in this county will be affected by this merger, and we cannot jump into this without fully understanding the big picture. We have the city management on one side, who simply doesn't see the big picture. It can't. On the other side is FSU, in danger of intrusion from the state government. Remember, the city and FSU entered into secret negotiations at the outset, and this does not bode well. In the more broad middle is TMH, who has the ability and wherewithal to see the big picture and the bits and pieces and nuts and bolts that are going into this decision. Why not recruit someone to be the mediator like the treasurer emeritus of TMH, or a brilliant surgeon who understands the complicated set of nuts and bolts complicating this issue? I think we are moving too fast.
You have 30 seconds left.
A whole lot more needs to be resolved than just merging committees. The impossible insurance mazes, getting x-rays and records to the right departments, translating convoluting texts that are impossible to answer, and even finding a parking place at TMH and a bathroom near the atrium. We want better health care, but we have to ask how. The how here is missing. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Shamario Roberson, and then Kendall Williams will be next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Shamario Robertson. I served as the Deputy Secretary for the Florida Department of Health during COVID. That means that I had the responsibility of protecting public health for 22 million people in the state of Florida and over 100 million visitors. Today, I'm speaking to you as a public health expert, as a community member, and most importantly, a rural health advocate. Throughout my career, I've seen the power of collaboration. When universities, hospitals, communities work together, it doesn't just change health systems, it changes lives. With this partnership between Florida State University, FAMU, TSC, and Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, we can bring specialized care here that will improve chronic diseases and other medical issues. We have the opportunity to bring learning, research, compassion, innovation to improve health right here in Tallahassee. This collaboration means more than just expansion of healthcare. It's a vision for us all to bring healthcare under one mission that's driven by the community. An academic health center in Tallahassee means just more than new buildings. It means building capacity. It means training and retaining healthcare staff. It means moving forward with a data-driven approach. I know how important it is to invest in the community and the health in the future for all in Florida and in Tallahassee. I'm excited about this collaboration, and I think that the dedication that we have here with this community and the partnership between universities, that we will change the lives of many people here. I stand in full support of this advancement of an academic health center.
Our next speaker, please.
Kendall Williams. Kendall Williams, followed by Bill Davis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Kendall Williams, 1759 Hillsgate Court. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kendall Williams. I'm a proud Tallahassee native and recent graduate of Florida A&M University. I stand before you not just as a young professional beginning my career here in the city that I love, but as someone who's been personally experienced the gaps in our local health systems, and who deeply believes that this partnership between the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare and Florida State University is a vital step towards closing them. A little over a year ago, I was facing severe hip pain that eventually led to major hip reconstruction surgery. But instead of being able to receive the care I needed right here at home, I had to travel nearly 300 miles to the Mayo Clinic for specialized treatment. Don't get me wrong, I was grateful for the care that I received there, but it was disheartening to realize that Tallahassee, the capital of Florida, surrounded by world-class universities and brilliant minds, still couldn't provide the level of advanced specialized care locally. That experience opened my eyes. It made me realize that this isn't just about convenience. It's about access, innovation, and quality of life. No one should have to leave their community to get the care that they deserve. That's why I confidently support the creation of an academic health center. This partnership is more than just two institutions coming together. It's a chance to transform healthcare in our region. Imagine a Tallahassee where cutting-edge research fuels new treatments, where top medical students train right here and stay here, and where local families have the access to the same level of care you'd find in Jacksonville or Gainesville. We have the talent. We have the vision. What we've been missing is the infrastructure to make it happen, and this merger provides just that. It means better health outcomes, more jobs, and stronger retention of young professionals just like me who want to stay, work, and thrive here. As someone who's had to leave Tallahassee to get care and is now choosing to stay and invest my future here, I can't emphasize enough how transformational this could be, not just for patients, but for our city's growth and reputation. So I'm asking you to see this, not just as a merger, but as a milestone, a moment where Tallahassee decides to invest in its people and in its future. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your dedication to building a healthier, more innovative Tallahassee for everyone who calls it home.
Next speaker, please.
Bill Davis, followed by Thomas Spears.
Your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Bill Davis. I'm one of many Bill Davises in Tallahassee, but I'm the one at 2100 East Delview Drive. I lived in Tallahassee for over 50 years. I'm an FSU grad. My first child was born at TMH. I was the first dad in for an unscheduled C-section, and I held my children's last grandparent's hand as she passed away there. I love the hospital. I love Tallahassee. I think second to our people, our hospital is our greatest asset here. It certainly is the greatest physical asset. It might be competing with the utility system, I don't know, but they want to privatize that too, probably. I come from a position of just worry about the future. It seems like things are changing so rapidly. You can have a governor come in and take New College, and it is all of a sudden yet another new college with entirely new leadership and an entirely different point of view. It can happen anywhere. You can have a board of trustees at the University of Florida pick a brilliant academic leader, and the board of trustees appointed by the governor, but no, that gets overruled so they can put in somebody else who's against DEI. Things are happening fast, and they happen fastest when they're put into place by people who are away from their base. You all are so close to your base. You might have different bases, but at least they're here in town. But what we're talking about is turning the control of this hospital to bases that are CEOs of big developers and think tanks and stuff that are in the trustees, a lot of these places, or to an elected governor that has lots of little groups so that he ends up putting an anti-vax guy in as Surgeon General for health care. People want to privatize our school system. You don't think they want to privatize our hospitals? I don't know. So I worry about that. And then when I see it being rushed through, when there's a official city policy that if it's over $300,000, you have to have 2 independent state-certified appraisers to prepare an estimate of the value of the real estate. I haven't heard of any independent estimate of value. There's supposed to be 2. Maybe y'all are going to waive that if you're going to pass this motion, this proposal. I think we're going too fast when you have the concerns. People are afraid that we might actually be turning something in that'll be privatized, will serve big pharma and the funders, and that we're getting sold a bill of goods really on the idea that we can have Mayo Clinic in Tallahassee or Shands when those places serve millions of people. They serve Tampa and Gainesville. You know, Jacksonville's a huge city. The doctors aren't going to come here where they're going to do 1 heart transplant a year. You don't want to go to them either. You want to go where they're doing 10 a month to get your heart transplant. We've got good health care here, Tallahassee Memorial. Let's protect it and let's keep it ours.
Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Spears.
I have a clipboard.
Thomas Spears is followed by Cassandra Jenkins.
Name and address for the record.
Thomas Spears, and live in 32303. First thing, I kind of just have a question, because I have not read every little letter that's been put out, but I think about how this is justified from the health outcome standpoint, and I think of at least Shands being in Gainesville. People go from very far away, and Tampa, I mean, it's a couple hours or so, but they come from here, and they may even go from South Georgia, or maybe they'll go to Jacksonville, or they'll go to Shands. That means, when it gets put in place here, that's going to affect their outcomes in Shands. So now suddenly, isn't the balance kind of changed up? Doesn't that mean the exact turnout of what this health center would be is not exactly what may be projected? Or was that put into the projections? I don't know. That's just kind of a question I have. Besides that, the real problem here is trust. It's been spoken to many times, and it has to be said again and again. The problem is the administration that's in place. The idea of being state-owned could be good, except we see who is in the state right now. We understand, it's good that FAMU has representation now. Unfortunately, FAMU is led by MAGA Marva, who was not supported by the student body of FAMU. There was plenty of people speaking out against her. Still, she was put in place. FSU, it restricts freedom of speech and doesn't allow the Tallahassee SDS to be a registered organization. What are they going to do when people have to show up? There's a class aspect to this, and it's hard not to really see Tallahassee be very split along the lines of Florida State and not Florida State. And that line is getting not even blurrier, it's just being consumed more and more. FSU has already bought the Governor Square movies, and now it's trying to buy this. I personally want Tallahassee to be more than just FSU. I think Tallahassee can and should be more. TMH is part of what Tallahassee is. And I think it absolutely should stay that way. I don't trust state ownership in this situation. And that's why it really can't happen. Even if health outcomes were to improve, I think we'd have to discuss, you have to talk about the economic situation in Tallahassee and the surrounding areas. All those people may go to Shands, and maybe that lowers their numbers, but maybe some rich people go to Shands, and suddenly, since they can afford so much better care, then suddenly the health outcomes are that much better. But that's throwing off the numbers.
You're at 2.5.
Thanks. The health outcomes here may not be as good because of the general economic situation. It's going too fast, and it needs to be held off, if not just canceled completely. Please vote against this. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Cassandra Jenkins is next, and then Cheryl Collier-Brown. So Cassandra Jenkins is gone?
She's here.
Oh, there you go, right. You're the next speaker.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Cassandra Jenkins, 1028 Long Street Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here to speak on this issue, and I will repeat some of the comments I made before this commission at the last meeting. I've dedicated my life's work and career to providing community service and enhancing the quality of life for children, families, and underserved communities. I have extensive experience as an administrator and chief executive in the fields of criminal and juvenile justice, public policy, program planning, and management. I have witnessed firsthand the multitude of problems that unhealthy individuals and their families experience, and the lifelong impact when individuals are not provided with appropriate health care services, treatment, and support to increase the odds of not just surviving, but thriving. During my tenure working within the law enforcement and criminal justice arena, I realized that it's not enough to just talk about reforms and make a few changes. We must be willing to make transformative changes and appropriately support and fund systems and services that are interrelated and interconnected with many of the issues confronted by our communities and our healthcare system. Physical health, mental health, education, child welfare, substance misuse, criminal and juvenile justice, public safety, quality affordable housing, employment and livable wages, community and economic development, just to name a few. I still truly believe that the proposed FSU TMH Academic Health Center would be a win-win for the Tallahassee-Leon County community and all its residents, as well as this region. TMH has long been a place where all people could receive quality health care regardless of income. I believe TMH and FSU, through this proposed partnership, will continue to uphold the same level of community commitment and provide quality services for indigent and underserved populations. It's imperative that we look at the bigger picture, leverage our resources, and foster innovation in ways that would benefit the most people to improve the quality of life in our community and the surrounding area. Leveraging our resources includes having the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University and the Tallahassee State Colleges at the table in a substantive way.
You're under 30 seconds.
As part of this, and as part of this substantive way, they should be a part of the governance and programmatic structure. Florida State University and Florida A&M University are renowned for their academic and health programs and are essential parts of this community and nation. I strongly support the proposal to create an academic health center in Tallahassee. I urge you, as the elected officials, to carefully consider all the public input and recommendation received as we move forward on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Cheryl Collier Brown, and then Gregory James.
Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have left on this item?
About a dozen.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Cheryl Collier Brown, 217 West Brevard Street, 32301. I'm here, I'm not against it, as I stated last time, but as I sit here listening to what's going on in the community, there's a lot of people that still have questions and reservations. I'm here to speak on their behalf. There's still some unsettlement about the merger. Some questions that they're asking, and I try to answer them, but I'm not clear on how to exactly get it where they can understand it, if you understand what I'm saying. So as I asked before, if it is at all possible to open it up where some of the people in the community who are not privy to come here and speak or are not able to come during the morning or whatever, watch it on television, open up and go to some quadrants in the area, not just where I live, but other areas that I've heard people say they still have some reservations and some questions. And I think this would be more receptive if it was a better understanding of this issue overall in the community. And that's all I would like to see happen. Because I believe in having good health care, but we still need to make sure that everybody that comes to these forums, if you are privy to doing it, understand it better. Because they're not. It's still some grown and, some apprehension in the community. So I just would like to see them feel more at ease about what's about to transpire here this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Gregory James. Go to Don Tolliver. Don Tolliver, followed by Robert Smith.
Reverend, name and address for the record, please.
Reverend Don Tolliver, 302 Bermuda Road.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioner, City Manager. It's great to be here in front of you again. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Tallahassee chapter of the National Action Network. While I serve under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes, who also serves as my pastor, Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for the last 39 years. I also have the honor of serving as the Vice President of the Tallahassee chapter of the National Action Network for the last 13 years. We are in total support of this merger. Me attending Florida State University in my undergraduate years and also graduating from Florida A&M University, I told people all the time, if you're not on the menu, you're on the table to be served. And sometimes people look at me and think that's a strange thing to say. But the problem that I have with that is we must understand that we all have a place. We all have an opportunity to share in this fellowship as far as being collaborative partners. Tallahassee State College, Florida A&M University, and Florida State University merging with Tallahassee Healthcare. Let's put unity in our community. Let's press for better health care in our community. Let's look forward to pressing together for the universities and the state college. Let's look forward for working with indigent care. I hear that they're spending over $40 million a year in indigent care currently. So increasing that and working together. The divided community cannot stand. I read somewhere in the Gospel according to St. Mark, in chapter 3, verses 25, it says, "And if a house be divided against itself, the house cannot stand." Let's keep pressing for the mark of a prize of a higher calling in God Christ Jesus. My favorite scripture in the Bible is Philippians 3:14, and it simply says, "I press towards the mark for a prize of higher calling in God Christ Jesus." Let's press forward. Let's make this happen, and let's do what we need to do to get this under the belt. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Robert Smith, and then Norma Meyer.
Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Smith, 2348 Eddy Road. I'm trying to find out, I just want to know, what does this mean for all the citizens that's in Tallahassee? What does this mean for the surrounding counties, all the way up into Georgia, people that comes in all the time? I'm not against any kind of progress that would hurt Tallahassee, but I'm always trying to do something to help Tallahassee. I am the first student to go to FAMU and Florida State. So, and then also, I am a recording artist also, but when Civic Center was turned over to Florida State, I don't see anything going on there, mainly but like basketball. And I remember when they used to have, when the Civic Center first came in, there was a lot of activities, groups and bands and things coming in like that. But also, what does this mean for the health care of the people? I don't want to go to a research center when I need to go to a hospital. Are we going to need to build a third hospital? I just don't know what's really, because it just seems like Florida State is taking over. I'm not against Florida State, against I'm for Tallahassee growing. But, and why can't there be a committee that works? Well, I didn't know exactly. I just heard that the city was on over the hospital, but I knew it was switching hands and, you know, different times and stuff like that. But why can't the city or whatever form, or Florida State FAMU form some kind of committee to work
You have
together
30 seconds.
and not give all the power to one entity? So I'm just concerned about the elderly people. What will this mean for medical care? I mean, the hospital is supposed to be like one of the best heart hospitals in the South. So what does this mean?
You're at 3 minutes.
Am I going to go? I'm just concerned.
Thank you.
I don't have anything against Florida State. Like I said, I went there.
Yes, sir.
Nothing against the city.
Thank
but let FAMU, let TC,
Need you to wrap
whatever,
up the comments. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
you know, work together.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Norma Meyer, and then Kelvin Lawson.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Norma Meyer, 908 Waverly Road, 32312. I am here coming from a medical background. Most of the people who know me coming from IT. But before that, I was in medicine. I have a degree from what is now Wake Forest University Med School. And I am concerned that we are not getting what we think we're getting, or what a lot of the people who I talk to think we're getting. They think we're getting another Shands. And there's no way that this part of the state can support in terms of the number of patients and the number of doctors. There's no way that we can support another Shands. I am concerned because I know that we have professionals who are not coming to the state because of the political environment. And I know that President McCullough has very good intentions, but I wonder if he can promise the kind of funding that will be necessary to support TMH. I also agree with a number of the people who've already spoken that we're going too fast. So I would ask you to slow down, check to see what's going on in the other parts of the state in terms of being able to attract doctors. It's not easy. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Kelvin Lawson.
You're good.
Kelvin Lawson is next, and then Delilah Pierre.
Delilah
Pierre. Going to John Hedrick. John Hedrick.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. John Hedrick, 1551 Cristobal Drive. Let's review where we've been over the past 3-4 weeks since we've had the last one of these hearings. There's been an awful lot of movement, a lot of different quarters. There's been new MOUs drafted but not executed yet between FAMU, between TSC, and various parties. That's all good because it was talked about that they needed to be brought into the tent. But they haven't been executed yet. There's also been a lot of discussion about, okay, what level board strength should there be between TMH and the rest of the community? There's been concerns previously raised that the number of people that are being appointed through TMH for the nonprofit should be substantially higher so as to retain local control over what's been going on. there doesn't seem to be as much has been discussed about the pledges that the hospital needs to retain the indigent care features that it's had historically. Of course, if you enter into a sale of a hospital, you've got to make provisions for that to be occurred. And also, you know, I think rightly there is concerns out there that the state, being that they have not expanded Medicaid, have not already provided a lot of the resources which would have been very helpful to the hospital already. I think the process, by just things I've been naming, it seems like there's an awful long way we still need to go with this before it becomes a reality out there. I think one of the realities I think people are just hinting at is, why can't the community continue to own the hospital? I don't think anything should prohibit us from owning it and then still entering into these arrangements. I know there's been a lot of talk about sale. What about owning it and keeping it? I might just add
You're at 2.5.
the ultimate deal that is arrived at. I think the public really does need to weigh in on this because of how, just to get a lot of things out of the way out there, let the public give its blessing to this. So I think a referendum would be appropriate on this, ultimately. Thank you, Commissioners.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Delilah Pierre, and then Edward Ryan.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name's Delilah Pierre. My address is exempt. As I said previously, I'm the president of the Tallahassee Community Action Committee, and I just want to talk about basically who does this merger of TMH and FSU serve? Who's it for? Is it for the community? Is it for the people who live in Tallahassee? Or is it for Florida State University, a school that has $1 billion endowment and owns most of this town, if we're being honest? You know, we can say words are great, words are nice, but words aren't proof. To believe something, personally, I need evidence. I need some substance. So let's look at the evidence of what's happened. We have evidence that Ron DeSantis has used his power over universities to create DEI restrictions, to essentially use his power to attack undocumented immigrants on campus. We have evidence of that. So what are y'all going to do if FSU bans DEI at that hospital and affects Black and brown people who live there or work there? What are y'all gonna do if FSU's attacks affect undocumented immigrants who try to get help and they get arrested and detained by ICE the moment they step into the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital? What are y'all gonna do then? What are y'all gonna do if the attacks on education and access to hospital conditions start to affect people more dramatically? This is essentially, in my opinion, not for the people of Tallahassee, it's for FSU. And so who are gonna get those positions at that hospital? Florida State University students, not nurses and doctors who have lived and worked in Tallahassee their whole lives, but happen not to go to Florida State University. But the biggest problem with this is, if this was legitimate, if y'all had faith in this deal from the beginning, if you thought the FSU-TMH merger was something the community would agree on and fight for, I don't know why you would be doing secret back deal agreements with people. Why didn't you release the information to the public immediately? Is there a real answer for that? For why you would hide information from the public? I'm quoting you directly, John Daly, when you said that you will always fight for the people of Tallahassee. Call me on it. That's on a City Commission YouTube video. So if you're gonna always fight for the people of Tallahassee, why do you never include them in the process? Why do you never allow them to have power and a say over what's happening in our community? So who do you serve? Do you serve Florida State University's billionaires, their board of trustees, or do you serve the people of Tallahassee, the students who live here, the community who live here? Do you serve Ron DeSantis and his goal to capitulate and do whatever Trump says? Or do you serve the people who are fighting against him and fighting for justice in our city? I hope y'all understand that question and you decide who you serve. Because if you do not serve the people, in my opinion, you do not have the right to be in office. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Edward Ryan. Next speaker is Edward Ryan. Ryan will be followed by Jacqueline Valentine.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Edward Ryan. My address is 564 Roden Cove Road, Tallahassee. My sense is, and by the way, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's my sense that this is a train that's en route to a destination and is probably halfway there. And my concern, though, is, although I began thinking, oh, this is a great idea, like other speakers, I thought, oh, that makes sense. And you can't doubt the sincerity, certainly of the president, McCullough, and of you folks, and all the people involved are infinitely, I'm convinced, totally sincere in doing a good thing for the city of Tallahassee. But I do believe the speakers before me have raised real serious questions, and I don't have anything original to add, so I'll just run through them quickly, which is, who's going to protect the independence of this institution when we see Governor DeSantis trying to take over the entire state educational system and run it into a particular, a new, what is it called, new school or something or other phenomenon? That's outrageous. Who knows what he's going to do about women's health care and all the needs that are involved in childbearing and reproduction? Who knows what either this governor or some other governor may take an interest in, I don't know what, but it is going to be less local control, it seems to me, and that's a concern that I particularly have. And I hope that whatever you do, I hope you'll build in protections for those things, that they are not lost regardless of whatever deal is made somehow. I don't know if your lawyers can figure out a way to do that, but that's what I'd like to see. If it's going to go through, which it looks like it might, if you can protect those things. And there's another thing that I also am concerned about, and then I'm finished, and that is the idea that it really is happening very quickly. I'm an interested citizen. I actually, to be honest with you, came here to talk about a different subject. But when I saw this was on the agenda, I had to sign up because it seems to me that this is going so fast that in my neighborhood, at least where I live, people don't have a clue what's going on. They don't even know it's in the offing. So I support the idea that we should go more slowly, have more public hearings, and I do believe this is a good idea. If those questions that I've raised and others have raised can be answered satisfactory to the public, it should go right through, and everybody would be happy.
You have about 15 seconds.
So that is a good signal for me to stop. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jacqueline Valentine. Jacqueline Valentine, followed by Nathaniel Countess.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Jacqueline Valentine, Jordan's Pass Drive, Tallahassee, and I am not against a merger. However, as I sit here in the audience, the more I hear, the more confused I am. Number one, why are we selling something that we already own? I wouldn't sell my house and then rent it out or have someone rent it to me. Why are we doing that? Number two, I'm concerned about FAMU. Maybe it's not being said here, but in my little circles, Florida State wants FAMU's School of Nursing. Florida State wants FAMU's School of Pharmacology. What guarantees do we have for FAMU to remain FAMU and do what FAMU has to do? So I'm going to say, please put brakes on this, slow it down, give us more understanding, answer our questions. A teaching hospital, wonderful thing. But we don't want to leave anybody behind. Our endangered, our population that's less fortunate than we are, we don't want to leave anyone behind. So put brakes on it and answer questions so that we all can feel comfortable that this is the right thing for all of Tallahassee, for all of this Big Bend area. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nathaniel Countess, followed by Nancy Rogers. So Nathaniel Countess. Not seeing Nathaniel Countess, then Nancy Rogers.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Nancy Rogers, 2069 Wild Ridge Drive, Tallahassee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. This is important to me. I'm nearing the end of my treatment for stage 4 cancer. This is my chemo port. I'm here because of just a little bit of luck and a lot of excellent care that I received at TMH. This is not just an abstract issue for me. My central message is, please don't invite the state government into our health care. If TMH becomes part of FSU, that's exactly what you're doing. Because somehow our state politicians just can't keep their hands out of the state university system. They tell professors not to teach subjects they don't like, or assign books they don't like, or use words they don't like. They routinely make sudden and surprising rule changes. The universities have to change accreditors, or degree programs they consider too small have to shut down. Would the state similarly decide to shut down TMH's treatment programs for some rare cancer in the name of efficiency? Just months ago, the governor tried to transfer the Ringling Museum from FSU to New College. The same thing happened to TMH. Previous governor wanted to privatize our state parks. Might the state sell TMH to some for-profit healthcare corporation? If this sounds far-fetched or even paranoid, let me ask you, did you imagine 10 years ago that Florida would have a surgeon general who doesn't believe in childhood immunization? Did you anticipate seeing pictures of empty school libraries because of book bans? Did you foresee the state painting over artistic crosswalks that have actually been shown to be safer? I don't want the state government diminishing the quality of our health care because it opposes, for instance, outreach to underserved communities. I also don't want it diminishing the quality of our health care because it wastes so much of the hospital's money and time with pointless policy changes. I certainly don't want the state government to sell or give away our excellent local hospital to some currently unknown entity. So please consider the state government's track record, and I beg you, do not invite the state government into our excellent local health care. Thank you.
My next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Clark. And then Dot Edmond Johnson will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Sir?
Your name and address for the record, please.
I got you. My name's Bart Clark. Good evening, Commissioners. I'll get to the address in just a second. Mr. Treasurer, please don't remind me about the time. I can see it right in front of me. I'll pay strict attention to it.
I understand, but I treat everybody the same, so I'll give you a quick heads up. Sorry for the interruption.
I wish you wouldn't. I was born and raised in Tallahassee. I was born at TMH, and when I was born, my parents lived on Jackson Drive at one end, and now I live at the other end of Jackson Drive to this day. Haven't made it very far. But I did go to Florida State University and get 2 degrees. One of them is a master's in public policy, and I also got a degree from Tallahassee Community College as a paralegal. So I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a doctor, but I do have a good education, I believe. And I think some folks have made some really great points, and I don't have much time to go on about those things. So I'm going to try to speak about something that I haven't heard yet. And I think there's enough evidence now to conclude that Mr. Goad and Mr. McCullough have been colluding prior to anybody in the public knowing about it. And we don't know how long. Months? Years? It's been going on a long time. And it may include you too, Mr. Daly, but I don't have that kind of proof to make that assertion. But I know you have close ties to FSU. I don't believe this stuff would be coming up without your leadership. So we have to wonder without any kind of evidence. And it just bothers me to no end to see Mr. Goad and Mr. McCullough sitting there so smugly, and Mr. McCullough speak down to us with such condescension when he opened his remarks. It just really galls me to death. And one example of this would be that, for instance, when the secret cabal slipped out into the public, Mr. Mark O'Brien was so opposed to the idea that he spent their institution's dollars on advertisements calling y'all out on this whole thing. But now he's all on board. So we have to wonder, what did he get promised to go along and get along? So as others have said, and I'm not going to belabor it, but we know that if TMH is owned by FSU, we also know FSU is controlled by the Florida government, Ron DeSantis right now. And people have spoken very ably about the things that he's been up to, and we don't want that to happen here. And this whole deal is a corrupt bargain, and I'm opposed to it thoroughly. And the ownership is not required for the collaboration that's already underway between FSU and TMH. We could just keep going right like we are and forget about this nonsense that I believe he brought up. So in closing, I would say that the estimates we've received of the value of the hospital, we shouldn't even be talking about that, but the estimates far below the value.
3 minutes.
Thoroughly opposed. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Dot Inman Johnson. Dot Inman Johnson, followed by Marlon Williams Clark.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Dot Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive, 32308. My husband and I have a granddaughter born in Tallahassee, and as an infant, her little heart had to have surgery, and we had to go to Shands in Gainesville. At 8th grade, she had to have her surgery redone. We would have been overjoyed to have an academic research hospital here at the level of Shands or Mayo at the time she was having her surgery as an infant. We did not. And even with this merger with TMH and FSU and the other partners, there will be no time in the near future where that would be possible. I have 3 main issues that I am here to speak on. First of all, I feel there was no transparency from the beginning of this process to now. Second, I feel that we need something in writing that protects the citizens of this community. TMH is a community hospital. It has an obligation to serve those who would not ordinarily be served by other hospitals, and at a reasonable price, and if they cannot pay, to still serve them in emergencies. I need something in writing in whatever agreement comes out of this. And third, I feel the city must do those 2 independent appraisals. When I was here before, I was concerned that the commission did not
You're at 2.5 minutes.
did not approve the motion made by Commissioner Matlow. I was told by the mayor that you did. What the city manager did was not that motion. And I don't believe that asset that belongs to this community is only worth $26 million.
You're at 3 minutes.
When I see that a police complex that started with a budget of $50 million is now at $170 million.
Comments. Thank you very much.
We do not trust without an
Your time is up. Thank you very
independent
much.
appraisal.
We have other speakers
Thank
that we
you.
need to get to as well. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Marlon Williams Clark. Marlon Williams Clark. Moving to Paul Ahrens. Paul, oh, I'm sorry. Williams Clark. Didn't see you get up.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Marlon Williams Clark, 1474 Auburn Court. Good evening, commissioners. As I stated, I am Dr. Marlon Williams Clark. I am the Tallahassee Branch NAACP president. And I want to begin by saying that I am not here in opposition to progress. However, I am here to ensure that progress is fair, transparent, and equitable for everyone in this community. We all want to see Tallahassee grow as a center for medical advancement, but we must be honest about our history. Florida A&M University operated the first teaching hospital serving African Americans. The hospital was defunded and closed under the guise of integration. While Florida State's programs expanded, again and again, we've seen FAMU's programs absorbed and diminished for the benefit of others, and we cannot allow that history to repeat itself. And I must say that I'm saying this as a homegrown Rattler and a Seminole. We must have not only adequate health care, but equitable health care for all Tallahassee and this region. That means protecting FAMU's allied health, nursing, and pharmacy programs and guaranteeing its students continued access to clinical placements and internships. We must also safeguard indigent care. TMH has long served everyone regardless of income or insurance. Many of the uninsured and underinsured patients in the city are African American, and they depend on TMH, especially now as politicians both federally and in our state continue to cut Medicaid and reduce resources for those who need them most. And let's be clear, transferring TMH's land, buildings, and assets valued at over $1 billion without a public vote feels deeply questionable. Public property should not be transferred without the will of the people. I believe President McCullough's intentions are sincere, but history precedes Dr. McCullough, and politics will proceed after he's gone. And we cannot afford politics meddling in our healthcare system. Considering the current political climate in this state, it's not guaranteed that we'll even attract the top-tier doctors and specialists we all want and need. Florida has been openly hostile toward medical professionals simply trying to do their jobs, and that reality cannot be ignored in this conversation.
You're at 30 seconds.
If this new academic health system is to serve the public good, FAMU deserves at least 2 additional seats at the table, as well as CSC. It should be coming together for everyone to have an equal voice. Yes, we want an academic health center, but it must be one where FAMU, FSU, and TSC each have an equitable voice and power, one that protects the people, honors our history, and ensures healthcare in Tallahassee remains for everyone, not just for some. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Paul Ahrens, and then Dale Landry. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Landry's will be our last speaker after Mr. Ahrens. Sorry, I think that's Dr.
Your
Ahrens.
name and address for the record, please.
My name is Paul Ahrens. I live at 1706 Beechwood Circle in Tallahassee. I'm a physician, I'm retired, and I'll be 80 years old on my next birthday. And I want to say for the record that I've received excellent care at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. I've had a couple of serious illnesses, and I appreciate them very much. And I'm also, I'm excited at the prospect of possibly having an academic medical center in Tallahassee. But I think there's some questions that have arisen that really deserve answers, and I'll try to outline them briefly for you right now. I read a report in the Tallahassee Democrat this morning that had some financial aspects to it. I just wanted to read a brief excerpt from that report. It says, if the debt is factored into the equation, the valuation ranges roughly $26 million to $220 million. And then it says further, while it is typical to include debt in the equity calculation, staff has confirmed that in the proposed agreement between TMH and FSU, the current outstanding debt of $364 million will remain TMH's obligation, will not transfer to FSU. So I'm an old state employee, and I always ask, well, where's the money coming from and what's it going to do? So it raised a question in my mind, to whom does TMH owe all this money? And the fact that they will still owe it, whatever the price turns out to be, whether it's the $26 million or the higher figure, does the legislature have to appropriate that money? Are we in such a hurry because there has to be a request made to this upcoming session that starts January 13th? And also, there's the aspect that he who pays the piper gets to call the tune, and that's what a number of speakers have been telling us this evening, that we know that the current leadership of the state and the leadership of the public health establishment in this state has some very contrarian views, and their views have to do with vaccines, they're vaccine deniers, reproductive health, services to immigrants, services to gender diverse people, to LGBTQ people. So all of that, we need to hear more about that. What happens to the other hospital in town? How does it affect or get affected by this one way or the other? The Capital Medical Society hasn't weighed in, hasn't discussed this or weighed in about this yet.
3 minutes.
I just think that, to wrap it up, that the idea that there could be town hall meetings and that the public could be better informed before this goes forward is extremely important. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dale Landry. And Mr. Mayor, that's the last speaker I have on the item.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Dale Landry, 1940, Nanticoke Circle, Tallahassee, Florida. First of all, I got to take personal privilege to say something here that I don't get a chance to say, and it's directed to the Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I want to thank you for what you did, because you were one of the first voices to speak out for FAMU, and I want to commend you for that. I don't get to do that with you too often, but I'm going to take this night and do it publicly. Thank you for what you did. I came here tonight for one thing, to support my president of the Tallahassee branch of the NAACP and everything that he said. Then I was going in, but then something hit me while I was been sitting here, folk. You know, I can remember back in the day, and a voice came to me to share this thought. It was a dumb idea. It's dumb, please forgive me. But like an old black man used to say, well, Dale, do you think they ever thought about keeping it? Don't sell it. Create the university school. Let each one of the universities offer up their service. Let them come together and create that university school. Give 3 to FSU seats. Give 3 to FAM. Give 3 to Tallahassee State College. And give 3 to the people, so they can help run this thing. Because the whole hospital is serving the people. So, I mean, that's what an old black man might have said, you know, sitting out there under the tree. Did they ever think about that? Because that's a whole different one. I ain't never heard nobody think about that. Y'all? It could be a pecan. But I'm just saying, that's another alternative. And Mr. President told me I could say that, because we both agreed that was a dumb idea. But thank y'all.
Do we have any other speakers?
I have no other speakers, Mayor.
Okay, we're on to commission discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me thank everyone who came tonight to speak. You know, I do have home training, and I want to say I appreciate you. But as I'm sitting here listening, the one word that comes to mind that I've heard in what a lot of speakers said, and that word is fear. Let me just give you a couple of 2 or 3 quotes. Spencer Johnson who wrote Who Moved My Cheese. You familiar with that? Who Moved My Cheese? The fear you let build up in your mind is worse than the situation that actually exists. And that's one. The second one is by Franklin Roosevelt. Nothing to fear but fear itself. And this last one is from a new hero of mine, Letitia James, where she said, faith and fear cannot coexist in the same space. I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. We cannot control the governor. There's nothing to stop the governor from coming in here doing whatever it is he wants to do with the situation as it is. His the Secretary of the Department of Health has already said and done whatever he said and done, and we've had to do some things. We had to take fluoride out of water, okay? So if you think that we're protected from that, we're not. Because the governor is the governor, the president is the president, and you see what's happening. The world is becoming unraveled, whether you give permission or not. But you cannot you cannot say that on Sunday mornings we have faith as we sit in church and praise God, that we have faith, but then we come in here and we're fearful of what the governor might do or what somebody else might do. We have got to move forward in our community for good health care. We are unhealthy people. And the only way we're going to become healthy is, as we've heard, we've got to expand our population so we can bring in the right specialists, the right people to come in here and help us get healthy. I've said this many times. I've had to drive to Shands. My husband is a liver transplant patient. My chief of staff is a three-time cancer survivor. So we drive to Moffett for her care. No, it's not going to happen tomorrow. It didn't happen in those places the next day. But you got to start somewhere. If you keep looking backwards, you can't go forward. Last year this time, I was returning from Ghana. And the quote of the first president there was, "Forward ever, backwards never." What that means is we've got to assess our current situation, figure out it is not optimum, figure out what we need to do to work towards it becoming more optimum. Just because there's an administration in place today does not mean that this is the end of the world. There will be other governors, there will be other presidents, there will be other commissions. What I've got to do is what I think is best to take us to the future. And I hope that that is why you sent me here. I hear the concerns, but we are so fearful and so distrustful of one another that we're gonna die of high blood pressure, diabetes, mental illness, all these kinds of things, because we don't trust each other enough to work together to form a more perfect union right here in North Florida. I'm very proud to hear my alma mater, Florida A&M, Florida State, well, I did attend Florida State. I didn't graduate from there, but I attended Florida State, and Tallahassee State College say that they are in full support. They are unified. Unity is the word in community that we need to focus on. I believe that TMH is on board as well. There was a 13-page memorandum of understanding that has been on the street more than either a month or almost a month. Have we read it? Because if we've read it, we will understand some of the concerns that we have been addressed in that MOU. Indigent care, check. TMH will continue to operate TMH as it does today. The people working there will continue to work there unless they do something and go somewhere else. This has been in our community. I've done a podcast on a Sunday afternoon. Go out there and take a look at it to try to explain that these are the things that are in this MOU. These are the things that we're grappling with and we're struggling with. Nobody's giving away. Nobody's selling. TMH, there's a lease. You can't sell, because there's a lease. What we're trying to do is to come together to provide good quality health care for North Florida. I'm from Quincy. I want this to happen not only in Leon County, but in the surrounding counties as well. Rural health is very important. And in the rural counties, it's hard to get transportation, to get people in here to the specialists that they need to get the help that they need. So what we've got to do is build an infrastructure to get it out there to them. And that's what this offers us, the opportunity to be a part of that. So I hope that we get the questions answered, and the questions, many of them have been answered in that 13-page memorandum of understanding. The conversations that the press conferences, the conversations, where do we need to put it? How can we say it so that we grasp it and we understand it? I'm not saying that it's not warranted, but I'm saying we're in a rut. We're answering these questions, but apparently we're not speaking the language that needs to be spoken. And I've offered myself to come wherever you want me to come to try to help explain it. It is that important to me. We need good health care, an academic medical center in the capital of the third largest state in the nation. We need that here. So I hope that you will join me in supporting that we move on the next steps to getting to being a healthier community. It is needed. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but if we don't start now, we're not going to get there. We're not going to get there. And I'm hoping that in my lifetime that we will get there. And it starts today. Thank you.
Is that a motion for the recommended option?
It is a motion for the recommended option.
The recommended option has been made for option number 1 by the Mayor Pro Tem. I strongly support it. I will second the Commissioner Richardson, you wanted to second the motion?
Yeah, I already.
Seconded by Commissioner Richardson. I intend to support the motion on the table. Other comment? Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to commend our Mayor Pro Tem for the remarks that she has made, and I agree with everything that she has put on the table. And let me tell you, I have too had to spend time at TMH. Got excellent care. I'm in the process of follow-up care. But you know where I'm having to go for that follow-up care? Gainesville, to Shands. I can't get the follow-up care that I need in Tallahassee. Both my daughters were born at TMH. My wife is a cancer survivor and got her care at TMH. So yeah, I understand the need for quality health care in our region. I worked 20 years in the school district in Gaston County. One of the things that I did before I left was start a health council to address the health care needs of that community, where the population at the time was about 60% African American. We need quality health care in this community. We've talked about health disparities. I've had conversations with Dr. Temple Robinson with Bond Community Health Center. We need professionals that are focused on addressing those issues of health disparities. I've had high blood pressure for about the last 30 years now. Just recently found out that it's genetic and runs in my family. So yeah, when I first started hearing about, and you know, I wish people would get beyond this collusion stuff. That's not what we're here for. That's not what you elected us for. You elected us to do what is in the best interest of this community and in the healthcare realm, this region. We've got both universities on board. There was a unanimous vote of the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital Board of Directors. TSC and President McCullough or President Murdoch is on board. So where's the collusion? All of that has been done with transparency. None of it has been done behind closed doors. We've had speakers here this afternoon from each of those institutions, with the exception of TSC, and I'm sure.
The provost is here.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Calandra, Dr. Springer. I apologize for that. But all of them are on board with what we're trying to accomplish because they see the advantage of this. And, you know, the one thing that I wanted to bring to you all's attention as well, and many of us don't know about it because FSU doesn't brag about it, but they established a health center in the Sable Palm community several years ago. Free medical care. Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong. That clinic provides free medical care for the indigent in that community, those without insurance or are underinsured. FSU did that. FSU bought the Civic Center when it was costing the taxpayers of Tallahassee and Leon County. So they haven't been the boogeyman that we try to make it appear that they are. They have been good. My aide told me just the other day that FSU's football team brings over $100 million of revenue to this community each season. The football program alone. And so I don't see why we continue to try to make FSU be the boogeyman in all of this. I have had conversations with President McCullough, and I can sense his sincerity in wanting to do what is in the best interest of this community, of this region, in terms of ensuring that every individual, regardless of their status in life, has the opportunity for high-quality health care. And I think we're off to a good start. Is it perfect at this point? No. There's still some work to be done. But as the Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned, we've got to start somewhere. I'm sure Shands did not start, however many years ago Shan was established, I'm sure they didn't start out offering the kind of quality health care and specialties that they offer today. It won't happen tomorrow. It might not happen 5 or 10 years from now. But we've got to start somewhere, and now is the time to get this started. So I'm supporting where we're going, and I think we all need to find out how we can get, if you still have questions, find out how you can get those questions answered. But as the Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned, there is an MOU out there that speaks to most, if not all, of the issues that have been raised here this afternoon. And we just have to make sure that the community has access to where they can get that information. But it will be up to you to do the homework that you need to do in order to get some of your questions answered. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to support the motion that's on the table that we move forward in addressing this issue for the residents of our community and our region. Thank you.
Motion on the table has been made by the Mayor Pro Tem for the recommended action, option number 1, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Further comment? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was said earlier, there's a lot of distrust. And I'm a small business owner, so I don't trust the salesman, I trust the contract. What's put into writing and what's going to be delivered. So when we look at, and the distrust is warranted. When we look at the state, we look at the anti-DEI initiatives that have been pushed by Governor DeSantis. You know, we recognize even Florida State University had to edit its websites and remove words like diverse and women to comply with these directives, and that built distrust in our community. We look at appointing a surgeon general that doesn't think kids going to school need to be vaccinated, and that's built distrust in our community. You know, we look at the attacks on gay and trans kids, and again, it builds distrust from our community to those that are in power. And this whole process, the way it's unfolded, we had a great opportunity to build trust in this conversation and how we move forward. But frankly, everything was done the wrong way. You know, we saw negotiations happen months before being brought to an elected body or to the public. You know, it was revealed yesterday in the Tallahassee Democrat that way back in March, the city manager was looking to find a value of the hospital and selected a company that lists FSU Health as a client to deliver that value. And then we've had 2 public meetings on this. Not once was it disclosed that that report even exists when asked, even a few weeks ago when we spoke about the value of the hospital. And that builds distrust. How can we have honest, trustworthy conversations about the future of healthcare when we can't even get the basics right? We can't even, you know, be transparent about what our goals are, what Florida State's goals are, what Tallahassee's goals are, what TMH's goals are, what our goals are for healthcare. Because, you know, I appreciate people saying that they want to see better healthcare. I think we all want to see better healthcare, but I don't see it in writing of what's going to be better in our community. I don't see what programs Shands has that we're going to duplicate here. I don't see what patients that need to leave town to go to Mayo are going to stay here. I don't see data that tells me how many patients leave our community to seek health care and how that will change if we go into these partnerships. These are all important questions. And I think this community needs to understand what this relationship means for them to even have an opinion on it. And again, on the process of trust, you know, when I know that there was a trusted agreement between TMH and Florida State on Panama City, and during this negotiations, Florida State hasn't moved forward with financial commitments, and it feels like TMH has a gun to their head, how can I trust the process? How can I trust the process? So what I want to make sure is, we heard a lot today about FAMU's representation, TSC's representation, the potential value of this hospital. We heard about MOUs, but we don't see anything in writing. The only thing before us in writing today is the same memorandum of understanding that we reviewed last time. And that memorandum had 9 community seats and 8 Florida State seats. That's what the motion is today, to approve that same memorandum. So I need clarification and assurances. And President McCullough, maybe from you or somebody from Florida State, can you speak to FAMU's participation?
Got a FAMU representative.
We have a FAMU representative here that can speak.
Sure.
I don't think it's fair to put the president of one institution in position to speak on behalf of the president of another institution.
Well,
So, Mr. Lawson, if you would like to come on behalf of FAMU.
Sure.
CEO Lawson, excuse me.
Sure. So to address your question directly, the MOUs were released this morning for both ourselves
Yes.
and for Tallahassee State College. So in the MOU, there is a seat for FAMU on the board.
There's a dedicated board seat for FAMU that's different than the MOU that's on our agenda today?
I believe the MOU you're referring to is the older version, correct? Yes, it is.
President McCullough, can I ask you the same question? I need clarity. Are we altering the MOU with TMH and the count of board seats? Or are we doing something? We're not.
No.
Okay, then how does FAMU have a dedicated board seat?
FSU MOU. That's the same. Exactly the same. No change.
This gentleman has just said FAMU has a dedicated seat. That's not what the MOU with TMH said.
There's a different MOU between FSU and FAMU and TMH that describes our continued educational collaboration and addresses the board seat.
and then there's a separate MOU between FSU, TMH, and TSC, that all of these things have been written and supposedly agreed to by everybody, including board chairs and the presidents of these institutions that exist. We just couldn't, because there's lawyers and stuff involved, we just couldn't get everything done to give it to all of you, the commission, today. But in those MOUs, I don't expect to have any issues, but that's where we are, Mr. Commissioner.
So your MOU with FAMU is to give one of your board seats to FAMU?
Yes.
Okay, and that's unconditional, or can that be revoked in the future?
I mean, it will be a binding MOU that we'll draw up, so it's binding. I mean, it will be binding in a way.
It's legally binding, Commissioner.
It'll be legally binding, and if I'm dead and gone, then it will still be legally binding. So yeah, legally binding.
And what's the appointment process for that board seat?
We haven't worked out the details of that yet. We would probably pick out we are obligated to pick out 4 TMH board members for the first 2 years out of our first 7 seats, and then 8 seats in the second year. And we would pick somebody on TMH's board, hopefully that would represent FAMU. That would be our intention for 2 years. And in the third year, we would work with FAMU to get a list of 3 people that they would like to be on the board. And we would work with FAMU on choosing that person to be on the board as one of the board seats that FSU would bring to the table. So that's the process that we've discussed and all agreed to, and so that's what we expect to happen.
So FAMU wouldn't be able to appoint a board member unless it had Florida State's approval for the board member?
All the board seats are appointed by the TMH board. So we just make those recommendations to TMH's board, and then they would nominate those people. Yeah, we could refuse to appoint the people that FAMU recommend, but that's not the spirit of the agreement. The spirit of the agreement is we would work with the president and the board to get on those names, and then we would make that recommendation. There's no funny business here. It's a very straightforward process.
No,
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're trying to get to the bottom of this. Let's give all respect here.
And I understand that. And again, this is our hospital, and it's our direction of how we want to see this board structured. And I appreciate all the work all the universities have done to try to work amongst each other. But we have a memorandum of understanding that we need to approve for you to move forward, and it does not include a dedicated FAMU seat. And what you're telling me is, by way of a separate agreement with Florida State, you'll have some sort of agreement to let them have somebody but still have a pick over it. Wouldn't it be cleaner for us to edit the MOU that's before us and have a dedicated FAMU seat? We could do 7 FSU, 1 FAMU, 9 community seats.
With all due respect, Mr. Commissioner, there is no way am I going to open up that MOU and renegotiate with TMH's CEO and their board again, because we have an agreement, and that is an agreement that we've gotten everybody on board with, and to reopen it up is probably going to kick it could put the whole entire thing in jeopardy. I'm not willing to do that. So I appreciate the suggestion, but that's not something that FSU is going to do. I can tell you that.
And I understand that, but the city was not part of the negotiations for the MOU with TMH. We would have liked to be. It would have made sense early and often for us to be included, but at the point we're in now, in my role as a city commissioner, I have to look at what's most binding, and the only thing before me today doesn't speak to FAMU at all. The thing we're being asked to approve today does not speak to FAMU at all.
And what you're saying...
On point, I disagree. At the beginning of this meeting, Commissioner Porter asked for an update of the meeting that took place. We had a verbal report, which we have. We verbally amend motions all the time. Mm-hmm. And if the proper language, Madam Attorney, that needs to be for the motion is for the recommended option number 1, as amended, as updated by Florida State, FAMU, and Tallahassee State College, and whatnot, that's fine. But we got the update, and I am comfortable moving forward.
And all due respect, Mr. Mayor, they don't have language. How can we approve language that's not even written and before us? But
On
point.
On point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Matlow, if we don't do what we need to do tonight,
Yeah.
we're never going to get it. Because what we've got to give authorization.
Yeah.
You know, it's not funny.
Yeah.
It really is not funny. And
It's not.
I take it very personal.
Yeah.
And the agreement that we're dealing with tonight is between FSU, TMH, and the city.
Right.
Now, they have fostered other MOUs.
Let me stop you right there. Madam Attorney, clarify exactly what is before us and the action to be taken tonight so that we can get back on track.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion was to move forward with option number one.
Correct.
Option number one was to hold a public hearing on the FSU TMH Memorandum of Understanding and authorize a further public hearing when the documents related to that MOU are completed. It is not a motion to approve the MOU between FSU and TMH because the city is not a party to that MOU.
Right.
It's to acknowledge that you are signaling that you're moving forward with this transaction.
And Madam Attorney, with the document that is before us, though, we did get a verbal update of continuing negotiations and discussions that are moving forward.
Yes, but as I understand, President McCullough, those MOUs are not part of this MOU. They're completely
That's right.
separate. And of course, the commission it wouldn't be appropriate for the commission to approve or even signal their approval of a document that they don't have in front of them. So you're correct. I agree that there's verbal assurances that those agreements have been entered, but the commission doesn't have those in front of them.
And I'm happy to read two sentences from the FAMU MOU, which I have in front of me.
Sure.
On the governance. FAMU will have one voting director on the TMH Board of Directors who will be part of the FSU recommended board members. The first 2 years of the affiliation, the director will be a FAMU employee. And after that, the first 2 years, FAMU will provide a pool of candidates to FSU, and FSU will choose from that pool to be nominated by the TMH board as the FAMU director. That pool candidate must be a resident of Leon County or a continuous county, have healthcare, academic, or research experience, and shall not be a member of the FAMU Board of Trustees. And then the FAM director is not required to, while the FAMU director is not required to be an employee of FAMU, in the event that the director is an employee, if the director's employment with FAMU ends for any reason, then that director will be deemed to be automatically resigned from the TMH board, and a new FAM director should be appointed by the TMH board from the pool candidate process as described hereof.
So, Mr. President, what I heard, that we've got a great conversation going on. And you, representing Florida State, FAMU, Tallahassee State College, and Tallahassee Memorial Hospital all recognize that these ongoing conversations are heading definitely in the right direction, to the fact that people have stood up and said, we endorse this moving forward and we look forward to the final product. What is before this board is just one more step in this process. We are going to move forward tonight, whether on a 5-0 or a split decision. I think we're going to move forward tonight, which will lead to another public hearing and final meeting. That final meeting will have all the finished documents before us. That's the final decision. This is just the next step in the process. I don't want to get in a position where we're trying to pigeon-toe Florida State, FAMU, TCC, or TMH for that matter right now, because we have recognized and have stated on the record that these negotiations are moving forward. Again, the action before us tonight is to approve this second public hearing, to schedule a third with the final decision, and I look forward to that final decision coming relatively soon as well. I'm sorry if there was any confusion on behalf of the board. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor. I would like to wrap this up. We still have 3 other public hearings, and we have general business to go back to as well.
A couple more minutes, and thank you for that clarification. That's exactly what I was asking. FAMU would not be in complete control of appointing a member unless the Florida State folks also approved it. I do have questions for TMH based on what was asserted earlier about this MOU. Is there someone who's the best? Anybody from TMH can answer on the board questions?
Mr. Attorney, it's good to see you, sir. Would you state your name for the record?
Commissioners, I'm Murray Moore. I'm General Counsel to Tallahassee Memorial. I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
Sure. Would the TMH board object to the city commission wanting to open up the MOU to include FAMU?
I do think the negotiation of that document was so hard fought that I think we would be hesitant to open that back up if we can address it in additional agreements. And the reason for that would be, too, in discussing a potential MOU involving FAMU, the idea that FSU might designate one of its 8 seats that are identified in the TMH FSU MOU as designating that for a FAMU seat. However, they work it out with FAMU how that's going to be chosen. In our mind, that's for FSU and FAMU to work out, and not necessarily something that TMH has to agree to on that part. So I would think if we could approach the FAMU situation and the TSC situation in additional agreements that may be almost like addenda to the existing MOU, that might be more efficient and more, might get through much easier than opening up the existing.
Do you think those agreements will result in positions that can't be revoked in the future and would be definitively decided by the institutions they represent without outside input?
I believe that there could be, depending on how it all works out, because my understanding is that, as has been discussed, both of these additional MOUs are still under negotiation and discussion. I know TMH is having conversations with TSC, but those may be different than what's going on between FSU and FAMU. But those are ongoing, so those have not been finalized at all.
On point, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got 2 representatives from FAMU sitting in the audience, 2 vice presidents.
Right.
One who has spoken to this issue.
Correct.
Indicating that their board has voted unanimously in support of this MOU. I don't think it's appropriate for a city commissioner who has no connection to Florida A&M University to continue to try to speak on that university's behalf. I just don't think it's right.
Commissioner Matlow, I tend to agree with Commissioner Richardson. We've had the formal statements from FAMU on this particular issue, and I would encourage you, let's move on
Sure.
to another line of questioning.
And with all due respect, when we're talking about a $1 billion institution that is expected to be transferred from the people of Tallahassee to a state institution, I think the future governance is what's at stake. It does matter to alleviate concerns in our community.
On point, the position that you're taking is contrary to the position of what the vice president of the university has stated on the record.
No, sir.
And so I'm just saying that as you move forward, be careful how you are positioning the universities and what you're saying on their behalf.
And for the record, I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm speaking on the behalf of me as an elected member of this body of what agreements we would like to see in place before moving forward with a potential sale. But thank you.
And I think the question that you asked was whether the binding nature, if I may respond to that part. So beyond an MOU, if those whatever the participation of FAMU and/or TSC may be, those could be incorporated into the governing documents, into the bylaws of the organization. Of course, there are processes to change bylaws and articles of incorporation. So there's nothing that I think that's 100% solid, but that's one way. If those were incorporated into those governing documents, that makes it more binding simply an
Okay, thank you. And we'll be watching very closely at the definitive documents when they come back. Just one more point, and thank you, that's all the questions I had for you. One more point I need to make while I have time or ask. Mr. Manager, in early March, you engaged Encura to do I guess it's not an appraisal because it says it doesn't have an opinion of value at all, but you engaged some sort of report on the value of TMH. What other companies did you seek bids from?
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner, I don't remember the other companies. I know it was emailed to you and the other commissioners today. There were 6 or 8 other companies that we reached out to determine if they could provide the information. Encura was able to, and we contracted with them to do that. And that was a cursory bit of information as we were trying to discover, what's the potential value of the assets that the city has title to under the lease with TMH. And so they were able to provide that. That was good. That was good information at the time as we kind of built the history and understanding of the city's position. Ultimately, we didn't contract with anybody else, but we did inquire with a number of different firms, some law firms, some consulting firms, as we were evaluating who could do this kind of work in the industry. And Encura is the one that we contracted with.
Thank you. And I sent an email earlier requesting the bids from the other companies, but didn't receive any back. Can you supply the bid documents or the quotes from the other companies?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, it wasn't a bid process. This is professional services, so you don't use that kind of procurement method for those. You can just work directly with those. There's limitations on spending, but you don't do a bid. It's not like you're buying products or
just for clarification, the estimates from the other company per the procurement policy to get 3 estimates.
No, sir. That's not how that process works. I understand the nature of the question. In this case, you can work directly with another company for professional services. The procurement policy in state law in this case doesn't require 3 bids. You're not buying a product, right? It's not like a commodity. You're procuring professional services, so you can contract directly with the firm. That's what we did in this case.
So you didn't receive any estimates from any other companies except the company?
We did. I'm not saying that. I think the question is, did we get bids?
Estimates.
We did not do
Estimates.
that. We got an estimate from Encura. We contracted with Encura. That was what we got. After we got that and already started the work, we got another estimate from, I don't remember the name of the company, but another company, and it was very similar. But we had already moved forward with the process. We were not conducting, I want to be clear, we were not conducting a bid process where we were getting 3 and then we were selecting from that. That was not the nature of the process.
I understand that. Typically, like even in our offices, per the procurement policy, if we're going to spend more than $3,000, we're going to get 3 written estimates to make sure we're spending adequately. But just moving on, what was the nature?
Not with this
Let
kind of work.
me stop right here. A point of information. Madam Attorney, will you please weigh in on the process here?
There's an exception for professional services,
Thank
and
you
that's
very
what the
much.
manager's referring to. It's the same with lawyers. If I'm engaging outside counsel, I don't have to go through the typical procurement process.
I understand, Commissioner, you're trying to jam up the manager on
No, I'm
this
not.
issue. But I'm here to tell you, along with what the city manager and the city attorney has just explained, he followed it by the process.
That's not my intention at all, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to get clarity on how many estimates we seeked, how we landed on this single.
Information. I think we've learned a lot in this process. I think that was probably surprising to most members of this commission and the public.
Absolutely.
That the city was the title holder to the main campus assets of the hospital, which included the land, the buildings, and the contents. What we also know is those assets are not in the city's financial statements. They are not on our balance sheet. If they were, it'd be easy to determine the potential value. So it was completely unknown the potential value of these assets as assets. And so I thought it was necessary to get an idea of what that was. It wasn't necessarily relevant at the time for pending action, but I thought it could be relevant. It did end up helping us understand the scope of the assets.
That's right.
It became very valuable. you can see in your agenda item that you have that over the last 8 months or so, myself and staff, we've spent a lot of time researching the matter, gathering history on the matter so that we can share it at the appropriate times, like this meeting. You'll remember it was reported extensively that we asked 50 questions of the hospital to understand its financial operations, its operations in Panama City, its operations here, and other commitments. And so this is what most probably would call due diligence. This is the gathering of necessary information as this process matures and we get to this point. In your agenda material, you'll see that with the understanding that we were able to gather from Incure on the valuation, we had a better handle on how that could be understood. We ordered a more extensive valuation, totaling 6 different methods, some of which I don't believe are applicable, but I think it's helpful to know. And so that's kind of the evolution of understanding, the gathering of information. I expect to need more information in this process. At your last meeting, you authorized me and my staff to work directly with FSU on the potential transfer of assets. That's a sub-agreement to the MOU that's been much discussed tonight. That will require a lot of information to ask the right questions, to reach the right agreement. And so we'll continue to do that. We'll hire the people necessary to hire and ask the questions necessary and get information from TMH and get information from FSU. That will all be part of the process, of course, and then we'll compile it in the agenda items and material that are provided to you and the public, just as this agenda item was tonight.
Okay. So you intend to get an actual appraisal on the property?
I'm not sure if more information is necessary. I think that will depend upon the negotiations. I've never gotten the impression from the City Commission, but of course we are at these meetings for the City Commission to provide me direction, that this is a simple sale transaction, that somebody is appraising a house and I'm selling the house at appraised value. That's not really been our approach. This is to understand the potential value of the system. It's, in my opinion, also to understand how much the citizens of Tallahassee have invested in the hospital. I think we know now, and I think there's a great deal of history, and I think it's been well documented and included in our agenda materials, that the city was the owner-operator of the hospital until 1979, when that was a very clear break. TMH, operated from that point forward. They took the financial burden of that. There were assets made available to TMH that were a lot different than they look today. A lot less square feet. The buildings were different. Even the land was less. And through this leased relationship, those assets have changed. In the agenda material, you saw a great example. I think we can all see it on campus. The Mushin Center, which was about $250 million, that was all built by, of course, TMH, financed by TMH. This City Commission would have approved the conduit financing, but they bear the burden of the debt. So all of those things are relevant as TMH, our hospital that we know today, has evolved from that moment in 1979 where the city provided the resources. And so all of that, I think, should be taken into consideration. I think the policy, TMH's policy relative to indigent care, or what, synonymous term charity care, I think that, in my opinion, should be taken into consideration. We know a lot has been discussed about that. That's in the MOU. It's contemplated in the MOU between the two parties that policy would persist. These are all things that I think are valuable to the community that probably need to be considered. So I think what we have now is some potential scope evaluations. The $26 million, for example, is the net of their TMH's. This comes directly from TMH. It's not an estimate. It's their book value of assets, land, buildings, and contents related to the main campus, the interest that the city has, less the debt associated with those same assets. And so that's a number. I think it's just helpful to understand. So I'm not sure we need more information as it relates to the valuation, of course, as we kind of move forward in this process, which I do believe will take all the time we need. I think we have to get that information. And so as we kind of hit those points, those milestones, that we'll step through it in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And just in closing, we do need that information. To sell a property worth $400 million on the low end to $1 billion on the high end, we need a certified appraisal with an opinion of value. I think that's just 101. Secondly, I think we need commitments that the board seats can't be amended in the future, and our universities have independence to select those. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for being here and engaging in this critical issue. I have a few questions. So there's another issue that was discussed, I believe, at the press conference today that I read about in a Tallahassee Democrat article that quoted Dr. Reverend Holmes saying that, quote, "A full appraisal and valuation of TMH's assets will be conducted and funds from a sale, quote, will be placed into a Good Samaritan fund dedicated to providing quality health care to indigent and underserved populations." Can anyone speak to that? That's the first I'm hearing of anything like that.
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, I believe that's his own words. That's not been our approach at this point in terms of the direction, but I think those are Reverend Holmes's words.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I believe at the beginning of the meeting you said you had a letter from the Reverend.
I do.
Would you mind reading it?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
This was sent to me by Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes, Jr., dated to today's date, in support of the FSU-TMH merger. We strongly believe that the merger between Florida State University and Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare represents a tremendous and transformative opportunity to establish a world-class teaching hospital that will save thousands of lives and help defeat devastating diseases. Many pastors, faith leaders, and community advocates are uniting behind this vision and encouraging the public to join us in making this historic partnership a reality. Over the past several months, I've devoted significant time and effort to working with key partners to help shape the framework for the FSU-TMH hospital. Many of our most important questions have been thoughtfully and forthrightly addressed. This merger ensures that the new hospital will always remain not-for-profit and governed by a highly qualified board of directors composed of individuals who live and work right here in our community. The partnership will include meaningful representation from our great universities, health systems, and community leaders. There will be key partnerships on all working committees and task forces to ensure transparency, accountability, and inclusion at every level. We have the blessed assurance that this hospital will provide excellent health care for all citizens, including those who are uninsured, poor, elderly, and young. A full appraisal and valuation of TMH assets will be conducted, and a portion of those funds will be placed into a Good Samaritan fund dedicated to providing quality health care to indigent and underserved populations. This merger will allow us to recruit and retain the best medical professionals anywhere in the world, bringing specialties, researchers, and educators who will help address chronic illnesses and disparities that have too often plagued underserved communities. This teaching hospital will stand as a beacon of health, of healing, education, and hope. It will be a model of compassionate and cutting-edge care for all. We respectfully urge the City Commission, once the public hearings are completed and the memorandum of understanding from higher education partners are received, to move forward with deliberate speed in approving this merger. It is our fervent prayer that this decision will be finalized before the end of the year. An unnecessary delay in an election cycle could distract from that vital mission. This is a great merger, a God-inspired vision, and a sacred calling to heal the sick and comfort the brokenhearted. Together with faith, courage, and unity, we can make this vision a reality for generations to come. Respectfully submitted, R.B. Holmes, Jr.
Okay,
Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Well, I guess I'll have to ask him where that's coming from. Mr. City Manager, what is the difference between the valuation conducted by Ancura versus a certified independent appraisal?
Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Mr. Manager.
Ancura provides an independent appraisal. I think we're getting caught up in what we would commonly think of as a property appraisal. In the case of the hospital, that's a very specific industry. You see that we ask for 6 methods, right? So when you get an appraisal, you wouldn't get 6 different methods. So they provide the independence of that. The only thing that would make their efforts more precise is, for lack of a better term, an in-camera inspection of the facilities. Their valuation is independent. It's based on expertise. It's based on known methods to determine value of hospitals. And so we have that. We're in receipt of that. They did offer early on, if we wanted be more precise, they would come on site, they would evaluate the brick and mortar, if you will, and the actual contents, take better inventory of the contents. I'm not sure that level of precision provides us any better information. You'll notice in there, in the 6 methods, we included, and that was kind of an amended request on my behalf, how you would typically value the business, which would be some revenue basis or accounting basis, the term commonly now used, EBITDA. That's not necessary to do any kind of, physical inspection. So that kind of gives you the bookend top. The 26 million I referenced earlier, that's directly from the financial records of TMH, and so that's satisfactory. Where you potentially could be more precise is an inspection of the actual buildings and their contents. And so that's the only difference, but it is independent. It is of an expert firm, and it would be, evaluation would typically be the term that they would use.
Thank you.
Mr. Porter.
So you've stated that not all of the methods used to evaluate the hospital you believe apply or are most applicable here. So which do you think are most applicable? As the direction that was given on October 1st by the majority was to authorize you as city manager to begin negotiating a sale. So can you talk us through, given such a large range provided in the valuation, what do you learn from that informs how you move forward? And in addition to that, if TMH will remain responsible for the debt, how does the debt factor into the value of the asset and what we would expect to receive as compensation?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Commissioner. I don't have answers to all the questions. These are good questions. These are things we'll have to work through. I would say, to do my best to answer your question, I believe the EBITDA approach and the revenue approach are not applicable. I believe that represents mostly if the business is being sold. And frankly, if that was the intent, if TMH was selling the hospital and they could sell the hospital, they would go through an entirely different process. They would improve their financial performance. They'd spend years doing that, and they would raise those values. It'd be very typical of how you would sell a business. I think those just give you some idea of the potential bookend. I think the $26 million is not applicable. That book value, we all know things can be placed on the book value. It's not representative of today's value, but it is an indicator of their financial records. I think we did get a pretty good idea of some sales comps and just the estimation of the brick and mortar. They were in the $400 million ranges, as well as, which I do believe has a lot of validity, how much the assets that the city turned over in 1979, those assets that the citizens paid for, how much would they be worth today? I think that actually has a lot of credibility. So, but that's a big spread. That's 100 million to 400 something million. I think that kind of factors in. And then I think the debt is something we have to work through. It's, at the best we can tell, doesn't get assigned to FSU, but I'm not sure what happens to the debt if TMH defaults in the future. So, the treasurer clerk and I will work on that to understand that better, but I think that's a relevant piece. And so, while what I just said probably narrows the range a little bit, I'm not sure it narrows it entirely. And then I'm not sure that the arrangement that's agreed to ultimately and subject to approval of the city commission is ever dollar for dollar. I think there's a lot of methods that we anecdotally have learned about across the country that we're trying to learn more about are not dollar for dollar. It's not simply a payment to the owner, the city or the county or the owner for that service. It's how do we associate the value of what the assets could be worth or the value of the system, and how do the citizens realize that benefit? I think there's probably 4 or 5 different ways we could do it. There's probably hybrid approaches. That'll be the negotiation with FSU, and certainly I'll inquire with TMH in terms of their thoughts. So I think we got a lot of work to do. I think I just described a lot of work, but all of this information is valuable input.
Thank you.
Commissioner Border.
Thank you. One really critical question I have that I feel like I have not gotten a precise answer to is what exactly are the benefits of a transfer of assets or a sale to FSU versus a partnership as was contemplated for the past 16 years or so. Obviously, if this partnership has been in the works since 2008, there was without the consideration of a sale, there must have been value in that relationship, or else it wouldn't have been pursued for so long. We might want a different arrangement than Tampa General, where USF does not own the hospital, but it is simply not true that it's not possible without transferring the assets. USF does not own Tampa General, but they still pull down IGT dollars. But that's what our agenda item says. So that's something that is really important to me to get clarity on, especially since the main concerns I hear from the community are concern about state interference and community control and the provision of indigent care. Seems to me like all of those issues could be addressed if the city were to retain ownership of the asset. Now, someone might say, okay, well, we can get, $500 million in appropriations versus $50 million in appropriations. But then that would be a more convincing case to me of the financial benefit and the health benefit to the arrangement that we are contemplating, which is a policy decision ultimately. What this looks like can be many things, but we're really only talking about one version of what this could look like. But I do have, part of me is wondering, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but if the city doesn't move forward with transferring the assets, does that mean that MOU just goes poof? Does this partnership between FSU and TMH as contemplated just, cease to exist, or do we move? Yes? I'm only calling, you were shaking your head, so.
Mr. President?
Yeah, the MOU is very specific to ownership of the transfer of the asset, and very specific to the investments that we would make in TMH. So the way that it works is, one, Tampa General, they don't, USF doesn't count their research dollars because they don't own Tampa General. That's disallowed by the National Science Foundation, which is important for us as we try to build our research capabilities to get to our goals. So that's one piece. The way that we're allowed to spend money to help FSU Health and TMH would only be allowed if we actually physically own the asset. We have to use only very specific dollars that we could spend to be helpful in the partnership model that you would, and the way that the partnership model will go with the transfer of the asset, it allows for us to make many more significant investments because of the restrictions around capital flows. So those are the advantages that I see. One, the research piece is very, very important to us. Proving healthcare and building clinical and biomedical research and bringing in research dollars into this region we benefit the most if we have the kind of partnership that's outlined in the MOU.
Okay, thank you. So to that specific point, I would like to see if someone can provide it, like column to column comparison of what the arrangement, what the benefits were as for the 16 years that we were pursuing a relationship between FSU and TMH, what the benefits were then and what is different now if FSU owns the asset. That's what I would like to see. Second, the question, I understand that the MOU is based on a transfer of assets, a sale of the hospital, but what would happen between FSU, would FSU continue pursuing a partnership with TMH if the asset is not, if we don't sell the hospital?
Yeah, if the transfer of the asset does not occur, then we would dial back to a transactional relationship that we have with TMH, where we have a medical research building on their on the city-owned land. Right. That's the most important piece, not TMH's land, the city-owned land. But we would continue to partnership on medical education and some of those things. We probably would be less inclined and not able to have, hiring doctors into FSU Health TMH because that's not, we're not part of that relationship going forward. So I'm sorry, these are great questions. I'm just trying my best to answer them. There's just a lot of intricacies in explaining it. So.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Since Mr. O'Brien isn't here, we haven't heard too much from TMH. I was wondering if Ms. Bradshaw, could I just ask you a few questions?
Bradshaw, please come on down. Are you still serving in your official capacity as the chair of the board, or are you the immediate past chair of the board?
Board and still a board member. And sorry to be late. I was at church playing handbells. So apologies.
It's okay.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could tell us, especially since it was confusing at the beginning of our meeting, there was an update about the MOU between FSU and FAMU, and then discussion about an MOU between perhaps TMH and TSC. Could you just give me your honest assessment of where we are right now, or where TMH is at right now from the TMH's perspective?
I'll certainly try. I missed, again, the first portion of this, Commissioner, so I don't know of the details of what was shared. It is my understanding that FSU has been in conversation with FAMU about the potential of allowing one of their seats allocated under the MOU to be a FAMU seat. So that's my understanding. We have not signed, and maybe Murray, you can jump in here, our legal counsel, or even begun working on a document yet on an MOU with TSC. There have been conversations with Dr. Murdaugh, and certainly the hospital has had an ongoing relationship with both TSC and FAMU for years in terms of placing students, in terms of working with their their students and their student nurses and techs and recruiting and all of that stuff. But we have not agreed to, as a board, our vice chair is here, and again, Claude, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not agreed to provide a specific seat simply to ensure that TSC's views are represented. And I think we'll be working on an agreement, but we've not agreed to anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that what you needed?
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said on October 1st, and as I've always said, I think we all support an academic medical center and want to see the standard of care continue to improve in Tallahassee, but I share a lot of the concerns of the speakers, and I still feel like this kind of decision I don't feel comfortable making with so many outstanding questions and at the pace that we have moved. So is the direction that, is it, my understanding from conversations with the city manager is that this could be many months out from definitive agreements, being signed and coming back to us. Is the direction that we will only have one more public hearing when the definitive agreements are finalized?
That is the recommended action that is before us today. Hold the second public hearing on the FSU TMH Memorandum of Understanding and authorize a public hearing contingent upon the finalization of the definitive agreements.
And I assume, someone correct me if I'm wrong, the definitive agreements, they will be a public record, will they not?
Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not comfortable moving forward with that, but I would at the very least say that I think we need at least 2 public hearings once we have the definitive agreements. We've had 2 public hearings on a 13-page MOU. The definitive agreements are really the meat. I disagree that if you just read the MOU, you would have all your questions answered. I think the MOU is just the bare bones and the starting place for what the definitive agreements will include. So, that at the very least. And then I have a question for the city attorney. It was discussed at our October 1st meeting whether or not the city commission could, as a condition of a sale, retain the right to have final approval of board members. Have you researched this?
I have not specifically researched that. That would be part of the MOU between FSU and the city, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Well,
which isn't
I'm not
before the commission today.
No, that's not between FSU and the city. The MOU before us is just between FSU and TMH.
Can you ask your question again, Commissioner?
Yes, so at the October 1st meeting, there was commissioner discussion about whether the city commission, much like now, we approve the board members that TMH recommends to us. And the question is, have you researched whether or not that could be a condition of a sale, that the city commission retain that final approval of board members?
I think that could be done legally, but it would have to be something that would be agreed to by the parties. And I think we just heard President McCullough say that that probably is not likely to be. That would have to be incorporated into the MOU or ultimately into the definitive document.
Why? I don't think he spoke to that at all. You're welcome to speak to that, but that was not what I heard him speak to. Would just be the approval coming to us.
Right, so it would be a term, it would have to be a term of the agreement between FSU and MOU. I mean, the FSU and TMH MOU.
But could it
To
not
have approval
still
come back
be-
to the city. And if if they wouldn't agree to it, then I don't think it's not that it's legal or not legal, it's just that it wouldn't be agreed to by the parties.
Sure, but we're the ones with the leverage here. We own the hospital. So the question is, could we make that a condition of a sale? And you've said that, as far as you know, there's no legal reason we could not.
Yes, I believe there's no legal reason, but again, I think it would have to be agreed to by the parties.
Sure, but
in order to
that's
move
what we're
forward.
negotiating right now, is it not?
No, we're not negotiating at all.
Excuse me, are we not talking about a sale of the hospital?
Yeah, but we're not in formal negotiation.
That's not what I'm saying, but that's what we are moving toward.
Right,
The
so-
direction that was given to the city manager was to negotiate with FSU. So my question is, can that be a term, can that be a condition? The majority may not wish to make it a condition, but the question is incredibly simple. Can it be a condition legally?
So
And
you're
the answer, I believe, was yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Madam Attorney, technically speaking, we can make any condition legally, right?
Not any condition,
Well,
but yes,
within
I mean, that's a condition of the in the current lease.
Right.
So I guess, yes, I guess that it could be a condition.
On point.
I think you're talking about a condition in the MOU between the city and FSU,
Correct.
whereby one of the that MOU and ultimately those definitive documents would require that the city retain some ability to approve board members. Yeah, I don't even, but
yeah, I mean,
but TMH is responsible for its own board members.
Correct.
I mean, even Dr. McCullough said that even ultimately the TMH board approves the TMH board members, even the ones that are recommended by FSU or FAMU or TSC. So I'm just, yes, we could have a condition. I'm just trying to figure out where you picture that being, what part of the transaction that would be.
Well, I think the point I'm trying, well, one, I just had a very specific question, is it legal or not? Whether or not we want to impose that condition, whether or not they would agree with it is a whole different matter. But I have not heard the city, at least in any public discussion, other than, a desire to have representation from FAMU and TSC, we have not formally made any demands or, conditions for this. We could say we want a 10-to-7 governance structure, community seats versus academically appointed seats. We could say, and we want residency requirements for all board seats. We could say, and we want to memorialize the first right of refusal so that if FSU decides ever, which they won't, to sell, that we have the right to buy it back. We could have a more fleshed out, request a more fleshed out plan for indigent care. These are all things we could be asking for, but we haven't yet.
Yes.
So my question, where it goes, how we ask for it, I'm not as interested in that as much as whether, since it was brought up by the mayor that it was not legal at our October 1st meeting, I just wanted clarity on whether it is. And I have the answer to that. So
I just don't have any, I can't think of any legal impediment to that kind of condition.
thank you.
On point, Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor.
Richardson, on point. I'd like to bring
Thank
this
you.
in for Landon.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I was the one that brought that issue up, so thank you, Commissioner Porter, for bringing it up tonight. And I just wanted to indicate that was one of the many safeguards that we have discussed in order to try to not have state interference in the operation of this. And it's not a merger. I've heard the word merger used. This is a partnership. It's not a merger. So TMH is not becoming a part of FSU or vice versa. This is a partnership that's being established here. It's not a merger. And that issue of the commission approving the appointments to the board simply was one of the many safeguards that we have discussed to prevent any political interference in the operation of our healthcare system here in this region. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. We have a motion for staff recommendation, option number 1 on the table, made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And it passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in dissent. Thank you very much, everybody that has stuck around for this particular issue. Certainly do appreciate it. We are on item number 16.02. I ask if you're leaving the chambers, we still have a lot of business to take care of. If you don't mind keeping it to a low rumble on your way out the door, that'd be great. Colleagues, if you need to sneak out for a quick second, I'm going to keep moving on as long as I have a majority. 16.02, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.02 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-Z-20, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as General Commercial District C2 on the official zoning map from Light Industrial Zoning District M1 on a 2.26 acre portion of 6.59 acres located at the southwest corner of Orange Avenue and Spring Hill Road, providing for conflicts and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option number 1, to conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-Z-20.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Excuse me. No, sir, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
All right, looking for direction.
Move for adoption.
Option number 1 has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 4-0 with Commissioner Matlow out of chambers. 16.03, Madam Attorney.
Item number 16.03 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-18, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a small-scale amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from the heavy industrial land use category to the suburban land use category for 2.39 acres at 5411 Capitol Circle Southwest, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-0-18.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 16.04, Madam Attorney.
Item number 16.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-Z-19, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as General Commercial C2 on the official zoning map from Industrial I on 2.39 acres at 5411 Capitol Circle Southwest, providing for conflict and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-Z-19.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Great. Colleagues.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other items come before us at the public hearing?
No, sir.
Excellent. We're back on general business. We're on item number 12.04. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 12.04 is an update on the City of South Miami litigation related to the 287 agreements. You'll recall, Commissioners, that at your September 3rd meeting, you asked me to bring back an information item at the next regular meeting after a decision was made in the South Miami litigation concerning 287 agreements with ICE. I was also directed to advise the Commission at that time on options the city might have to move forward. On September 24th, Judge Sostrom here in Leon County issued an order in the case granting defendants' motion to dismiss with prejudice. And so I'll give you just a little bit of more detail to update you on that order. You'll remember that in the complaint, South Miami sought a declaration that it was not required by Chapter 908 Florida statutes to enter into a 287G agreement with ICE, and that the failure to execute a 287G agreement does not constitute adopting or having in effect a prohibited sanctuary policy. The complaint also sought a declaration that the enforcement actions threatened by the defendants, the governor and the Attorney General of Florida, exceed constitutional limitations on the suspension and removal of public officials. The defendants in that case moved to dismiss the lawsuit, arguing as a threshold issue that South Miami lacked standing because it had not alleged a risk of imminent harm, and, quote, the bare fact that South Miami had not executed a 287G agreement was not by itself a sanctuary policy. The defendants further argued, however, that Chapter 908 implies that a city's decision to forego a 287G agreement could constitute an unlawful sanctuary policy because the decision precludes cooperation with immigration enforcement in violation of Chapter 908. I'm not going to go into any more detail about the complaint. You'll recall that in other jurisdictions, the Attorney General had sent letters after the jurisdictions acted with respect to 287G agreements, threatening enforcement actions, including removal of the municipal elected officials who acted. As I said, in September, the judge dismissed South Miami's complaint with prejudice, meaning it can't be refiled, noting that while other cities had received threatening letters, the city of South Miami had not, and that accordingly there was no case or controversy for the court to decide. The judge noted that he was not expressing an opinion as to whether a city that received the kind of letter received by these other jurisdictions would present a justicable case for their own jurisdiction, but that such a letter could not create that kind of dispute for a different city, namely South Miami. Unfortunately, the court did not specifically address the substantive issues of whether municipalities are mandated to execute 287G agreements, or whether and under what circumstances the governor would be authorized to exercise removal authority in this context. As far as further actions, the city of South Miami filed a declaratory judgment action. The city of Tallahassee has already entered into a 287G agreement, and based on the judge's order, it appears that the same finding would be that the city doesn't have standing to bring a declaratory judgment action unless it received the kind of letter that was received by the other jurisdictions. So in other words, that if the city were to file that kind of action, I think it would probably likely be dismissed based on what the judge ruled. The other option or the other consideration would be a rescission of a 287 agreement, which are terminable at will. If the city were to rescind its 287G agreement with ICE and was then threatened by the Attorney General with enforcement action in the way Key West was threatened, the city could then, based on the judge's ruling in the motion to dismiss, the city could possibly bring a declaratory judgment action in that case, essentially identical to the one that was brought in South Miami, seeking a declaration that it's not required to execute the 287G agreement. If that were the case, it's likely, if the city took the position that it wanted to rescind the 287G agreement, it is likely, given the history, that the Attorney General would immediately warn the city, as he warned other jurisdictions, that by doing so it had made itself a sanctuary city in violation of state and probably federal law, which would matter for purposes of federal grants. And then if the city chose not to reverse its vote in response to that warning, the governor or the Attorney General would likely act pursuant to Section 908-107, which allows the governor to remove municipal officers and allows the Attorney General to file suit against local governments deemed to be in violation. Again, the questions of the requirement to enter a 287G agreement and the issue relating to the governor's authority to remove may still be the subject of debate, as evidenced by this litigation. And because the court didn't rule on the substantive issues, the outcome of any such litigation, besides the fact that the city would have to defend it, also the outcome of that kind of litigation is uncertain at this point. So.
Okay. Mr. Cook, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, ma'am. I have about 40 speaker cards.
40?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, let's get started.
40.
As with the earlier portion of our meeting, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Douglas Hahn. Our second speaker will be Nada Pofall.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission members.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Doug Hahn. I live at 2072 Florida Avenue. I have been a resident of the city for 10 years. Who are we talking about today? These are our friends and our neighbors. My primary care physician at Tallahassee Memorial, like me, is a native-born citizen. Her parents are from Mexico. My banker is a recent naturalized citizen. She is from Ecuador. The painters of our house and their crew, they have Spanish surnames. I don't know their status, but what can I say? Lost my place, thank you. But like 100 of the tradespeople that were deported or snatched off the street in June, no one asked their status. For my part, if I was stopped by the Tallahassee police or by the ICE, no one would ask my status because my name is German and my skin is white, not brown. There are more than 440,000 undocumented immigrants from the UK, from Europe, and from Oceania, by which we mean Australia and New Zealand. You do not see them on the evening news being rounded up by ICE, shackled and put on planes and sent to a random country. Why? Because, like me, their skin is white, not brown. This country has a proud history of fighting unjust laws. Yes, and for being jailed for it. Henry David Thoreau wrote Civil Disobedience. He was jailed for refusing to pay the local poll tax in opposition to slavery and to the Mexican-American War. Emerson came to visit him in jail. Thoreau said, "Why are you there?" And Thoreau answered, "Why are you not there?"
You're at 30 seconds.
Martin Luther King spoke of one of his children being judged by the color of their skin and not by the content of their character. This is about control, this is about hatred, and this is about racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Naida Pofel. I want to thank you for even hearing us. I have to show you my passport and ID because I am a Puerto Rican. I am a U.S. citizen. Puerto Rico is part of the U.S., and we are all U.S. citizens, but these ICE people wouldn't even believe that this is real. So I would like you to rescind or whatever, make this thing go away. These people are animals. They are not professionals. And I would hate to see our police force in any way be part of this brutality. This is Gestapo. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Stephen Downey. Stephen Downey, followed by Julius Rios. So,
Stephen
Downey.
Next speaker.
Not present. Julius Rios, followed by Madeline Bowman.
Name and address for the record, please.
Julius Rios. I live on San Luis Road. In reading the city attorney's analysis regarding the City of South Miami lawsuit, it appears that if we were to terminate our 287G agreement, we would be subject to dire consequences. However, the analysis does suggest, and I quote, if I may, City Attorney, the city might also argue that while it wants to cooperate in immigration matters as required by the law, it seeks to negotiate the terms of new 287 agreement to address certain concerns. The analysis goes on to describe the dire consequences for straight-out termination. It does not, however, address any potential consequence for attempting a renegotiation of the terms. Could not the Commission consider pursuing a revision of the current agreement to address our community's concerns, such as the participation of our police officers in making random ID stops of our residents based on race, color, language spoken, or type of work? We are already seeing this taking place throughout the country and unfortunately sanctioned by a court in California. Another concern is the wearing of masks by our officers. I know the Chief of Police did address this issue during a previous meeting, but only in terms of what our police have been doing so far. He did suggest, however, that undercover officers may wear masks in the future to avoid their identification, which begs the issue of possibly using undercover officers to identify persons to be detained. This troubles us greatly. It would be akin to the creation of a secret police force within our community, our place of work, worship, and schools, which would greatly undermine the trust and reliance we currently have with our police officers. Just this past Saturday, thousands of our community gathered peacefully to protest the president's authoritarian and unconstitutional actions. A primary issue was the cruel and oppressive treatment of our immigrant families.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
Those thousands of protesters right here on Monroe Street are your constituents. They voted for you because they believe you will do the right thing. So do the right thing. If there is really nothing we can do concerning the agreement, then at least let us stand up and make a strong and official statement in opposition to the attacks on the human and civil rights of our immigrant families. Thank you.
Next speaker is Madeline Bowman. She'll be followed by Alda Bathrop-Lewis.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Bowman. I live at 622 West 10th Avenue. I want to thank the commissioners as well as the city attorney for bringing this matter to the agenda and for providing an update on the South Miami lawsuit. We have seen that this is an extremely complicated matter, and there really aren't many easy answers about what it looks like to exit a 287G agreement in this state. And I recognize that doing so could come at great, personal cost to those on the commission. However, we do need to turn to the facts, and we do know that 287Gs are simply bad policy. Data has shown that they rely primarily on racial profiling, and they contribute to human rights abuses, and they have for years. On top of that, they contribute significantly to an uptick in anti-immigrant hate and a loss of trust in law enforcement. And we have seen that happen already in our community. We have seen an uptick in anti-immigrant hate and a loss of trust in our elected officials. I believe that the city needs to properly explore the options there are and exit this agreement. By not doing so, we are continuing to participate in a program that is notorious for its racism and human rights abuses. And I don't think that represents Tallahassee, and I think so many people here agree with that. On top of that, I also urge the commission to sign a resolution in support of our immigrant community. Members of our Tallahassee community are scared to even leave their homes right now. They're scared to go to school or go to the hospital or just go grocery shopping. And that's because of these hateful policies that are here, on the national level and here locally. So I think our city needs to make a commitment to protect the immigrant community from further discrimination and harassment. By signing such a resolution, you do have the ability to show that Tallahassee is committed to the inclusion and the dignity of everyone, including our undocumented neighbors. We've also seen that other city councils have passed similar resolutions, and I believe Tallahassee could easily follow suit. So I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing about the action that all of you will take. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alda Bathrop Lewis, who I believe may have left. Tiwa Aiken, who also I believe has left. Then next is Zachary Bloom. And then next will be Stanley Sims.
Good evening. I'd like to take this time to talk about the two biggest issues that I see.
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Zachary Bloom, and I live at, I think it's 717 University Way. I think that's Landis Hall.
Thank you.
I'd like to take this time to talk about two of the biggest issues that I see and concerned about with the 287G agreements in Tallahassee. The first one that makes me worry about some of my close friends, both citizens and non-citizens, is the recent Supreme Court ruling that allows ICE agents to profile based on the color of one's skin or a language they may be speaking. There is approximately 15,000, and that's a low estimate, of Tallahassee residents that speak a non-English language. And I personally have friends that speak Spanish socially and with family that could fall victim to this recent ruling. I feel that they could be unjustly detained if they are not constantly carrying their papers with them, which to me is an unfair demand in itself. I worry even more that with many instances of due process not being allowed, that a friend of mine could be deported, possibly not even to a country of their origin, and they could be imprisoned and never return home. So, I mean, that's the extreme case, but things like this are happening around us all the time. My second issue with the 287G agreements is that it could be the first of many demands and provide an avenue of attack for unpredictable figures like our President Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. While some officials here or ones I've spoken to at FSU can insist that it hasn't let things change in the city or on campus, they cannot insist that it won't change things in the future. Who's to say that the next demand won't be more egregious? I wish I could provide an example of what could happen, but I mean, I really don't know how far these people will go. I mean, you see them deploying troops in Portland. Maybe in the future, the city will decide enough is enough and a stand needs to be made, but it may be too late then because the city's police already has an agreement with ICE. And that's when these figures like Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, who control ICE, could use it against us. And our own police officers could be turned into ICE officers and used in the city and on the campus that I go to school at. And they can go after basically anyone that they deem fit for prosecution. It is at this point that the city will no longer have any legal defense against their own police being used as ICE, and it will become much harder to find an avenue of escape. I believe that this singular agreement is a slippery slope that could bring an insurmountable of harm to this community in the future, and I hope that you guys all understand my concern and why we need to revoke the 287G agreement for the city of Tallahassee, and I would encourage my own school to do the same. And I can't help but think the mayor has not been out here for most of the, well, and I'm glad you finally came out, but you weren't out here for the first couple of speakers.
You're at 30 seconds.
I'm glad you heard, and I hope you're understanding our concern. I mean, I think this is a true worry. Even no matter what your belief is on immigrants, the fact that people can be profiled based off the color of their skin or a language they speak only reminds me of back in the day, like when in my history classes when I learned about segregation and racism back then. And that, I don't want to go back to a time like that. So I hope you guys understand my concern. Thank you for giving me this time, and I hope you all have a great day.
Next speaker, Stanley Sims. And then next will be David Ferrari.
Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. I'm very thankful that you explained that out, the situation with Miami. But the reason why I stayed is because if you've never been hunted or oppressed, then you don't get the full magnitude of what these people are going through. And I really feel sorry for them that you got to continuously look over your back, you know, and imagine living in a community that someone could just jump out of a car with a mask on and grab you. Well, if we go back, they rode horses. They had white sheets and hoods. I'm not with this new KKK. And it's not funny. It's really sad that you are helpless, Mr. Mayor. The police chief is helpless because the governor said, you either do this or I punish you. Did I wake up in Russia? China? This is not the America that I was born in. I have watched women thrown to the ground, children in handcuffs. Mr. Mayor, in Chicago, they came in on an apartment unit like they were in Afghanistan or Baghdad with a black copper flying. Imagine a 5 or a 6-year-old child being put through that.
30 seconds.
Something needs to be done about ICE. And it's not as bad in our community like others, but something needs to be done, especially with the face and no identity.
Our next speaker is David Ferrari, followed by Howard Kessler.
My name is David Ferrari. I'm a Tallahassee resident. Hello. I would like to start by thanking the Commission for deciding to open this discussion for public comment and acknowledging the dubious legal precedent regarding the 287G agreement with ICE. I also think it is important to mention that the DeSantis administration's attorneys have stated that it is not necessarily required for every municipality to enter a 287G agreement. A great deal of this city recognizes the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign, along with DeSantis' eagerness to present himself and our state as allies to such a project for what it is. And we see the effects of it in front of our very eyes. We see families being ripped apart, often without regard for the legality of their residency. We see basic principles of the American justice system, such as due process or equal protection under the law, being violated in an extraordinary manner. But most importantly, we remember history. We remember learning how hatred of the other, like Jewish people in the 30s or African Americans during Jim Crow, manifests in our policies and enforcement of those policies. We remember how these populations were used as scapegoats for society's problems, even when it was easily verifiable that these populations are not the causes of them, just as immigrants are the scapegoat of today. But crucially, we remember the logical conclusion of that hate and the capitulation of our legal systems to it. While it may start with raids, detention, and deportation, experiences that are traumatic and life-threatening enough on their own, it rarely ends with just that. This is only the first step when legally enshrining hate, and I'm sure we can all remember the horrors that tend to come next. Unfortunately, it will never be easier to stand against that hate than it is today. Tomorrow, it will be even more challenging, and so on after that, especially given how the vindictiveness of the Trump administration has been steadily ramping up. That is why it is so important to stop the hate while it is still limited in its power. But now, we have an amazing opportunity. We have an opportunity in the face of this hate to not immediately throw in the towel and say, oh well, there was nothing we could do. We have an opportunity to reevaluate our decisions, and if not push back against the hate directly, at least not submit at our first confrontation with it. We must be reminded how much power we have in this situation to push back. There was a long record of both Trump and DeSantis folding to the pressure that amounts against their policies, like when criticism of the White House's pause of federal financial assistance culminated in the reversal of that pause, or when DeSantis scrapped plans to pave over parks in Martin County due to backlash from an assortment of organizations and officials. As a born and raised Floridian, I have been immersed in the culture of immigrants my entire life. What a shame it would be to forget that immigrants, like many of the people in this room, or if not you, then your very own ancestors, have been an indispensable part of what has made our country great. What a shame it would be to forget that they are our own brothers and sisters and should be shielded from hate as completely as possible. What a shame it would be that when we finally turn around and see the necessity of fighting these policies, it is when the crosshairs have been turned on us, and there is no one left to fight for our rights.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Howard Kessler. He'll be followed by Nieve Conroy.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Howard Kessler, 32303. So I don't know how you're sleeping at night. I'm having a rough time. There's images of the roundups, the masked agents jumping out of unmarked vehicles lots of times, grabbing people, seeing people thrown to the ground, treated like animals, showing identification, which are written off as they're fake. Person from Puerto Rico mentioned that. I've seen the videos of it. You show them the documentation, and they're still detained and deported to other states. I came before you before, and other people have mentioned before, to possibly do something. And I applaud you for investigating the Miami situation. I think that was a good thing to do. But as I listened to the reasons why we can't do things as a commission, I wasn't convinced. I don't think the answer is, I'm not afraid, but I want to continue to represent my constituents. But I understand it. But I think you should. I think you can do something. And I think the least you can do, as already been mentioned, is to put yourself on record stating that the City Commission of Tallahassee is not in agreement of what's going on in our community and throughout the country, where people of color are being rounded up because of their skin color, and the lies that have perpetuated this allowance to be rounded up. We're going to get the worst of the worst, the murderers, the rapists. Well, that's an insane lie now, we know. It has no basis in truth. And these people who are the salt of the earth, who've worked on your backyards, who painted your homes.
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you. Who are out there trying to make a living and the American dream. Put yourself on record saying, however you want to phrase it, this behavior by ICE, with now we're learning their agents have criminal backgrounds, some of them, failed their drug tests, and they're still out there. Do something. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Nieve Conroy, and then Maria Duarte.
Name and address for the record, please.
Neve Conroy, 222 South Copeland Street. Good evening, Council. In the wake of intensified ICE crackdowns under the direction of the Trump and DeSantis administrations, as well as the blind cooperation by the city's police department and manager, I would like to bring a few issues to your attention. As I am sure you all are aware, state law restricts formal sanctuary designations, but Tallahassee still has the power and the responsibility to take local action that upholds safety and human dignity. We can adopt policies that ensure city employees do not act as immigration agents, that expand access to legal aid, and that guarantee residents can engage with schools, hospitals, and public offices without fear of detention. If we cannot be a sanctuary in name, we must be one in practice. I believe that is an imperative that the City Commissioners Board do all that it can to protect the entirety of Tallahassee's population, and this must extend to the immigrants who call this city home. This would include overturning TPD's 287G agreement, which has made our officers the very officials who are supposed to ensure our city's safety into de facto immigration enforcers. We must reaffirm that local law enforcement, including FSU PD, exists to serve and safeguard Tallahassee and not to assist in federal actions that tear families apart, disappear innocents, and undermine public safety. I would like to remind you all how unjust ICE has been to our community, which is only possible through the voluntary cooperation of TPD and this board's bystander behavior. Mr. Hernando Verlejos was one of hundreds affected during the Gain Street ICE raid that occurred only months ago. While he was detained, he was prohibited from talking to his family and was not given his medication despite the fact that he was ill. Verlejos was in custody for 25 days. On his last day, he was forced to sleep at the airport with no bed, no blanket, and he was left in a hallway filled with trash. What's more is that officials never returned his passport, his wallet, or his boots and told him that these items were lost. He was later informed that this was not unusual and that it is expected for such important things to never be given back. No one should have this happen as a result of showing up for work, as a result of giving Tallahassee their time and labor to develop the city. No one is illegal on stolen lands. No one should have to fear for their safety, their livelihood, or their lives regardless of their country of origin or the color of their skin. That being said, I implore all of you to do the most that you can to protect our immigrant students, our immigrant neighbors, and our immigrant community. Overturn TPD's senseless overreach. Make sure that our city is safe to work in and live in for all our residents. Listen to the people being affected. I'm sure that you are all aware of everything that has happened legislatively and judicially, but you must realize that these actions are destroying real people's lives and families. Over 1,200 people have been disappeared from Alligator Alcatraz, and the vast majority of them never saw a day in court. Imagine if one of those individuals was your spouse, your sibling, your child. In denying our demands to ensure the safety of Tallahassee's immigrants, you will be telling this entire city that their lives, the lives of your constituents and community members, are not worth your time or effort. As an immigrant and student of FSU, a university who has also signed away our students' rights via 287G, I know that it is more important than ever to put measures to protect the city. The matter is in your hands. Please keep us safe, commissioners. Please keep us all safe.
The next speaker, please.
Next is Maria Duarte. Then the following speaker will be Terry Poor.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Maria Duarte, and I live in zip code 32306. I'm standing here today to urge you to stand against the 287G agreement. You all claim to care for this community, but your lack of action to push against this agreement shows otherwise. As public servants, it is your duty to stand up against the human rights violation, racial profiling, and the tyranny that is taking place in our country. We know the effects this agreement will have on our community, and if you enable this, you're standing with unconstitutional arrests and civil rights abuses. If you enable ICE, you're betraying the values in our Constitution of due process and equal protection under the law, regardless of immigration status. We need you to stand with the people, not with amoral politicians. Immigrant communities are being terrorized, and your complicity will not be forgotten. I urge you all to take a stance against this agreement, and I urge you to fight for our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Terry Poor. Terry Poor. Then Delilah Pierre. Delilah Pierre. Caden, maybe Ross.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Caden Rosa, and I live in Tallahassee. I'm going to start like this. John Daly, where were you April 7th? You were at Florida State University talking to me, and I was asking you about the 287G agreement. And during that talk, when it was before questions, you were talking about how you like delivering services to people, whether that be electricity or water, and that's what was really important to you. That's a lie. You obviously don't care about delivering health care to people in Tallahassee. We see that, and you don't care about protecting the graves of former enslaved people in Tallahassee. Don't you think those are important services? Evidently, we cannot trust this board. You guys have proven yourselves as liars. All of you down the line, really, mostly, Whether that's the city attorney here who's trying to shut down Jacqueline Porter, who's trying to do something progressive when she's just asking you a yes or no question, not to try to shut it down in the first place. Whether that's Diane Williams-Cox, who's probably going to say a bunch more garbage after this, despite the fact that we don't need that. If you're not talking about we don't want a 287G agreement, we don't want to hear your voice anymore. We've heard enough. We've heard enough from you. We've really heard enough from all of you. Unless you're fighting with us, we don't really care what you have to say at this point. So I don't understand how you can stand here and you could watch all these people, members of our community, members of different communities in this country, being murdered, being raped, being denied food, being denied water, getting sent places where they are going to die and get killed.
Time is
Sorry, you're
Thank
at
you
3
very
minutes.
much. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kay Earl. Kay Earl.
That was 3 minutes. Our next speaker, please.
Is Kay Earl, not seeing Kay Earl, Daya Barath?
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Di Barath. My address is 444 West College Avenue. Before I start, I just want to say that wasn't 3 minutes. But anyways, the land that we are currently standing on was once the land of the Appalachian people, an indigenous tribe native to North Florida. That name might sound familiar as Appalachian Parkway is named after them. And when colonizers came to Florida, these people were forcibly displaced from their homes and were subject to mass murder. Now, as the descendants and direct results of those colonizers, we stand on this land committing ourselves to violence against immigrants that come here with no intent to rob us of our land or kill us, even though we were guilty of those crimes in the past. They're coming here to find a better life and to find opportunity, and we rip them apart from their families. With the work I do in immigration, I have seen countless files of individuals fleeing political violence, fleeing domestic abuse, running away from their homes, the places they call home, to protect their children and loved ones. These people deserve to live a dignified life in a place with safety. TPD, TSCPD, and FSUPD have all signed ICE's 287G agreement, which essentially delegates ICE powers to local police forces, just so they too can have the power to tear people away from their homes, reflective of the dark past of this state and this country. It was not required that we sign this agreement, as seen by the precedent set when South Miami refused to sign it. It was signed undemocratically. The only two parties that really had a say were the city manager and the chief of police. I see you. On May 29th, ICE raided a construction site here in Tallahassee and detained over 100 undocumented people who were hard at work in the heat of a Florida summer, trying to provide for their families. Supporting this is reflective of one's inner character, and there's no world where arresting and abusing innocent people is okay, and you all must know that. America was founded on the forced taking of the land of indigenous people, so we have the duty to protect and support the underprivileged that want to enter this land, because this land is all of our lands. It's not just white people's lands, it's everyone's land. I urge you all to put yourself in the shoes of an undocumented person. You all have families that you love and would do anything for, and so do they. Be on the right side of history and rescind Tallahassee's avid support of ICE's 287G agreement. I know you guys can see the hypocrisy in signing the agreement. I know you can see it. Just think about what you were taught in history class. Just think about it. Like, this just is not right. It's not okay. That's all.
The next speaker.
Next speaker is Alejandro Caralero.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. We're moving on. We have our speakers. I'm going to ask you to please take a seat. We're going to maintain, or what we're going to do is just adjourn the meeting. We're going to give everybody the opportunity to speak, and we're going to do it in a civic manner. We're going to do it in a civic manner.
Hello, my name is Alejandro Carralero. My address is 800 Basin Street. I am a law student at the FSU College of Law, and I'm also an immigrant, born in Guayaquil, Ecuador, to two Cuban parents. I'm here to ask the City Commission to rescind the 287G agreement with ICE, an agreement that has been signed by the city manager and the chief of police without the rest of the commission's approval, and that puts the immigrant community in Tallahassee at risk. By allowing this agreement, you're giving them the go-ahead to send masked government thugs to our community who kidnap our neighbors in the middle of the night with no accountability and no morals. To anyone who knows history, this story should sound very familiar. In the late 20th century, in military dictatorships across Latin America, masked men in unmarked cars would take political dissidents in the middle of the night, and their families would never see them again. Thousands disappeared. Today asked, ¿Dónde están los desaparecidos? The numbers are in the tens of thousands. All the Attorney General and DeSantis have are threats based on a flimsy legal argument that has not been evaluated properly in court, made by an administration that is known to manipulate the truth to fit their agenda. Do not comply in advance. Have a spine and don't cower in fear to appease an administration that will never be satisfied because no cruelty is enough for them. Children ripped from their families, immigrants beaten and starved in camps like Alligator Alcatraz, deporting people to countries they've never been to. No act of depravity is far enough to satisfy the desire to see people like me taken from this country. You can never possibly appease them because a rabid animal never knows when to stop biting, no matter how much you feed them. Stand on the right side of history, stand against Trump and DeSantis, and remember that just following orders was not a good defense at Nuremberg. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Joel Nunez. Joel Nunez, followed by Ben Harrington.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hola, Comisión. My name is Joel Nunez, and my address is in the city of Tallahassee, zip code 32303. And listen, I know y'all are tired right now. I know. I see the coffee out. I know. But immigrants in this city are tired of being persecuted. They're tired of ICE. They're tired of this agenda that is being pursued relentlessly on all levels of government. We know because we in the Tallahassee Immigrant Rights Alliance are out canvassing and connecting with immigrants and Latino people in the city. We are speaking for so many that can't be here right now. The people constructing all these new developments, you've deliberated for hours today, the people maintaining them, keeping the grounds beautiful, keeping your neighborhoods beautiful. We are all united in saying that we don't want 287G. We already have to fear ICE, DHS, CBP, FHP, even FWC, as crazy as that sounds. We don't want to have to also tread lightly around our own city police. Y'all have waited and deliberated for so long while Trump and DeSantis have turned up the heat on their agenda to make America a white country. They're currently occupying cities with federal troops in a matter that is unprecedented. But here in Democratic stronghold Tallahassee, they don't need troops. They've already occupied our police department. They've occupied our city commission. What's the point of an opposition party if you won't do anything to oppose this invasion? I know you've been waiting on the South Miami case for the answers, and the answers were not given. The time is now to mount a challenge to the state. You could even revoke 287G, receive the faded letter from the Attorney General, reverse it, and then have the grounds for a lawsuit. You know, you could renegotiate the agreement to ensure that TPD officers are not raiding people, taking them out of their homes, out of their workplace, out of hospitals, etc. There's so many options. You could put out a statement. And I remember this commission voted down a resolution to condemn hate against immigrants while saying you could wish you could do something about 287G. I won't forget that. You guys have options, and anything is better than sitting down and doing nothing right now. The community is asking these things of you. ICE right now, you know, they're hiring whoever. This is an unprecedented time. They're hiring people that are unqualified. You know, they're increasing the numbers. They're having all these inhumane detention centers constructed in Florida where press aren't allowed to go inside. It's so much worse than you even know. Do you want to subject your own residents to that? To these torture camps where nothing is accounted for? History will remember what you did in this moment. Arriba con el pueblo y abajo con la migra. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Ben Harrington. Ben Harrington, and then Laura Doney.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Ben Harrington. I live in Tallahassee. I believe the board today chose to delay the subject because you all want to leave. You want us to leave, hoping we get bored or tired, waiting for the mass of people behind me to go home. And I'll tell you this, we're not leaving, we're not going anywhere. Regardless of the result of this hearing, the fight will not end here. I have a friend whose name I'm going to keep private for protection, whose family migrated from Venezuela when she was 9 years old. Our government didn't see it fit to give her citizenship. They said the best they could do was give her and her family the label asylum seekers with a 10-year expiration date. That was 10 years ago. She shouldn't have a timer above her head waiting for the moment her rights as a human being expire. She grew up here like everyone else. She went to school here like everyone else. She works like everyone else. She is just as much of an American as any one of you on this board. And Daly, can you look me in the eyes and can you say she doesn't deserve the same rights as me and you? You can't. Giving our police ICE powers has not prevented crimes. So far, no study has shown that. It hasn't prevented anything. But what it has done is create a city of fear, where people like my friend are afraid that a parking ticket will lead to her being treated like a dog and shipped away to who knows where. It only pushes away time, money, and effort from the police that could have been used to actually prevent crime. You claim there's no choice, that you lack power to revoke 287G in fear of being sued by the state. The South Miami case has set the precedent that this simply isn't true. This city does have the power to stand up against it, so I'm here to say to each and every one of you in front of me, Jacqueline Porter, Jeremy Matlow, Curtis Richardson, Diane Williams-Cox, John Daly, Reese Goad, Amy Tolman, and Jim Cook, to revoke 287G. Can we say this is a democracy when it was an unelected official that signed this and the will of the people of Tallahassee is ignored? And to Ms. Williams-Cox, you were right about one thing. You heard the word fear a lot. But when the people you serve are saying that they're afraid, that's a reflection of you and all the people sitting up there. Every citizen here has come to the mic and spoke of their disapproval of these policies. And all you said is, don't be afraid. You just quote Teddy Roosevelt. It's ironic, and frankly, it's insulting to us, as it is you who are the ones that are terrified of the state and the governor. You refuse to take accountability when we say we disapprove of the way you're governing. You serve us, not DeSantis. And I end this with saying that this agreement turns its backs on the students of Florida universities. And when you look back in history, the governments that turn their backs on the students without fail end up on the wrong side of history.
Our next speaker, please.
Laura Doney. Laura Doney, followed by Tora Bader.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Laura Dong. I live at 446 Conradi Street. I'm here today to express my strong disapproval at the city for collaborating with ICE and entering into a 287G agreement. My parents immigrated here over 20 years ago to pursue a better life, and that is what every immigrant is trying to do. And so it breaks my heart to see families like mine being ripped apart so cruelly and unjustly. And that's why I'm here after waiting 6 hours to make a statement to you all. So I hope you can really, truly listen to me and everyone else who is here who has waited with me. I'm opposing the agreement for several reasons. Mainly, I believe that it hurts public safety. Research shows that immigrant victims of assaults and other crimes are less likely to report the crime because they are afraid of deportation and detainment. And now their legal status doesn't matter. The Supreme Court has ruled that ICE and Border Patrol can stop and detain individuals based on how they look and what language they speak. As a citizen, city collaboration with ICE does not make me feel safe. I'm afraid because of cases like that of Miramar Martinez in Chicago. She was a US citizen who was shot 7 times by an ICE agent while protesting. She is lucky to be alive, but I wonder next time if I'm practicing my First Amendment right, I will not be. ICE is an abhorrent and violent organization with multiple instances of human rights violations. They can arrest people with masks on, they can enter dorms without a warrant, and now people are detained indefinitely without food, water, medicine, and legal counsel. This agreement erodes the public's trust in police and law enforcement. It creates an obstacle to justice, which should be guaranteed to everyone in the United States. I would like for you all to rescind our city's agreement and publicly condemn 287G. And I'd also like for you to consider filing a lawsuit against the state of Florida in order to clarify the sanctuary policy. I urge you, please protect the rights of our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tora Barter. And then next will be Caden Rosa.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Tara Botter. My address is 222 South Copeland Street. Okay. It has come to my attention that the Tallahassee Police Department has signed the 287G agreement without the knowledge or approval of the City Commission. For such a consequential decision impacting the safety of our community, reaching democratic consensus is imperative. Signing the 287G agreement means that local law enforcement officials will be granted ICE powers. This decision has been made amidst a growing number of arrests made without warrants and an immigration enforcement without due process. Events like the ICE raid on an apartment complex in Chicago, which another speaker mentioned, which arbitrarily detained 37 tenants, many of whom U.S. citizens and the majority of which not having any criminal record, illustrate the increasingly dystopian nature of our immigration enforcement system. According to WBEZ Chicago, a victim of this raid, Roderick Johnson, said that he asked agents why they were holding him if he was an American citizen, and they said that they had to wait until they looked him up. Johnson asked for a warrant and he asked for a lawyer. They never brought one. This makes it clear that ICE's policy is to detain first and ask questions later, disregarding the destructive and traumatic impacts their enforcement actions may have on communities. As shown by ICE's arrests of people before their immigration court hearings, the expansion of ICE powers to local law enforcement will only serve to enable these developments in our communities and further erode due process for Americans. In addition, the recent Supreme Court decision, Vasquez-Perdomo v. Nome, temporarily halted an LA judge's order that barred roving patrols from snatching people off California streets and questioning them based on how they look, what language they speak, and what work they do. These decisions treat minority groups as underclasses meant to be treated with suspicion, where simply being a certain race or speaking Spanish is justification to be stopped by ICE. Expanding ICE powers and giving them to TPD while the Supreme Court is upholding racial profiling as a valid tactic for immigration enforcement only serves to further place Latino people in our city in a state of constant uncertainty. These tactics interrupt people's daily lives, put people in risky and high confrontation situations, and create a sense of paranoia. And let's remember that the Tallahassee Police Department was under no obligation to sign this agreement and was not at risk of facing consequences for pursuing a sanctuary city policy. 287G itself states that nothing in this subsection shall be construed to require any state or political subdivision of a state to enter into an agreement with the Attorney General under this subsection. And it articulates that not participating in 287G doesn't exclude officers,
2.5 minutes.
employees, or political subdivisions of states from cooperating with immigration enforcement. So how is that a sanctuary city policy? The reality is that how far are you willing to compromise your morals and integrity to capitulate to these, this administration's demands? I feel as though if we continue to allow these developments to, if we continue to capitulate to these demands, then where are you going to draw the line?
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next speaker, please.
Caden Rosa. Caden Rosa.
Your name and address. Oh, you've had a chance to speak, sir.
That's my name.
Jim, why'd you just call the same individual up?
Because I had.
I didn't even get a 2.5 minute warning. That's how you know you didn't give me the full 3 minutes.
Multiple cards. I set them aside after I call them, and then.
Appreciate it, sir. You've had the opportunity to speak on this. We're going to move on to the next.
I mean, you're the one who called me up, and you didn't give me a 2.5 minute warning.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Emma, me. Emma,
We're gonna ask one more time. Let's do this in a civil way so everybody has the opportunity to speak, okay? Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Emma, me. Oh, then Sadie Carlson. Ryan Sweat.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Sweat. I live at 675 West Jefferson Street. I've never spoken at one of these things, but I'm an FSU student. It's actually my 21st birthday today, so take a second to remember where you were on your 21st birthday, what you were doing. This is what I'm doing. I've been here for 7 hours now. I wouldn't miss this because I see this as one of the most important issues affecting our city and this country at this time. Commissioners, I'm really, really worried about the state of my country right now. Under Donald Trump, ICE has become a rogue, unaccountable police force with orders to terrorize and destabilize migrant communities all around the country with no regard for their dignity or even their human rights that are guaranteed by the Constitution of this country. So I'm here to demand that the City Commission revoke the 287G agreement with ICE and publicly condemn the 287G agreement and demand that you issue a new lawsuit against the DeSantis administration to clarify DeSantis' sanctuary policy. You guys can hold things up, I know that, so I want you to hold this up. Get us out of this agreement. Take as much time as you need, do everything you can because sorry. I view ICE as the single biggest threat to immigrant communities across this country and to the very notion of a country that stands for law and order and purports to protect inalienable rights for everyone in this country. Obviously, a couple of people have mentioned the ICE raids, especially the one at that apartment building in Chicago where they operated like a military occupying force, took thousands of people out of the buildings, some of them naked, some of them children who were also naked, zip-tied their hands together, pulled them out, separated them by race into different vans.
You're at 30 seconds.
Held them for hours. In Florida, there's alligator Alcatraz, worms in the food, overflowing toilets. Everything is people are being held for more than months and months. More than 1,000 people held there have gone missing. Their lawyers don't know where they are. Their families don't know where they are. And with the government shutdown ongoing, the Trump administration, the Office of Budget and Management and Budget under Russell Vought has seized the power of the purse from Congress. I'm just very worried.
Thank you
Please
very
do
much.
everything you can to stand against.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Next
please.
speaker is Oliver Cheese, and then Cotton Boston will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Oliver Cheese, I live on Airport Drive. TPD's 287G task force agreement with ICE was made behind closed doors without consulting with the people or with any of our city's democratically elected officials. It does not reflect the will of our city, where hundreds of people have come out over and over again to show solidarity with our immigrant siblings. It doesn't help Tallahassee to have gangs of masked ICE agents roaming around, ripping families apart and hunting down innocent people. It definitely doesn't help Tallahassee to have our very own police department training to commit those crimes against humanity themselves. Instead, the only people it's helping are Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, who want to see immigrant communities torn apart to defend white supremacy. This city cannot be complicit in the unlawful detention and the abuse of innocent people by Trump's faceless gang of ICE thugs and murderers who are openly targeting all Latinos and all Spanish speakers. This whole war that the far right is waging against immigrants is a cover for a war against the people's democratic rights by stripping the power of our local governments from the state's lawfare to try to intimidate cities into signing 287G agreements to DeSantis' sweeping and suffocating anti-sanctuary laws. This is an assault on democracy. It took that lawsuit from South Miami to make the state's own lawyers admit the entities that don't manage jails, like the TPD, are not required to sign 287G agreements. and it will take an active fight back from our City Commission to protect the rights of our local democracy, starting with rejecting DeSantis' attempts to paralyze local leaders like yourselves with blatant bullying and vague threats. You heard the city attorney. We don't even know if the governor's threats are even constitutional or enforceable. And the only way to find out is to vote to rescind this 287G agreement and issue a clear challenge to this blatant and shameful effort to create a repressive climate of fear. The city of Tallahassee should be on the first line of defense for our undocumented neighbors, not collaborating with Trump's attacks on immigrant and Latino communities. It's up to you, the City Commission, to stand up for immigrants' rights and for local power by passing a resolution to condemn and ultimately voting to revoke this racist, undemocratic 287G agreement. I understand that you feel helpless. You're probably afraid for your jobs. But I want you to take a minute, and I want you to think about the thousands of innocent immigrants in ICE detention centers right now, cold and hungry and afraid for their lives. They can't be here to speak for themselves tonight. That's your job.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Cotton Bostwick. Cotton Bostwick. Then Nick Gonzalez.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nick Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Tallahassee, Florida. I'm a member of Students for a Democratic Society and a student at Florida State University. First and foremost, blatantly disrespectful that you cut off my friend, Caden. Not to mention, I see you up there smirking, smiling, Mayor Daley. What's funny? What's funny? Act. Act. You weren't here for how long? How long did it take him to come back in after this was started? Precisely. Beyond that, we're seeing a lot of very interesting historic parallels, right? So what do you call a place where you cram a whole bunch of people in together, a very high concentration of people? What do you call that? You call that a concentration camp, don't you? And what I'm hearing from a lot of you up here is we're following orders. We're following orders. And I would like to echo what my friend said over there, is that wasn't a valid excuse at the Nuremberg trials. And it's easy now that we're stuck in history as it's going on to not realize the weight of this moment, but you will be in textbooks. People are gonna talk about you for your inaction, for doing nothing, while people are being kidnapped by masked agents who are jumping out of vans in the middle of the street with no badge, no form of identification, no nothing, and throwing people into vans. It's disgusting, quite frankly. But beyond that, so earlier, a speaker who has left now when we were talking about the golf course, I'd like to emphasize that so much goes on with the city commission and the county commission regarding, oh, well, we can't do this, we can't do that, that's up to this person, or that's up to this person, or whatever. What do you do? What do you do? Every time we come to a county commission meeting or a city commission meeting, it's delay after delay. Let's postpone this, let's postpone this, postpone that. When are you gonna act? Take action. Now, that's what you are voted in to do, please. Beyond that, stop getting on tangents. It's just, quite frankly, it's disgusting. It's disgusting because all of the rhetoric that we hear around this is we don't know what we can do. We don't know what we can do. If there's one thing that's been made abundantly clear by the Miami case, it's that the signing of this agreement was entirely optional. Entirely optional. There is no excuse for that at this point. And it's entirely optional for you to leave the agreement. And that is what I've come here to ask you to do today, to demand that we do today as Tallahassee as a city, is to leave the 287G agreement and, not have our immigrant community worrying about things like this. And a lot of talk there's been a lot of discussion about, how this is an issue that primarily targets Latino people. And there's a conflation between Latino people and Hispanic people. But let me make it abundantly clear that people from Haiti are Latino as well. And if Latino people, period, can be racially profiled, what's stopping that from going after people like you, Ms. Williams-Cox, or you, Mr. Richardson, or you, Mr. Officer right there, right? You guys are black people, and Haitians, though black, are also Latino. How many cops have been deported? They just deported a Maine cop from Jamaica. Racially profiled, it's only a matter of time before they come after you
You're at 3
as
minutes.
well. Thank you.
Very much. Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Schallenberger. Thomas Schallenberger. Then Justin Jordan. Justin Jordan.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Justin Jordan, 600 Eugenia Street. I'm going to be loud and clear tonight. The city must take action to stop its compliance with the 287G agreement. Tallahassee's immigrant communities have lived under terror for months now. We saw the horrors of an ICE raid over the summer. We're tired of semantics. We're tired of politicians cowering to the whims of the Trump administration. And we need decisive action to protect Tallahassee's immigrants. We need a city council that listens to its citizens' concerns. We need a government that's for the people and not for the developers. What I've seen tonight is a dangerous lack of urgency to the concerns of Tallahassee's minority residents. Curtis Richardson, you're supposed to represent me and other FAMU students. And I can tell you loud and clear that we at FAMU stand against ICE. We stand against police brutality. Grow a backbone and stand up against Trump, represent your communities, and do your jobs. It breaks my heart fully that in 2025 earlier, I had to see Black people beg and plead for the basic respect of a burial ground. It breaks my heart that Tallahassee's immigrant community is still ignored. Do something for your community. Stop ignoring your citizens. And I know there's been a lot of talk about Tallahassee being an all-American city. And you know, I think that's a good characterization because just like this nation, y'all have continued to uphold systems of oppression. Just like this nation, you've ignored and cast aside your residents of color. And just like this nation, you put your corporate donors and your developers over the priorities of the people. But you know what? That's gonna change and that's gotta change. Y'all aren't gonna be sitting in these seats for forever. And I'm telling you right now, the longer you ignore the concerns of the people, the faster these people are gonna vote you out. And actually, I didn't have anything else written, but I'm gonna use the rest of my time because y'all took the time of my friend Caden Rose over there. That was 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I saw it, and it's on video. Y'all have to be honest to your citizens. Y'all have to be honest to us. You were supposed to represent us, and it is extremely disheartening that we're having to sit here for 7 hours and we're being disrespected, we're being ignored, we're being told that we're going over time, we're being told that we're not following decorum. Well, let me tell you what's not following decorum. Falling under Trump's boot and listening to Donald Trump and allowing ICE to terrorize our immigrant communities, that's against decorum. I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
The next speaker is AJ Garcia. AJ Garcia. Next speaker is AJ Garcia. Then, not seeing AJ Garcia, Thomas Spears, followed by Brandon Beckett.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Spears, 32303. It feels like the main thing about the 287G is fear and the climate of fear. That's the point, racist fear, trying to, ever since 2016, ever since 2015, when he went down that escalator, I can't curse, he went down that escalator and he said, first day, Mexicans are rapists, they sell drugs. That's the first thing. And this is just the furthering of that idea, trying to get people scared of immigrants, to think that ICE is actually doing anything when all we've seen time and time again is that that's not the case. They raided the construction company here and arrested it was like 130 people or detained and then arrested or maybe held like 5. So what do the other 125 people do? They've lost that job, they lost that money. Where do they go? What do they do? They're already on the knife's edge. All working people in this country are. And they're supposed to just go back to that company. First of all, what happened? Why is that company not held accountable? But those people have to try to get by anyway. The idea that TPD is only having one officer trained kind of not only is, it's a contradictory thing of like, we're supposed to be scared, but then how is that enough protection? If we're supposed to be so scared and they are such a problem, they being illegal immigrants, why is there only one cop? Inevitably, we know, and it's going to become more. It's going to become more. Something will happen. Some little thing will get played off that some illegal person, who, nobody is illegal, of course, but quote unquote illegal person will do something wrong, and then that's going to get blown up into a thing, and then TPD has to get more involved, and you'll fully support it. We're not dumb. We know that's what's going to happen. The idea that the mistakes are not made They already were made. Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez was detained by FHP here in Leon County for like a month or longer. I was a U.S. citizen, born in the U.S., had documents, if I recall. They didn't care. They finally had to be released because they knew they messed up. That will have to happen. That's just the one time, and the one time that we primarily know about here. It's happened so many other times around the country. This climate of fear is affecting y'all too. And I acknowledge that. I realize that. The thing you do in the face of fear is stand up and you fight back. Canceling the 287G sounds like this case did not actually decide anything because the stipulations are different. Spend the money. It's going to cost money for this lawsuit. Do it. This is such a critically important thing. The idea that people are getting disappeared is what you spend money on, not $27 million to the billion-dollar school for the football stadium, and now they blow it. Spend it on helping the people in Tallahassee.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thanks.
Very much. Our next speaker, please.
Brandon Beckett. Brandon Beckett is our next speaker. If no Brandon Beckett, then Edward Ryan.
Your name and address for the record.
Edward Ryan, 564 Roden Cove Road, Tallahassee. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This is what I really came to speak about. I mentioned my concern about the TMH situation, but this is a situation that is really, it evokes a lot of sympathy on my part for you. You're in an amazing, awkward, between a rock and a hard place, as they say, and I appreciate that. And there is no, the South Miami lawsuit doesn't really resolve anything, no standing. It's not legally mandated. That's clear from the law, and there seems to be consensus on that. It's also legally possible to rescind the agreement. And so that leaves you in a situation where the only real problem is the possibility of the governor or the attorney general working, actually doing what they're threatening to do. You are literally being threatened with retaliation if in your conscience and in your hearts you think that this agreement was a bad one. And by the way, I don't think it was initially a bad agreement. I've read it. I've read the police chief's comments. It's reasonable. But who knew at that time, I'd like to think or believe at that time, no one knew what ICE would become. An absolute a terror machine on the people of the United States, and particularly black and brown citizens. So anyway, that is, be that as it may, you have a decision to make. And here's what I'd like to urge upon you. That given the facts and the circumstances, there is a risk that has to be taken, I submit, by standing up to the threats. Because as much as Trump is a bully, so frankly is DeSantis. And these efforts to bully city commissions all over the state into adopting policies that they might not prefer and that their citizens might not prefer, I think is outrageous. But the truth is—
You're at 30 seconds.
—that you have got to make a decision, and I submit that the basis of your decision has to be, it could be a legal one, which is you have a right to do it, and what they're asking you to do is have your police become part of a very unconstitutional program. But I think in the end, it's really an ethical decision, a moral decision. Do you want the City of Tallahassee Police Department to be associated with an organization like ICE and what they're doing? And I think you would not. I hope you would not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Williamson. David Williamson, followed by Noreen Cardea.
Your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Reverend David Williamson. I'm a Florida United Methodist clergy person. Just moved to Tallahassee in July, so it's nice to meet all of you. And I'm looking forward to getting to know you more as I live here. I am grateful for all the voices of the people who've come out and spoken to you tonight, and I don't know what more I can add other than as a pastor to ask you what is in your heart to do. The last person said it may be a legal decision that you can make. For sure, I think you do have legal standing to say we are going to rescind this agreement. And I think we have a moral obligation to disobey immoral laws. And you would not be the first political leaders to do that or be faced with that decision. And I do think this is a particular moment in history in which you can make history. You know, the folks that gather every Sunday at 5 o'clock at the steps of the old Capitol to pray for immigration justice, pray for the people and highlight the stories of the people who are being targeted by these terrorizing policies. And we also pray for you and for Governor DeSantis and the Council Youthmeyer, because it's truly you all that are able to make decisions to end this terror in our communities right now. I told people on Sunday that as a pastor, I teach people to love their neighbor because Jesus teaches me to love my neighbor. And I realized that one of the ways I can love my neighbor or not is by paying attention to policy or ignoring policy that does harm to my neighbor. And so I encourage you all to lead. And I tell you what, I will have your back, and I will cheer you on. And I know you'll have all these people over here have your back and cheer you on as you do the right thing and rescind this agreement.
Our next speaker is Noreen Cardea.
Then the following speaker will be Bill Phelan.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Noreen Cardea, 2127 Achena Nini, Tallahassee. So on Saturday, I went to the protest. It was very festival-like. A lot of people were afraid to come, but it was wonderful. In advance of that, I made 16 signs. The first one said the signs of fascism. Then there were 14 of those signs. The last one said, our grandparents fought fascism, will you? And 15 people and I stood down Appalachia Parkway so that cars approaching could see these signs. We were spread out. It was very visible and very effective. Things like racial profiling against minorities, using the military on American citizens, illegally detaining without due process, etc. On Monday evening, I went to the Challenger Center and saw a movie put on by the Holocaust Education Center. It was horrific. I've seen movies before about this, but this one was filmed in 1945 as they opened the concentration camps. So the stretch of these 80 minutes, a little bit was about the very beginning of things in Europe, in Germany, and then the end. It was 12 years. All this happened in 12 years. And we will look back, 12 years from now, and wonder if we have stood on the right side of history.
You have 30 seconds left.
You talked about fear, and I really like Elizabeth Gilbert's statement, the author's statement about fear has to come along with us. It rides in the back seat, though. It doesn't say where we're going. It doesn't grab the map or change the station on the radio. We're going on a journey, and we're going to be fearful, and we're going to do it anyway. And you all are
You're at 3
our
minutes.
voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Bill Phelan, followed by Regina Joseph.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Bill Phelan, 3941 Long and Winding Road. I wish to speak about the 287G task force agreement that the city manager and TPD signed. That agreement was tragically mistaken. You may have thought that you were required to sign it, but the state's response to the litigation from South Miami states that it was not required of a city that does not operate a jail. ICE is not to be trusted to follow the law or to follow due process. They are known to abduct anyone they suspect is foreign. They are known to ignore clear evidence that the person is here legally. On May 29th, masked and unidentified men abducted over 100 workers from a work site in Tallahassee. Some families have not heard from those men again. And the abductions continue, although on a smaller scale. There are families in Tallahassee who are living in terror after their husband and father were abducted by ICE. There are parents who are afraid to let their kids go to school for fear that the kids might return to a home with no parents. There are people who are afraid to go to work or to go to church, no matter their legal status, because they fear abduction by ICE. There are asylum seekers who fear going to court to complete their case for fear of being abducted no matter what the outcome of the case. It is unprofessional and immoral for our police to cooperate with this cruel and unjust system. I ask you to protect Tallahassee families from unfair abductions by ICE. I ask you to renounce this unjust and unneeded 287G agreement of cooperation with an agency that cannot be trusted to follow the law. Thank
you. Regina Joseph, and then Juniper Curtis will be next.
Name and address for the record, please.
Regina, I live in Tallahassee. All right, once again, I'm in front of some of my least favorite people. Can you guys set a timer for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds? Because I'm not gonna let you try me like you did, Caden. First of all, I'm gonna start off by saying, I know there's gonna be a vote. It's gonna be the triumvirate of evil. This is what I call Diane Williams-Cox, Curtis Richardson, and John Daly. They're going to be supporting 287G. Not because they're afraid of losing their jobs, but because they are cowards. Because they actually stand with Trump and the Trump agenda. Because they stand with DeSantis and DeSantis agenda. So I'm not here to convince them. What I'm here is to rally y'all. Because all of you who live here, change your registration and vote these three people out. Well, not John, because he's a coward, he's not running. But the other two, you need to vote them out. And the reason why I'm getting angry, yeah, it is funny. I'm sure you'll be able to run for some Senate seat, but you're not gonna get that either, because nobody wants a cowardly Democrat either. Okay, the fact of the matter is that we don't need 287G. These three city commissioners, along with Lawrence Revel, who himself is a killer cop, and killed George Little Nuke Williams in 1996, and literally had a war criminal, Eddie Gallagher, trained with TPD, is now tasked to have someone to be doing operations for ICE. This is the same police department that when Lawrence Revel became chief of police that these commissioners supported, 4 people died in 4 months. So now y'all want me to trust TPD. Why should I trust TPD? Why should I trust y'all? When time and time again, you've shown that you're for developers, you've shown that you're for FSU, you show you're for the rich, you show you're for the good old boys clubs, and I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of it, and I'm sick and tired of having to be here and see your smirking face every time. I'm tired of you, John Daly. I'm tired of you, Diane. I'm tired of you, Curtis. Y'all ain't gonna be here. Because the thing that y'all need to understand is that people's revenge is coming. And y'all will be in the trash bins of history when they see who was actually standing for immigrant rights, who stood for Black Lives Matter, who stood for police accountability. It won't be these three cowards. It will be us.
30 seconds.
It will be us. These people, we know what their true colors are. The only way to make them scared is to vote them out, is to have people in the streets and have them be scared of their power. Williams-Cox was at Black Lives Matter protests trying to gather votes, trying to get people to like her.
You're at 3 minutes.
But we saw right through her. We see right through these people.
Thank you very much.
And I need y'all to stand up and fight back.
Your time is up.
I need you to stand up and fight back against these people. We need to stand up and fight back against these people.
One more time. I need you to stand down or we're in recess.
Against these people.
Recess. We're going to finish up the public comment. Now, look, I know that I know this is a very important issue and that we have very strong feelings. I'm asking you, please, give everybody the respect and allow all your friends to have the opportunity to speak. My role as the mayor is to give everybody the opportunity to speak. And look, I know that some of you do not care for us personally, and that's okay. That's the beauty of your First Amendment right. And as your mayor, even if you sit up here and scream at us how much you don't like us, I'm still going to protect your right to say it. But what I'm asking is that when I lose control of the meeting and I can't provide everybody an opportunity to speak, that's a problem. And that's when I have to recess, because it's my job as the mayor to have the even flow during the public comment and to give everybody the opportunity. So I'm asking you to work with me. Let's give everybody the opportunity to speak. Y'all have waited a long time to come out. Even if it's really pointed at me, even if it's really pointed at my colleagues, I'm going to protect that right for you to be able to say that, but let's just allow everybody to speak, okay? So let's continue on. How many more public comment speakers do we have on this item?
I have 2 more speakers on this item is what I have, Mayor.
Okay, great. So our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Juniper Curtis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Juniper Curtis, I'm from Tallahassee. First, I just want to come up here and highlight the absurdity of what you just said, Mayor. You said you want to keep this meeting fair for everyone to talk, and I'm going to again mention you cut off our friend there a minute basically into their speech. Getting more to the point of 287G, I look up here and as Regina just mentioned, I unfortunately see a bunch of cowards. This is a commission who not only is refusing to revoke the 287G agreement, but was not even willing to pass a condemnation. They could not pass a letter, the most basic form of speaking out against the racist, prejudiced attacks that Trump is making. That's not surprising, because if we look at what has happened today, if we look at the discussions on the Country Club, the discussions on the FSU-TMH merger, if we look at the 287G agreement, I see a common thread of racism, of a city built on prejudice, of a city built on a history of attacking Black and brown people. And I look at a commission who, despite claims of supporting their locals, of supporting immigrants, is frankly bought out. They are bought out by developers, they are bought out by FSU, and they are so afraid of losing their jobs, are so afraid of taking a stand that they can't even speak out against this agreement. And that is disgusting. This is a group of people again, really focusing on the 3 people who again and again support these agreements that history will look on as cowards. We'll look on as failures. We'll look on as the people who stood by as immigrants were rounded up, as immigrants were attacked. And I agree that I don't think I can convince you. I wish I could. But I think that we as a group here need to remember this moment. We need to remember the moment where we stood up and you didn't, where we tried to fight back and you said no. It's a joke. We see every single day this reign of terror. We see cities being invaded by ICE. We see people being beaten and attacked in the streets. And all we're asking is to revoke a simple agreement. All we're asking is to have any bit of spine, and you can't even do that.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
So you talk about decorum, you talk about democracy, you talk about upholding our First Amendment rights, and yet you can't even give the most basic consideration to your citizens, the most basic consideration to the people who make this country run, who make America run, who make this city run. So I will say again that I want to see something other than cowardice, but I don't think I will. And so I'm glad that we're all here saying that we are going to fight back.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Isabel Ruano. Isabel Ruano. And Mayor, that's the last speaker I have on this particular item.
Okay. Your name and
Yes.
address for the record, please.
Isabel Ruano. I live in Tallahassee, Florida. And yeah, I didn't think I was going to make it here, but the meeting went so long. So I'm here to speak against the 287G agreement, that it should have not been signed without consultation with from this commission, given that it was such an important topic and it's such a relevant issue. It's not just another agreement, like Chief Revel said. It should have been brought up to the attention of the commission and to the attention of the public. But now that it's done, I understand the complication of reverting it or getting out of it, especially in this climate with Governor DeSantis. Still, I believe that it should be looked into the legal ways to get out of it, even at the cost of removal, because if any of you were to be removed from your seat, that will, it could be challenged in court, it could be litigated, and I think we are at a moment in time where we need to be ready to take risks. Somebody asked me, you should walk around with your naturalization document or whatever, aren't you afraid that people are going to stop you and you have an accent, and how are you going to prove you're a citizen? And I said, I don't have to prove I'm a citizen because I have a driver's license. If I'm driving, I have to show that I have permission to drive. If I'm walking, I do not have to prove. There's nowhere in the Constitution that says that I have to prove that I'm a citizen. So let them take me and I will see them in court. So I think you need to have the same kind of nerve and challenge these kind of policies. Thank you. And I also, you know, when you have a police body that is cooperating with immigration, people will be less likely to report crimes. When people are less likely to report crimes, the city is less safe. And that's been proven all over the country where these agreements have been signed and where these agreements have been rejected. And lastly, I want to add one more topic about the usage of the word illegal. The word illegal has become a very pejorative way of calling immigrants, and especially used for immigrants of color. And not having a visa doesn't make a person illegal. Illegal is an adjective, it's not a noun. And defending Chief of Police Revel for using that pejorative word, it's not acceptable. It's not freedom of speech. Using the word illegal is equivalent of using the N-word. Thank you.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Don't even go there.
Next speaker, please.
Don't go there.
Mayor, that's the last speaker I have on the item.
All right.
No, it's not.
We have no other public comment on this item.
Okay.
Any discussion? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, for bringing back that information. And at this point, I don't see the need to discuss it any further. You've done what we've asked you to do. Thank you.
Do we have any other business to come before us tonight?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we rescind the 287G agreement.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed?
What was it?
Were you, excuse me, were you speaking on the motion?
I seconded the motion.
Right, yes, ma'am.
I couldn't hear you.
No, I got you. I was calling for the vote.
Yeah.
Did you want to speak on the motion?
I'm ready to.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
It fails, 3-2 with the Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Richardson in opposition. Any further comment? Okay, Commissioner Porter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came to speak today and who for waiting 7 hours to speak. Happy birthday to you. I love Tallahassee, but I'm truly ashamed of our city right now and our complicity in our president and governor's unconstitutional, immoral, and dangerous agendas. I just want to reiterate some of what's already been shared, but we opened this meeting with a proclamation recognizing October as Domestic Violence Month. And we know that one of the ways these agreements makes our community less safe, people are less likely to ask for help if they are undocumented, if someone they know in their household is undocumented. We talked about FSU and TMH and the health of our community. People are less likely to get care if they are undocumented or know someone who is, or even if they are not undocumented. If they are a citizen, they are less likely to seek that care. And I could go on, but one thing that I just want to make really, 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 really clear is that we did not have to be in this position. We did not have to enter into this agreement in the first place. And there are hundreds of cities in Florida that did not enter into these agreements, have not entered into these agreements, and were not threatened with removal. So it is ridiculous that we find ourselves in this position. It's inexcusable, and that's all I'll say about that. But I also want to ask the city attorney a question, which is the item says that the city might also argue that while it wants to cooperate, that it seeks to negotiate, it wants to renegotiate the terms or negotiate of a new 287G agreement to address certain concerns such as indemnification. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that point.
There have been some concerns raised around this issue in terms of, it's basically, if there was a finding that there had been an inappropriate arrest, that there could be some questions about who would be responsible for defending an officer in that case. I haven't seen any litigation around that. That I just put that sentence in there because it is one thing that I've heard. I think it would require rescinding the agreement. I would not, in order to make that negotiation, I would not be confident based on what I know of the circumstances that a renegotiation, a couple speakers spoke about other items that could be renegotiated, that would be accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other business coming before the City Commission? Commissioner Porter?
Are we not doing sharing of ideas?
We are still on official business before the city.
Okay.
We're going to go from there to unagended speakers and then the sharing of ideas. Do we have any other business before the city tonight?
We do not.
How many unagended speakers do we have?
We have 7. At least one of those, I believe, has already left.
Okay, let's go.
Ready? All right. First speaker, Delilah Pierre, who I believe had left. So Joel Nunez. Okay. Cindy Reed Stewart. Okay. These are unagended speakers. Cindy Reed Stewart. No. Thomas Spears. Okay. Juniper Curtis. Waving Regina. I assume that's Joseph. And then Tiwa Aiken, I know, had already left. So
Okay.
we're done.
Please come speak. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Caden Rosa, I live in Tallahassee. I would assume the confusion was with when you guys accidentally called me back up earlier. I know you said that you're not cutting time off of people and you want to let us all have our right to speak. I guess we'll find out this second time if you do it. And maybe this time I won't get threatened for when you actually cut my time off. We'll test that, I guess. So I will make sure to use all 3 of these minutes, even if it's related to irrelevant things. I did have something very important that I wanted to speak about, but I think the collective of us are gonna reorganize on that and bring it back another time because the person we wanted to speak about couldn't be here now because this took so long. So I guess we'll look back at all of you. And, you know, we see your consistent repression of organizers in this city, and we see your willingness to attack all of the people in this city. When will the attacks on immigrants stop? We don't know. We just saw you guys just vote to continue. Why do you not care is a question that I would ask myself. I don't understand how you guys could sit up there and you know the actions that are occurring. You know that these people are lying on the ground in cells, bleeding, they're getting concussions because they're being beaten so badly, they're being starved or they're being fed food unfit for human beings. You understand the fact that these human rights violations exist. I know that you see them on your phones. I know that you see them on your Twitters. I know that you see them on whatever you're looking at. And you decide to stand here and be complicit in that. What is wrong with you? Really, what is wrong with you? We could sit here and act like we care about how things are organized at this meeting, but you know this meeting doesn't matter if it's not here to listen to the people. You guys could just do this privately. Why even invite us in the first place to have the right to speak if you're not gonna let us have it and you're not gonna listen to what we say? You saw 3 different agenda items today, had a room full of speakers for them. And you decided to shrug off the interest of all of these people. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. But we together, we're gonna attack you from all sides and we're gonna overcome you because we recognize the fact that you guys are paper tigers. You guys will fall when we push. The collective of us are coming and we will win. You will lose your office, the people will be in power, the people's representatives will have power, and the people who do not stand with us will be the people who fall.
You have 30 seconds.
I'd be more concerned about the 30 seconds of everyone else on this board because your time is coming to an end. Your time is coming to an end. And just like my time came to an end preemptively earlier, we can only wonder if you guys will review that and acknowledge the fact that you took away my time in the future, but I can almost guarantee that's not the case.
Thank you very much. All right, sharing of ideas, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Richardson.
I wanted to ask, Mr. Mayor, or maybe I should have brought it up during commission business, but I have been approached by Bill Eichhofer and the Lang family for us to consider either a street renaming or a marker commemorating the service of our former clerk of the circuit court, Dave Lang. And they've identified a portion of East Jefferson Street that runs adjacent to the courthouse. So is that appropriate for now, or should I have?
No, now it's time to make the motion.
Okay, well, I would make that motion.
Sounds good. And we're going to remind me of the policy for street renaming.
You have the ability to. When Commissioner Richardson and I talked about this earlier.
Yes.
What I had offered, and certainly willing to do it, you don't have to do this. Understanding that Mr. Lang was a constitutional officer, the county may wish to kind of endorse that. I can certainly be happy to reach out, see if they wanted to do that, but you have the authority to simply vote, make that change. We probably, I would recommend an agenda item come back so we could kind of designate the details.
And I agree. Let's let the manager check in with the county, see if they formally want to
Well,
bless it.
they
as
had
well.
time to do that.
I know, yeah.
But
agree.
I'm okay.
Motion on table to bring the agenda item back, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioner Richardson, you have the floor.
That's all I had.
All right, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everyone who joined us on this 8-hour journey today. Eventually, we are going to have to address this issue because there's a budgetary issue of we don't have the funds to do the federal government's job. And it may be one officer today, and then, I mean, you can take that out to the extreme. Are we then to pay officers to go fight foreign wars? Like, where do we draw the line of what the city's responsibility is and the federal government's responsibility is, if not here? You know, we saw in Maricopa County in Arizona where their participation with ICE led to routine stops and arrests of Latinos, where they were prioritizing immigration, which led to a backlog of cases for what is our job, which is local public safety. And going down this road not only has budgetary concerns, but it opens us up to a wide swath of legal challenges and lawsuits if we participate and behave the way we've seen ICE do around the country. So we might not have, and this has nothing to do with the law around sanctuary cities. You know, I mean, we're talking about one officer. They can make those cases and make those threats, but we still have the responsibility to protect the interests of local people in Tallahassee and the local taxpayers and our local resources. So I'm just saying, one way or another, this issue is going to come up again, and we'll have to respond. I think it would be better to be proactive than to wait till there's extreme financial liabilities to the city when it does come back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 items, which I hope should be quick. One is, I was wondering, Mr. City Manager, if you had an update on any commemoration for Mr. Wanish. We renamed Wanish Way. This is something that we gave direction to commemorate, and I was just wondering if there was an update on any plans.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, I don't, and I don't have anybody here that would
Mr.
be able
Manager,
to provide that update.
on point, we had this discussion, and there is a street named for Mr. Wanish, Wanish Court.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the
So
reminder.
the Wanish name still exists, and Wanish Court is right off of Althea Gibson Way. So we talked about this during that time, that
Thank
there's
you for the
a
reminder.
Wanish Court.
Okay,
So he hasn't been completely.
I appreciate that, but then the direction was given and voted on unanimously that we take an action. So if the majority has changed their minds, then we can talk about that, but.
I was just
thank you.
informed that there was still a Wanish Court. There's still a
Okay,
street
thank
name
you.
for him.
Thank you. My second question is if there's an update on the Griffin Heights grocery store and next steps, and has an RFP already been released, or just wondering about an update. We got a letter from the Big Bend AFL-CIO Labor Council with some questions and, input from them about what they would like to see. And I think I've heard after that groundbreaking, people asking questions about the next steps and having, a desire for what they want to see as far as who we contract with and what that RFP might include. Is there an update you can speak to about that?
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've not begun any, I think you're referring to the operator, the
Yes.
solicitation of the operator. Clearly, the construction is
Right.
is now underway. We've not issued that, but I'm happy to provide an email update. I can get that from our staff that's working on it in terms of expected timing, things of that
Sure.
nature.
And would it be appropriate for the commission, if we wished to give any parameters that we wanted included in
Yes.
that? Okay, thank you. And And then finally, I wanted to make a motion that we bring back an informational item with an update as far as what it looks like for the city now that we have decided to terminate the fire services agreement with the county. Just, I'm curious to learn more about what are the implications for the city, whether there are benefits or struggle, things that we are going to have to address given the changing nature of that relationship. What are the costs? What are the savings? Just I would like to know more about the implications of that for the city specifically. So that is my motion.
There is a motion on the table to bring back an information item regarding the severance of the fire services fee.
And if it could, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and if it could come back by the end of the year at our December meeting, if possible.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Mayor Pro Tem?
Again, I think words matter. We did not terminate the fire services agreement. We sent notification that we were not renew.
Okay,
at the
thank you for
end.
the correction.
And so we've got, got to make sure that folks understand that we didn't stop fire services.
I'm going to respectfully not support the motion. I'm comfortable with the fact that it won't change the services inside the city limits. It won't impact the city services. The county has 3 years to discuss how they move forward with fire services in the unincorporated. So I'm perfectly comfortable with where we are. Commissioner Porter.
Well, and to be clear, I'm not saying that services within the city would change, but there are questions as far as what reverts to county ownership, what remains in city ownership, how, some of the officers we've hired, my understanding is it's according to the support of Leon County. That will change. I mean, are we going to we're going to retain every single firefighter that we have?
That's our intention, yes.
Okay, so why can't that come back in an item for the public to understand so that I can understand? What's so bad about that we can't outline this? We had a 3-minute discussion when this vote was taken. I don't understand why an informational item can't come back to us laying all of this out. Thank you.
Sure. Any other comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 4-1 with the mayor in dissent. Commissioner Porter, you have the...
Thank you, that's all for me.
All right, we stand adjourned.